Man on the Road to Infinity. More than 30 years ago, I came into possession of a very interesting and compelling painting. It was brought to this country from China a number of years earlier by a thoughtful and sincere collector. After his passing, it was turned over to me. The previous owner had called this painting The Lone Traveler. It presents an old mystic or pilgrim standing on the edge of a cliff, his only companion a rugged tree. He is looking out over a vast expanse of mist and clouds, across a wide valley, and in the distance, above the mist, rise the peaks of mountains. It is a very simple and wonderful expression of the Taoist way of life, which has immediate implications for us. For out of these old paintings and the moods that they inspire, out of the wisdom and gentle thinking of long ago, there may come flashes of inspiration and understanding that we need in this confused and troubled day. Taoism is founded upon a simple but powerful concept, and this concept has to do with man's acceptance of the eternal values of life, which continue even though they may be obscured by the pressures of any given generation. Man is a traveler, a wanderer. He moves down through history collectively, as though on a great pilgrimage from somewhere to here, from here to somewhere. The individual learns, in the course of time, that more important than his adjustments to man-made society are his adjustments to this tremendous motion, the motion of space itself. It is better to be a good citizen of space than it is merely to live under the pressures and adjustment of our material existence. Many people realize this, and they realized it in China 2,500 years ago. But just as we have difficulty making this realization operate in our lives, so they had the same problem. We observe that man seems to stand still in the midst of a tremendous motion that sweeps around him. Each person, trying to hold his own ground, trying to be permanent in the midst of impermanence, comes finally to violent conflict with the very motions of life. We have to realize that the individual cannot stand still. He cannot be the same yesterday, today, and forever. The person himself must move with the motion of his world. We are all able to build strong defenses, but the result is that we create fortified cities or towns. These towns do not move. Perhaps they remain in the center of a great culture for a time, but finally, they become only ruins on the outskirts of some forgotten way of life. The more we fortify ourselves, the more we struggle for permanence. We struggle to create a situation that we can depend upon. The individual, in his weakness, wishes for strong defenses around him, but these defenses always crumble. The truth of the matter is that man's only defense is his ability to adjust, to move with the great motions of realities. Wherever he builds a great fixed structure, he ultimately regrets it, and the institution he fashions finally turns upon him and destroys him. Lao Tse himself was not only a mystic, but to a measure, a political figure. He tried to cope with the difficulties of Chinese life on the very practical level of everyday existence. He realized in his own thinking, for example, that strong governments usually result in weak people. The more completely a central administration takes over the powers of a people, the more rapidly this people becomes dependent, not only upon the strength of government, but upon its endurance. The moment we place our lives into the keeping of a fixed system, our destiny rests with Taipu. Whatever agitates it must agitate us, whatever invades it must invade us, whatever seeks to overthrow it seeks to overthrow us. Thus we become bound into a system, and this, not being easily changeable and arriving finally at a state of crystallization, ultimately becomes a source of difficulty rather than strength. Lao Tse therefore strongly advocated what we now would call village government. He felt that the smaller the government unit, the greater would be the probabilities of justice. He felt that the small village, ruled by its elders with a more or less complete autonomy, seeking its own adjustment with other villages, seeking its own growth with a certain peasant-like directness of purpose, might be regarded as having the most desirable type of government. Extending this thinking, the ultimate unit of government is the family, or even the individual. To Lao Tse, therefore, the family required autonomy. It had to be a unit composed of persons working out their own salvation. A family could not be captured in mass psychology by which individual judgment was gradually destroyed. Lao Tse pointed out, and we know today, that there are always countless persons capable of living better than the groups to which they belong. An individual with a high code of morality, a high concept of ethics, and a deep realization of human values is really capable of a life superior to the general run of his own generation. Yet by circumstances, this person commits himself to his generation. He finds that his virtues come into conflict with popular vices. He discovers that he is out of step with prevailing fashions. He suddenly realizes that in order to be admired, respected, and successful in a certain generation, he must live according to the code of that generation, and not according to the inner code of his own convictions. As soon as he begins to compromise what he knows to be right, he begins to destroy his own peace of mind. His conscience does not approve of what he is doing, but he finds it very difficult to escape the pressures which cause him to do these things that he does not really want to do. Little by little, habit, association, and pressure, working upon him, destroy his own individuality. Gradually, he becomes a creature of compromise. He relaxes, he gives up, he assumes that it is not possible to battle against the pressures of circumstance. Thus, in time, he becomes one of the offending, although in the beginning he was one of the offended. Lao Tse realized that there is only one way to counteract this kind of attitude, and that is for the person to come to know that regardless of circumstances, he is still an individual. that his own attitudes and convictions are important, that it is not necessary for anyone to be forced into a condition unreasonable to himself. He does not have to compromise. Lao Tzu points out that there are the strongest possible inducements for the person to be himself and to remain true to himself in spite of the pressure of conditions. We look around and we observe a world that is confused and miserable. We know, for example, that every day in this country alone, 65,000 persons enter hospitals due to physical ailments. Some will perhaps remain only a few days, and their ailments will be at least corrected. Others face uncertainty. But all over the world, human beings are suffering. They are suffering because they are following patterns, moving with mass emotions, and accepting as inevitable the negative forces operating in society. Lao Tzu points out that if we wish to be like other people, if we wish to reduce our own integrities to match the patterns of our day, then we must be willing to face the inevitable results. If we live like other people, we will perhaps receive their approval for being stylish, but we will also be forced to accept their miseries. We will make the same mistakes that they make and suffer the same pain. So we can choose either to live better than other people and enjoy greater values, or to live like them and suffer as they do. Nature does not provide a series of exceptions for this rule. Lao Tzu emphasized very strongly that in spite of the involved way in which we work ourselves into the cultural patterns of our time, each individual is actually always a separate person. He is always alone as far as his own existence is concerned. His contact with all other human beings is comparatively superficial, no matter how intensely he attempts to strengthen these contacts. Even our associations with those we love are essentially associations with strangers. Each of us has his own purposes and his own values. Each person is forever an individual, one against the many. On this point, Taoism is close to the Buddhist philosophy of India. It points out that all associations with others represent a degree of intellectualism, for our capacity for true knowing relates to ourselves alone. Each individual is capable of knowing only himself. He can have intellectual concepts about others, but he must always interpret them in terms of his own understanding of himself. He knows himself. He thinks about other people. This, thinking about others, can of course be valuable and highly commendable, but it can also lead to a series of desperate situations if the person himself is not adequately adjusted. Each of us, then, is a kind of irresistible force blocked by an immovable object, the immovable object being the world in which we live. Whatever we attempt to do, obstacles rise against it. Whatever pattern we assume, we find an adversary. No matter how hard we labor, we find the resistance and pressure of time moving in upon us, frustrating our endeavors. Thus, the individual lives to try to accomplish his own purposes in a world made up of hundreds of millions of others trying to do the same thing. The result is confusion, and for this basic confusion, there seems to be no immediate remedy. The only possible way we can extricate ourselves from this confusion is by marked changes in our attitude toward life. If we can change ourselves, we can accomplish the only adjustment possible to us, for it is impossible for us to hope that the whole world will change to meet our attitudes. If, as Lao Tzu points out, and the Chinese mystic artists have always deeply appreciated this point of view, we will accept the facts of our relationship with life. We can then begin to build a certain internal value that is more important to us than the applause of the multitudes. This means accepting ourselves for what we are, travelers in a distant land. We are not actually citizens of this state in which we live. Physically, we may be citizens. Morally and spiritually, we are living beings, part of a living universe. Our roots are in space and eternity, not in the earth and time. Our minds, the subtler parts of our own imaginations, break through the boundaries of physical things. We are in this physical world, but we are definitely not of it. We are in this world for some reason. We are here for a purpose that rests in the consciousness of the cause of things. We cannot dogmatize the reason for existence. We can only speculate, but we do have certain powerful intuitions about it. The wisest and best of people, since the dawn of time, have assumed that we are here to learn something, to grow, that we are here to pass a test or an examination, relating to universal citizenship. Our life here means something only in terms of an eternal life that is not here. Our adjustments here, the growth that we attain, these things do not culminate here, nor do they lead to any security here. Yet we are very much like the Greek who is said by an old philosopher to have built a business as though he were going to live forever. This is our problem. We build here as though we are going to stay here. We clutch this earthliness to ourselves as though it were our only hope, when in reality the earth will dissolve us. We will not dissolve the earth. If we become fanatically addicted to our immediate situation, if our hearts, minds, and labors are all dedicated to today or the plan of tomorrow, or our entire consciousness is invested in the development of some material enterprise, we simply lock ourselves into a situation for which we were not originally intended. Unless we sometime rebel against this, or clear ourselves of this influence, the situation will ultimately close in upon us and bring us to ruin. Taoism points out very definitely that there is a way of life by which our journey as travelers can be important. This journey can be interesting. It can be a very happy experience, but only if we take the right attitude toward it. Let us imagine that for some reason of business or other immediate purpose, it is necessary for us to visit a foreign land, to make a long trip somewhere. Now, we do not have any particular desire to visit this foreign land, but there are many ways in which we can take advantage of this necessary trip, if we will develop an interest in it. Perhaps we can stop off along the way and see other interesting countries. We can make new friends and acquaintances. We can explore unusual ideas. In other words, we can make this trip, which is a business trip, also a cultural adventure. This, in a sense, is the same problem we face in the journey of life. We are moving here to elsewhere inevitably and continuously. Every day brings us farther along this journey. Yet it is not necessary that we sigh and say that we are merely waiting for transition, as though that were the only event of significance in life. We have the right and privilege to make a journey that we must make, but we can make this journey just as interesting or just as dull as we want to. We are going to travel, therefore our problem is to do it as graciously, as wisely, as lovingly, and with as much improvement, pleasure, joy, and advancement to our growth as possible. In this way, the journey becomes more pleasant, and what might otherwise be a tedious experience becomes a gracious and important one. In order to make this journey of life valuable in every sense of the word, we must determine, as far as it is possible for us to do, the essential reason for the journey. We must recognize that what we are now is important in terms of our eternal existence. We are not just here today and gone tomorrow for no good reason. We are here with faculties and power to enjoy life. We are here to grow, to be friendly, to cooperate with others along the path of life, and to have a rich experience. We are not here to sulk or to shake our fists against heaven because it is unkind to us. Thus, we can take any attitude we want along our journey. We can grumble every step from the cradle to the grave. We can resent that we were born. We can wish for death. We can live as badly as we choose, but we are still on that journey. This fact we cannot change, any more than we can change the fact that we are on a little ball of earth, making its eternal journey around the sun and, with the sun, around great centers of further space. Our problem, then, is to try and make this journey valuable, and to make it a source of immediate comfort and consolation to consciousness. Now, if we settle down to a dull materialism, the journey is meaningless, but we cannot assume that nature intended this. It is not right or reasonable for man to take the attitude that life is unimportant. Nature does not waste energy in this way. Nature does not go into the intrinsic process of creating living things only so that these things can bore themselves to death. And if we are unable to grasp this important message, it is time we gave it a lot of definite consideration. To make life important requires certain effort, a certain understanding of life. Granted, our neighbors do not seem to be making much of importance out of living, and they probably think the same of us. At the same time, however, we know that the superficial kind of world in which we live, with its superficial attitudes and its inadequate cultural concepts, will not give us the encouragement or insight for a valuable life. This has to come out of ourselves. It has to come gradually from our own integration, our own conscious understanding of experience. Lao Tse, in his philosophy, gives us a very simple code, namely, man as a being is actually mostly superphysical. His body is merely an appendage. Actually, his whole life is an invisible experience. It is invisible in his feelings and thoughts. He can have affections, he cannot see them, but he can express them. He has thoughts, they are all invisible. He has dreams and aspirations that other men cannot see. He lives almost totally within himself, and wherever he does brush against externals, the experience is painful to him. Thus, with man having such a powerful internal life, this internal life must be ordered. It must be made into a leadership, the only leadership that can actually carry man along the course of his purposes. He cannot attain this leadership entirely on the basis of worldly education. It has to arise from certain maturing insight that develops within his own character. In mysticism, and particularly in Oriental mysticism, the individual always comes into conflict with concepts that are a little difficult for him to understand. When you tell a person that he has to remake his own life, that he has to get over the bad habits he has carefully cultivated for years, when you tell him that essential principles of his own temperament, which he has learned to cherish, are wrong, when you point out to him that his miseries are due, in large measure, to his own conduct, he gets very unhappy about the whole situation. He decides to go elsewhere for advice, to someone with a broader point of view. Actually, the real problem is, how are you going to take a person in midstream and reform him, especially against his own will? He may have a half-hearted wish that he might be better, but when you start to invite him to be better, it looks very much to him as though you are asking him to give up everything that he wants and to be everything that he does not want to be. The average individual has a very simple code. He wants to do exactly as he pleases. Any effort to prevent this is merely to frustrate him, and when you try to tell him that he should change his ways, he will look at you a little hopelessly. Even if he wanted to, he is perfectly aware in himself that he has not the strength to do it, that no matter what happens, he will ultimately fall back into doing the things that he wants to do, because that is where his libido is. That is where all his energy is. His energy follows his desires, and his convictions are at best only partly energized. Lao Tse realized this, and he also realized that nature did not make it miserably difficult to do right, and incredibly easy to do wrong. This is a concept that we have, but it is not founded in realities. Compromise is not the easy way. The individual who always does as he pleases is not following the easy course of life, because he is constantly multiplying difficulties that will take all his resources to resolve. Lao Tse, like all mystics, came to the one grand conclusion that the only way to reform is to relax. Instead of making reformation a stupendous project, the individual has to come finally to the realization that if he will relax into the state of being himself, and will not continue to present false appearances to his own consciousness, he will gradually arrive at the end that he desires. He will realize that adjustment is the easy way, not the difficult way, that this endless process of submitting to impulse the moment it arises in consciousness is not the easy way. It is not even a successful, lazy way. Lao Tse takes the attitude, which I think someday psychology will take, that the abnormal is not the norm, that the individual is not by nature a confused, miserable creature. He has to attain this by careful coaching of his own mistakes. He has to be wrongly educated. He must be indoctrinated continuously with ideas that are not valuable and not right, and he must be pressed on by the force of circumstances in order to remain miserable. The simple situation that Lao Tse points out is that man is naturally a human being, endowed with those values that will make him a friendly, happy, well-adjusted person. An individual is not divided between right and wrong, as we commonly think. He does not have to gird on the armor of righteousness and fight the good fight like Christian in Pilgrim's Progress. The trouble with him has been that he has been girding on all kinds of armor since the beginning of time and fighting the wrong fight. He has been much like poor old Don Quixote lancing windmills. This great, desperate, terrible struggle against evil has been magnified out of all proportion by Western theology. We are not born to fight the devil till the day we die. We are born simply with a situation that has to be understood, and either we gradually come to understand it or we suffer. Assuming that man is naturally good, then it is only necessary for him to be himself in order to be good. We must not change the basic energies in man, but the false concepts that result in the misuse of these energies. Ancient Chinese medicine, for example, assumed that health was normal. Today, we assume that health is abnormal and sickness is normal. In the psychological literature of today, we find books that advance the idea that man needs to have a bad temper. It is important to him. If he does not get angry occasionally, he is going to be sick, says the book. The truth of the matter is that if he is angry often enough, he is going to be sicker. This is not the answer, inasmuch as anger is not good to begin with. Therefore, whatever it produces cannot be ultimately good. Selfishness has never been good and never will be, although we are being taught today to be successfully selfish. About all we get out of it is ulcers, but we still have a lot of faith in the idea. Actually, no attitude that is essentially wrong can ever assist the individual to be essentially right. So instead of assuming that it is necessary for us to be abnormal in order to be successful, let us revise this thinking a little and admit that the principal reward for being abnormal is to be dead before we should be. The only rewards for doing things badly are rewards of pain, misery, and suffering. Buddha taught this, so did Lao Tse. So instead of taking the attitude that our superficial opinions must be served by the full nature of consciousness, the Chinese mystic was rather simple about the whole thing. He found great consolation in simply re-establishing a contact with nature, with universal realities, and thus making an effort, once more, to break through the little walls of human enterprise and visualize the eternal enterprise with which man is associated. In Chinese art, therefore, you will find great numbers of paintings of kindly old scholars, or poets or philosophers, sitting in their little cabins on the sides of mountains, or meditating by the bank of a river, or like our lone traveler, gazing out along the path of a journey that leads beyond the stars. These elderly gentlemen follow good Taoist, and also Buddhist practice, namely the realization that man has two patterns of responsibilities, which he must keep at the same time. One pattern involves those burdens, debts, or obligations which the individual has lawfully contracted in life. If he has raised a family, he must provide for that family. He must do those things that are proper and reasonable. But he must also look out toward the mountains. He must begin to sense his relationship to infinities. He can go out on the side of the hill, sit down and look across the valley, with perhaps a little lake or a river between, with small ships, their sails against a misty sky. Or at night, he can gaze into the heavens lighted by countless flames, and he can gradually begin to allow the universe to move back into his awareness, where it should always have been. If we were doing this, we could say to ourselves, as I look out to these stars and I see these lights flaming in the sky, I wonder how much they are concerned with who is assemblyman from the 6th precinct. I wonder if these stars beckon in amazement when we have a special sale of local merchandise. I wonder if there is any place among these stars for bargain hunting. We might wonder also whether these stars twinkle their disapproval if we fail to be extravagant. These questions we can answer only if we just get out there and relax, and after we have relaxed a little while, perhaps we feel like the lone traveler. Perhaps we will realize that we have made a great deal out of things that were not much to start with, and that we have, in this process, lost all the values that we might have found. Values come across bridges of contentment. They are not found in endless discords. Values represent understanding, and the individual actually striving to know more and to feel better. There is so little time for this in our way of life, yet there is plenty of time to waste. We are confronted today with what may become another major catastrophe in our national life, and that is this incessant determination to cut working hours. Most people want them cut. They would like not to work at all. But as we cut these hours of labor, what do we put in place of this labor? What do we do except give the individual more time for his own discontent? What have we solved? Can we demonstrate that these people who are going to work only 5 or 6 hours a day will immediately take those other 2 hours and use them for self-improvement? Have we any reasonable hope that this will be true? We will only have more spending in those hours because we have associated all pleasure with spending. These things continue to present us with problems, and as a nation, as families, as individuals, we are not solving these problems. We drift along with them, and, of course, our complaints are gradually silenced as one by one the generation goes to sleep, and the future generation has no opportunity to really receive the benefit of the experience that went before it. So perhaps we should go out again and sit by the side of the hill and try to work this problem out in terms of our relationship with infinite existence itself. If we do not make some relationship with life and eternity, we are not going to have much pleasure here and now. And sitting there on the side of the mountain, looking out across the vistas of space, certain things can happen to us, and we can begin to understand something of Chinese philosophy. In the Chinese doctrine, there are two forces constantly operating in space, the yang and the yin. The yang is the principle of continual and eternal bestowal. It is forever giving. The yin is forever accepting. Therefore, the life of the individual is a process of learning how to give and how to receive. It is a process of learning how to accept that which descends from superiors, and how in turn to bestow that which we are and that which we have. This struggle to accept and to give locks most people in a terrible emergency. We do not understand or appreciate the laws of gracious acceptance and gracious giving. These two principles, instead of being happy expressions of our lives, become problems in our psychic existence. The simple basic rules governing life now hurt us because we have not learned to understand them. We have not learned to obey them or to accept their meaning. To be a Taoist in our time, then, is to begin to realize that each person is a complete self-sustaining entity. In spite of pressures, in spite of the high cost of living, our destiny is almost completely in our own hands. This means that each person has to solve his own life, and he must do this in terms of enriching it, of making it useful, valuable, and acceptable to himself. If he is satisfied with a very poor life, then he must expect the consequences of this psychic poverty. Very few people want to be dull. They simply attain this state by not trying to be anything else. Most people do not really want to complain, yet they find complaint practically their only self-expression. They do not want to be ignorant, but it is very easy to assume that nobody knows anyway, therefore all effort to learn is a waste of time. One by one, disillusionments move in upon us, until it is difficult to maintain a point of view that is adequate to our psychological requirements. On this basis, we can try to work out a program of life that will make things better for us. First of all, we have to realize that all inevitables are unchangeable, that there are factors and forces in life which we cannot change, and which we must learn to accept. In these instances, we follow the yin quality. As the earth accepts the light of the sun, so the wise man must accept the light of heaven. He must acknowledge that these basic acceptances come first in his own consciousness. Each individual must accept common responsibility with other people and accept the results of his own action. He lives under a pattern of laws that he must regard as inevitable in his time. Therefore, his problem is not to break law, but to live even better than the law requires. But these laws do not have to burden him, because if they are reasonably correct, they also represent processes that he knows to be necessary. Thus, he can relax away from a great many of these inconsistencies, and he can learn to be receptive to inevitables. This in itself is a great source of relaxation. What are the inevitables that we must accept? These inevitables, for example, involve human relationships. Human relationships cannot be enduring. The law of nature does not permit relationships to go on forever. Therefore, foreverness cannot and must not be the element necessary to happiness. Relationships of individuals are transitory, some more than others. But when we try to cling to that which is gone, we only make ourselves miserable. When we force relationships, we hurt ourselves. Nature, therefore, sets up patterns of meeting and departing. We must live by these acceptances. Some of the worst neuroses arise in people who cannot accept changes in relationships. They simply cannot allow a child to grow up. They cannot allow a son to marry according to his own convictions. They cannot allow any of the things that they think make them happy to be changed by the eternal motion of things. Yet everything must change, and happiness arises in the individual who is not unhappy because things change. If we demand any kind of a basic personal requirement to happiness, we will never be happy. The man who says, "I will be happy when I finish this job," is not happy when the job is done. The individual who says, "When I reach a certain age, I will retire and enjoy myself," finds himself bored to death. The person who says, "When I have my 10th million, I will stop," never stops, and today generally ends up with a federal indictment. There is no rest or end in these things. The individual should not say to himself, "When I get what I want, I will be happy." The man sitting out on the side of the hill says, "When I do exactly what Tao requires, then I will be happy. When I learn to accept life without forcing my own determination upon it, then I can live, but as long as life has to be exactly what I demand it to be, I cannot be happy and never will be." These things apply not only to our possessions, but also to attitudes. A person whose attitudes are not those of generous acceptance will always be a psychological problem to himself and other people. The moment our attitudes become fixed, they are as dangerous as our possessions. When we develop attitude habit patterns, we create misery for all concerned. An individual who permits suspicion to dominate his thinking ruins his own life. His suspicions produce nothing for him, because Tao does not want us to be suspicious. If we are jealous, we accomplish the same malignancy in ourselves, because this is not the way of heaven. If we are stubborn, this is again not the way of heaven. Heaven is constantly moving, bestowing, and accepting, and we must be the same. If we become too addicted to any policy, if we make too much of our own opinions, if we try to force our notions upon others, if we become locked in orthodoxies or prejudices, we are violating the law of heaven. For heaven wants the individual to move graciously, lovingly, and kindly, with deep appreciation for the problems of others, but never, under any condition, attempting to gain his own ends by destroying, disillusioning, or hurting other people. So wherever man relaxes and accepts life as a beautiful mystery, he begins to experience happiness. But while he remains tension-bound in his own desperate determination to achieve a victory over life, he is in trouble. No one can be victorious over Tao, for Tao is forever the victor. And it is this strange victory that in itself seems so amazing to us. We look out into the vistas of space, and we do not sense out there some terrible policing power. We do not have the feeling that eternity stands with a blazing sword to cut us down if we disobey. This great mystery of things that surrounds us simply fulfills its own purposes quietly. It rises against no man, it turns its hand against no man. It simply goes on its own eternal way, a way that is eternally right. And this law by which it operates is not simply a machine, although it may almost seem to be that at times. This law is infinitely sensitive, tremendously gentle, wise, kind, and at the same time strong. Most creatures never rise in opposition against this law. We have no evidence whatever that planets resist the laws that govern them. We have no reason to doubt that the sun is adjusted to its own parent cause. Out in space, everything seems to be moving by an acceptance. It does what it is primarily required to do. There do not seem to be any fretful stars or discontented comets. They do things they are fashioned to achieve. Only man, having the peculiar state of mentation within himself, seems to live in the objective case. He is constantly determined to question, to doubt, to deny. He wishes for some reason to impose his own uncertainties upon space. He looks out into this great machinery and will not rest until he finds both a god and a devil there. He has to make these modifications. He has to assume that there is stress in space because there is stress in himself. But when he relaxes, his own stress ceases, and the space stress fades away. Taoism is based upon the simple facts that these laws, these basic principles, are adequate and that they protect everything that is created. By these principles, we were created. By the bounty of these principles, we exist. By the tolerance and temperance of these principles, we make our mistakes and still survive. Everything in nature seems to fit into a kindly conspiracy of all things to work together for some vast good that is difficult for us to comprehend. As lone wanderers in this world, we will sometime experience the need to take this quiet view toward life. Taoism also points out that some activities in life are much more Taoist than others. When we begin to admit that there is in space something gracious and beautiful and wonderful, we also begin to realize that this wonder is in everything that space fashions, that all great and noble works of man and nature are built upon these principles and upon these laws. Thus, in the cultivation of our internal maturity, we begin to turn our attention from those things that are profitable in the material sense to those things that are satisfying in terms of soul consciousness. We find that there is much more to be gained from the quiet reading of a good book of poems than from arguing with a neighbor. We realize also that the contemplation of a beautiful picture is much more valuable and useful to us than the careful perpetuation of a fragment of choice gossip. We gradually learn the importance of creativity and find that if we can fashion and make things, even if it is only some simple little object, this is better for us than to spend time tearing down the reputation of someone against whom we have developed a strong hatred. Always in Taoism, creativity, experience of appreciation, acceptance into ourselves of beauty, truth, and graciousness. These things are far more important than the perpetuation of feuds, than grief over loss, fear of the future, or worry about the pressures of the day. If we can find creative outlet, or even contemplative activity, we gain not only a certain mental liberation from our negative habits, but something begins to awaken in us. For out of all beauty, man begins to discover the principle of beauty. Out of the constant contact with the graciousness of great achievement, he begins to realize that the proof of true nobility is that the individual himself is a superior person in the quality of his understanding. All the way through life, we find tremendous time exhausted in the perpetuation of grievance. Some people cannot get over their regrets and live with them for 30, 40, or 50 years. Others say, yes, I can get over my long regrets, but I can't get over my immediate antagonisms. These antagonisms flash up in us, regardless of what our intentions may be. Somebody appears to, or actually does, cause us some injury or some unhappiness, and we feel inevitably impelled to snap back, or we wish that we had, which can be about as bad. If, however, we have really begun to cultivate an insight into value, we will not feel like doing this. We will try, rather, to understand this other person's difficult relationships with space also. We will learn to appreciate that the individual is his own worst enemy, that it is not necessary for any individual to be an enemy to anyone. Nature, in its own way, penalizes those who make mistakes, but it does so wisely and seldom beyond the capacity of the person to accept the correction. But when others move in upon nature and try to take over, then everyone is a little the worse for the pressures that result. I believe that it is perfectly possible to start with small children and point out to them that the most valuable experience of their lives is this experience of being friendly with themselves in their own hearts. This experience of learning to know a little more of life by feeling about life. And as we grow older and problems become a little more stressful, this ability to set aside moments for the quiet contemplation of our place in eternity becomes more and more important. Actually, our whole journey through life is aimed at the rediscovery of our true place in space. We must somehow restore ourselves to that lost citizenship of which, according to some scriptures, we were deprived by original sin. Whatever was the cause, man is, in some way, a kind of lost creature. He is lost in an area where there is nothing but God, and this is the strangest part of it. He is not lost on the outskirts of some inferno, but in the midst of a universe in which nothing can be lost. The only reason he is lost is because he believes that he is. He is never any further from eternity or from God than at any other time. Even his mistakes do not take God away from him. Rather, he himself departs from an acceptance of God. The reason why divine power is not immediately available to all men is only the wall that men themselves build around it. They have not the skill or understanding to simply relax and allow the infinite life that is infinitely here to have its perfect work in them. They build barriers of individuality and personality, of attitudes and purposes and convictions, and then they live behind these walls, trying to shut themselves out from an infinite and inevitable reality. Yet the very energy with which they create the barrier is itself part of the divine energy which is moving in space. As a traveler along the way, we can see that the road we are walking is merely a road through space. The great values never have become less, but we have created great fronts or foregrounds in which we seem to see the near as more important than the great. Little by little, we have locked ourselves into districts and areas, locked ourselves into the problems of real estate and mortgages, but we are still in a world in which values are eternal. We can buy and sell property till the end of time, but the land belongs only to the Lord, and no one else will ever actually own it. Certainly we can buy it, get a deed for it, and sell it to someone else who will also buy it and get a deed for it and sell it to someone else, but we are never going to own it. Actually, we cannot even own a painting or a beautiful flower. We can share with its life, and we may be able to pay a little for more intimate association with that life. We may be able to buy that beautiful painting, and it may be a great joy to us. And as soon as we are dead, our children will sell it because they cannot tolerate it. But regardless of this, it will again be bought by someone who loves it, and so it will go on in the keeping of people who love it. But what are they actually buying? They are buying something that can never be theirs, something for which, at best, they can only serve as custodians. That beautiful painting has been bought 100 times before. It has belonged to 100 previous owners who have loved it and have passed it on. So we may be one of those owners, but the painting will never belong to us, except in the sense of stewardship. Our great responsibility is to pass it on in as good condition as it came to us. It is the same with everything in life. We do not own anything. We cannot. Our checkbook can tell us that we seem to own things, but actually, everything in the universe belongs to itself. The earth belongs to the earth, the stars belong to the stars, and the human soul belongs to the human soul. And all these other values that we try to create are like slavery. We try to force our ownership upon other human beings, and it fails. Everything that is false must fail. We must relax to these things. Whether we own 1 or 10 is not too important. The point is to enjoy the richness of the experience of sharing, or enjoying for a time that which must always belong to itself, whether it be a painting or our own children. If we get the right attitudes toward these things, our tensions are lowered and life becomes much easier. So we can take our pilgrim staff and start out across the world, and as we travel, we can see either the houses or the towns. We can take the attitude of Plato, who advised men to climb up onto a mountain and look down at the whole village, or we can take the attitude of Aristotle, who thought it was better to walk through the streets and become aware of the intimate things, but perhaps never realize the proportion of the town itself. We can look out upon space and see all the things that men have built, or we can look out into space and see all those values that were here before men came and will be here after the last man goes. We can, if we wish, think of ourselves as builders of destiny, as formers of empires, and then read history and see how our toys fell apart. Or we can simply recognize this as a garden, a road, a pleasant place along the way of our journey, where we can pause to refresh ourselves and share in certain pleasures, and then go on. It is much like the caravan routes of ancient Asia, the roads that lead across the mountains and the valleys. These caravan roads existed to enable men to transport merchandise, but they also became the carriers of culture and the custodians of knowledge of the 2 great worlds separated by deserts and jungles. We are all on this kind of road, and it is very important that we get a good attitude about it. We must realize that we are never really going to be one with this road, in the sense that we will never really understand it. We will never actually be one with anyone whom we meet along this road. We cannot ever own the flower that grows there. We can pause for a moment and admire it, and carry a memory of beauty as we go on, but we cannot stop. Everywhere, this road leads on. A strange, inevitable pressure forces us to this road, which leads not only to the horizon, but upward and onward beyond the stars. Where this road goes, we do not know, but we are all traveling this road together. In this journey, we have the companionship of an infinite multitude with the same essential and inevitable procedure as ourselves. We are united with everything that lives because it was born as we were, because it is living with the same forces and energies that we have. Therefore, we have many things in common. We also have in common the tremendous conviction that beyond that sleep of death, there is another life. These things we count upon, we believe them. Yet in the presence of these great values that we have in common, how can we labor continuously in misunderstanding and discord? How can we impose upon each other, exploit each other, commit crimes against each other, when actually we are all simply travelers going from nowhere to nowhere, or from everywhere to everywhere? All of us must make the same journey along a simple road, and each of us, in his own way, is striving to find the answer to that journey and trying to make the journey as happy and valuable as possible. With these tremendous things in common, why do we not understand each other? Why do we have to wage war? Why do we engage in all these misunderstandings of selfishness and ambition? Lao Tse was of the opinion that the reason we do all these things is that we have never really learned how to soak up a sunset or see the beauty of things around us. We have never been able to sit down quietly and love life and feel in our own hearts a gentle sense of kinship with the bird and the flower. Instead, we have lived this strange, tense, artificial, separated existence which began sometime long ago when we built cities and towns and moved away from the countryside, when we lost that contact with the earth that belonged to our remote agrarian forebears. And with this loss of naturalness, we have also lost health and peace of soul. We live a brittle existence, suffering from day to day, hurting and being hurt, in a universe where none of this is necessary. So instead of thinking ourselves as peculiar creatures entitled to special privileges and settling down here as though this were our home for all eternity, let us accept the Taoist symbolism that we are just lone travelers. We can be friendly and we can have friends, but we are still alone, and in this loneliness we are seeking a reality which alone can bring peace and comfort to our hearts. Sometimes a flash of this reality is shared through another person. Perhaps from the words of Lao Tse himself, the thoughtful of 100 generations will gain inspiration and courage. Perhaps from the simple ministry of Jesus, millions of persons have found a peace that could never otherwise have been theirs. Perhaps we can do something for each other, but all we can really do is give a little hope, a little sense of faith that there is something to find, something worthwhile, something more beautiful than the pressures and sorrows of the day. When we have this kind of thinking, we will no longer enjoy nagging people or be happy about the fact that we have had a brilliant victory over some miserable adversary. We will begin to think in terms of the eternal victory of beauty and truth over darkness and ignorance. As we travel along this road toward that which is beyond, we also envision in some way what we think is beyond. We want to know where this lone traveler hopes finally to find rest. But perhaps the lone traveler is no longer burdened with the concept that heaven must be rest. To us, heaven is rest because we are weary, and we are weary because we are constantly making trouble for ourselves and each other. If we stopped doing this, perhaps we would not get tired. Perhaps the universe is just really full of fun. Perhaps it is a wonderful place where no one really wants to rest except those who have beaten each other to a pulp. So if we stop doing these things to each other, perhaps we will not want rest anymore. Perhaps it is much more interesting and wonderful to go on and to see the landscapes that lie beyond the present mountains. Perhaps when we get to the stars, we can look out upon still greater fields where we shall see universes spread around us. We do not know exactly what may be there, but we have a very profound belief that as we get nearer and nearer to the infinite insight, the infinite being, the infinite purpose, we will come to happiness. We will come to peace of soul and peace of heart and mind. Some believe that when we get there, we will go to sleep forever in infinite consciousness. Olive believe that we will keep on knowing forever, according to Talkie Flag's new and more wonderful insight, that we will find that in understanding God and life, we come to heaven, that heaven is really understanding, and hell is misunderstanding. In a universe of understanding, perhaps all weariness will vanish, and instead of slowly plodding our way over the mountains, like our lone traveler in the picture, we shall float, as it were, from space to space, carried only by the graciousness of our own desire to live and to learn and to grow. These changes may come, but whatever lies beyond must also lie above the level of our present understanding. What we are really searching for is to find the reality of things, to find the presence of God in ourselves, and to find our own place in the infinite plan of things. When we achieve this, then we can obey and keep the law, and we can accept the truth into our own consciousness and abide by it. We are far as yet from these infinites, and we have other, more immediate things to do. The most immediate of these is to come into the experience of a gracious, accepting kind of life. In this kind of life, the mere fulfillment of desire that we call happiness no longer dominates our purposes, for we have found a larger happiness, a greater and deeper one, in fulfilling the desire of truth itself. Out of our searching, as Lao Tse points out, we come in the end to a universe that is a magnificent, brilliant exposition of the dynamic simplicity of natural goodness. Everything is right, everything is wonderful in its own rightness, and this rightness is as tender as the tiniest thing that lives, and as strong as the motion of cosmos itself. If we can experience something of this rightness, a little more of it every day, we will gradually come to a good life. We will find that our journey through space is taking us to happiness and peacefulness, and to the realization that we live in our Father's house, where there are good laws and infinite wisdom, love, wisdom, and strength. Take, for example, the alchemical symbolism of the unicorn. Out of fabulous antiquity has descended an account of a weird animal differing from any creature familiar to man. It was shaped like a horse, but had a cloven hoof. On its forehead grew a long, slender horn of twisted gold. The tail of the unicorn was similar to that of a lion, and its mane was of spun silver. It lived alone in remote parts of the mountains, and there was but one alive at a time. It endured for many ages, and permitted itself to be seen at certain intervals. The unicorn of European mysticism is the Qilin of the Chinese, the lion horse with a single horn, a fabled animal that announced the birth of Confucius. How does it happen that two races dwelling on opposite sides of the earth should share a belief in this mythological creature? How beautifully the story of the unicorn fulfills the purpose of the ancient priests who devised it. Medieval zoologists frequently included the unicorn as an actually existing animal, assigning as its habitation some little-known and inaccessible place, such as the Sahara Desert. The museums of Europe include in their collections several drinking goblets that belong to feudal princes, which are reported to have been shaped from the horns of unicorns. Men wanted to believe that the fable was true, therefore to them, it was true. There was no mystery to the unicorn. It was merely a rare creature, one that found its way into the heraldry of many nations and families who bore the symbol, but never sensed the meaning. The modern world gave considerable debate to this fantastic creature. One modern school decided that the unicorn was a highly glorified rhinoceros, that the single horn peculiar to this animal had given rise to a strange story in the disordered minds of primitive people. Still, the symbolism was preserved, and the modern scientist was happy at having solved the mystery to his own satisfaction. The alchemical book of Lambspring gives the key to the real meaning. The unicorn, with its one golden horn and living alone, is the human soul dwelling far distant in the impenetrable forest of the senses, compounded from the numerous aspects of the anima itself. This white horse with a horn is a proper symbol for the most profound meditation. There is no way to tell its story to the foolish, nor is there any way in which its mystery can be concealed from the thoughtful. No man can describe the soul in direct and simple words. It is a subjective experience. But each man may restore for himself a certain pattern of the soul by meditating upon the appearance and temperament of this strangely docile animal, described by Basil Valentine as so shy that it runs before the hunter can reach it, so wise that it can never be captured in any net devised by man. A symbol of the soul must likewise be a symbol of soul power. The golden horn, never used to injure any creature but around which the knight-errant tied the silken scarf, is the power of concentration, the one-pointedness of the soul, the harmless strength of truth. But how could this be explained to men who would prize the unicorn's horn as a wine goblet? Whoever the initiated guildsman was who first fashioned that horn into a beaker undoubtedly was acquainted with the mystery, for if there possibly could be devised a vessel to hold the mystic wine of the Feast of Cana, it would be the unicorn's horn. And so the mystery grows, each part fitting into the rest, each circumstance conveying an inference that literal words can only crucify and destroy. As the soul must be sought in the farthermost and the innermost intricacies of our lives, so truth will be found hidden in the mystery of symbols. Symbolism is the old appointed way of telling the story. The universe is the first symbol, man, the most perfect symbol, and truth, the hidden reality behind all symbols. Mystics who are said to follow the cycle of the quest based upon a search for something lost or hidden all belong to the symbolism of pilgrimage. Truth is viewed as separated from man by a strange, intangible sense of distance, a space of time or place that must be crossed. But it is a distance of becoming, a search for that which is farthest from the known, but nearest to the self. It is indeed a foolish mortal who mistakes spiritual distances for material intervals or permits himself to dream of reality in terms of place. Alchemy is devoted to the quest of three hidden truths, which are three concealments of one truth. The first of the veils is the transmutation of metals, the second the discovery of a universal medicine, and the third the creation of the elixir of conscious immortality. In an old manuscript left behind by some unknown writer of the 17th century, a mystic alchemist sounds the note of warning, "Woe, woe, woe unto the gold makers." This is the burden of all alchemical writings. The fables are told, but woe to him who accepts them as the substance of the doctrine. They are but the shadow, the substance lies beyond. To the modern truth seeker, alchemy conveys the light of another facet of the philosophical diamond. It gives further instruction in the mystery of the search for the self. But first must come the mystery of the metals. There are two kinds of metals, the earthly metals and the philosophical metals. There is a gold that is mined from the earth, and there is a philosophical gold that is mined from the air. There is a mercury which falls from the rock, and a philosophical mercury that abides as a vapor in space. There is mortal iron and immortal iron. There is a tin in the earth, and a tin in the heavens, a copper that corrodes, and a copper that is incorruptible. There is a lead that is heavy, and a lead that has no weight at all. Words can but imply the meaning, for in alchemy, as in Oriental mysticism, we are dealing with wordless principles and nameless facts. But dimly we may perceive or sense the majesty of the concept. Omar Khayyam knew the secret of the metals when he wrote, "The vine had struck a fiber, which a boutif clings my being. Let the Sufi flout of my base metal may be filed a key that shall unlock the door he howls without." The mystery of the metals is the mystery of the recognition of the twofold nature of all consciousness, all form, and all thought. When the alchemist wrote, "You shall take one part of the philosophical iron and add thereto 3 parts of the philosophical mercury, and be sure that they have been properly distilled and augmented," he was using his own quaint, picturesque terminology to convey a truly transcendental secret. Those searching for the mystery of the inner life can use in their quest only the higher and most attenuated faculties of sense and thought. The ordinary human mind is of very little service, the human emotions of very little good. We must seek within and find the spiritual powers of the mind, the spiritual powers of the heart, and the spiritual powers of the hand. In other words, we must use only the spirit of the metals. It is useless to bring only the mortal perceptions and the mortal limitations to bear upon the problems of the immortal self. Our physical experiences are not enough, they must be distilled and augmented. Our physical education is not enough, it is but a base shadow of something greater. Our thoughts, our sciences, our emotions, our arts, our actions, our crafts, are mortal and physical symbols of immortal powers. We must read all the symbols, we must seek all the shadows. This is the beginning of alchemy, that we shall discover our every word and deed to be but symbols, our hopes and aspirations only fables, our histories and traditions merely legends. All that we know, like the symbol of the unicorn, is an indication of that which lies within. The almost inconceivable reality beyond all our experience and all our knowledge is an essential subject for our meditation. It must be a very sane and gentle meditation. It must not lead off into absurdities, but lead inward toward reality. Of all the fables in all the world, we ourselves are the most fantastic. We are a creature stranger than any sphinx or chimera. The sphinx has the head of a man, the body of a lion, but what of man himself? He has the spirit of a god, the soul of a mortal, the body of an animal. He has dreams of space, the longings of the air, and the motions of the cosmos, yet he is bound down like some Gulliver chained by Lilliputians. He is, of all creatures, the most mysterious composite monster that dream ever fashioned. In the ancient temple of Serapis at Alexandria stood a gigantic image of the weeping god. His body was fashioned out of the twigs and branches of trees, his hair was grass and grain, his eyes were precious stones, his garments were made of metal, and his body was overcloaked in the skins of animals. He was crowned with the feathers of birds, flowers bloomed in his hands, and insects gathered honey from his mantle. This weeping god, upon whose headlight shone down through the open roof of the temple, is man himself, the symbol of all nature, who bears within him all questions and all answers. Thus we learn from the story of alchemy that each must gather the elixir from all the lives that make up mankind, and compound therefrom the elixir of his own life. From all the secrets that are man, shall be fashioned the secret power that shall save man. Retrospection. Retrospection is one of the best known of all philosophical disciplines, the Pythagorean exercise of retrospection. It is recorded that the members of the famous school of Cortona practiced a daily retrospection according to a formula laid down by the great master himself. Retrospection is the mental process of reliving in reverse order the incidents of the day. The purpose of retrospection is to discover the moral weight of action. The average person passing through the experiences of daily living is only partly aware of the significance of passing events. Some of the most valuable lessons go unnoticed. Failure to heed and observe, failure to discriminate and place right emphasis, and most of all, failure to be thoughtful. All these shortcomings deprive the consciousness of the experience of action. The result is that much valuable time is wasted. By means of retrospection, we may live again the incidents which have occurred. We may view them impartially. We may read our own actions as from a book. It is possible to see in greater perspective the intimate relationship between cause and effect. The practice of retrospection offers certain advantages, if properly understood. But like most esoteric exercises, it has been gravely misunderstood by most of those who have attempted to use it. It is the natural purpose of the universe to keep the attention of man focused directly upon that hypothetical division of time which we call now. It is written in the scriptures, now is the accepted time, present action is the focusing of all the accomplishments and propensities of consciousness upon the problem of the moment. The now eternally is drawing out of man his resourcefulness, his courage, his integrity, and his understanding. A man working with the present problem is gaining much more of soul growth than can be achieved by dreaming of unborn tomorrows or moping over dead yesterdays. When we become very wise so that we are untroubled by memories and are unmoved by repining, we then may find profit in the contemplation of our own misdeeds. Until such time as we have gained this philosophical equilibrium, too much retrospection is likely to prove harmful. There is a certain fatalism about the past, and so little can be done to unmake or remake that which already has occurred. As we have done. We may desire heartily and sincerely to take back the hasty words we have spoken them to the air, and the winds carry them far beyond our reach. We never can bring them back. The kindly deed we might have performed is useless now. The occasion came and went. Performed tomorrow, it will be useless. The opportunity for experience which was offered and which we overlooked has passed on to others. We cannot lure it back. All we can do is settle back in the midst of our realization of failure and disappointment, discouraged by the helplessness and hopelessness of our miserable state. This negative attitude robs us in a very subtle way of a certain vitality. Realization is not a discipline of repentance, it is a positive statement of conviction. Retrospection arises in all instances where the element of forgiveness of sin is present in a religious system. Here there is some compromise of basic integrity. If the human being believes that there is any escape from the consequences of action, the standard of living will be compromised. Thoughtfulness must come first, not afterwards. A little wisdom is more precious than an ocean of repentance. To do what is right first is to be wise, and so it is the first duty of the truth seeker to search for the right. Having performed an action according to the noblest standard of consciousness, there is no cause for regret. If a mistake has been made, universal law will reveal it through karma. There should be thoughtfulness, but not overemphasis upon the daily process of living. Often there is conflict between the larger vision and the smaller vision. I know individuals who have been possessed by regret and remorse for the greater part of a lifetime. Such persons sing their vices, but never have found their virtues. If the retrospection can be performed without any personal involvement, without any sense that the incidents are occurring to ourselves, the retrospection becomes philosophically useful. We should see not the weaknesses of ourselves, but the strength of the law. We should not see ourselves as poor mortal sinners forever wrestling with the hosts of evil like Jacob with the angel, but rather we should see law molding us eternally into the shape and purpose of its own reality. Throughout the whole world of belief, men are trying through their doctrines and their dogmas to save themselves. Through prayer and fasting, through rituals and dogmas, with candles and pixhides, self-centered mortals are bending to the task of saving themselves. Through self-depreciation, through self-denial, with flagellation and austerity, with gifts and offerings, the rich and the poor, the humble and the great are seeking divine favor, always for the same reason, always inspired by the same fundamental motive, self-preservation. The soul must be saved, and strangely enough, the salvation of an immortal principle is made to depend upon the ill-founded opinions of a frail and mortal part, the human personality. Men meditate to save themselves, and they practice retrospection to save themselves. Always they are thinking of the self, always plotting and planning for the self. The lay disciple, falling into one of these pitfalls of the way, comes inevitably to the dual conclusion that not only is he worth saving, but that he is in dire and constant danger of being lost. In this wild game of saving and losing, of being redeemed and then relapsing, the beauty and nobility of living, it is the purpose of realization that consciousness shall flow away from the personality toward identification with law and reality. Posit the real, not the unreal. This is not a platitude, but a great spiritual truth. This parable, which originated somewhere in Northern Asia and traveled far to be incorporated in the Christian traditions, is a statement of realization. It is applicable to the daily life of each disciple. By it we should judge others, and by the same rule we should judge ourselves. This does not mean that we should continue to cultivate old faults, but rather that we should strive to cultivate universal virtues. We should not excuse our own mistakes, but rather we should see through them and realize that they bear witness to a failure of adjustment between personal and universal understanding. We should not try to correct faults one by one, but rather with single-pointedness search for the one realization and the one truth that in itself corrects all faults. Retrospection is serviceable if through the aid of it we come closer to the one. But if we are not more aware of good because of the exercise, then the exercise is not good for us. Any discipline that makes us feel our own inferiority is as wrong as one which makes us feel our own superiority. Man is neither great nor small. He is a channel through which eternal principle is flowing. He may think he is great, and then he truly is small. He may think he is small, and then, perhaps he is great. But knowing he is a witness to a greatness that is not his own, which abides forever in the innermost and the furthermost, he is a sage established in reality. If the retrospection appears to the consciousness as a practical method of growing, it may be practiced sparingly, but it should never become a crutch or an escape mechanism, should never be thought of as a compensation for action or inaction. If practiced at all, it should be keyed to the realization of works. Through observation and attention, we should become more aware of the workings of universals through us and in us. If this is possible through retrospection, and the mind can protect itself from the processes so often associated with the discipline, then the effects can be beneficial. The traditions of alchemy refer frequently to a mysterious order of adepts. It was believed of them that they possessed a complete knowledge of the mysterious elixir of life, could travel about the world appearing and disappearing at will, communicating their secrets to such as they deemed worthy. These adepts carried with them the powder of projection, which they called the red lion. A few grains of the red lion dropped upon a molten mass of crude metal would cause its instantaneous transmutation into the finest gold. According to one account, the powder of projection could transmute 100,000 times its own weight. This same powder dissolved in wine was the philosophic elixir, the universal medicine against all corruptions of the flesh. According to von Welling, a minute particle of this red lion, if placed on the surface of water, would begin to revolve violently, passing through all the changes and periods which occur in the formation of a solar system. In the majority of cases, those alchemists who claimed to possess the powder of projection had received either the powder or the formula for its preparation from one of the nameless adepts. It is not, therefore, difficult to understand the veneration in which the invisible brothers were held. The great number of stories circulated describe the curious circumstances under which the adepts revealed their secrets. Undoubtedly, this is true that advanced alchemists found no knowledge of the universal mystery did wander about medieval Europe, but the accounts of the adepts, like the story of the unicorn, were philosophic fables to divide the unwary into holding false opinions regarding the alchemical operations. The adept is the self, the divine principle that manifests within the human personality, the reality Self-unfoldment by disciplines of realization. All discipline must be effortless yet actual. It is rather an inward realization of right, which transmutes the whole nature into the likeness of truth. Growth is natural to man. No one thinks of a flower trying to bloom or of a tree trying to grow. The blossoming of the flower is a manifestation of universal law flowing through the plant. It is the will of the infinite made manifest in the finite. Illumination is the blossoming of the soul in man. It is just as natural, simple, and inevitable as the flowering of the rose. The wise man does not try to be wise. Wisdom is as natural to him as folly is common to ordinary mortals. Man does not have to try to be himself. Effort is evidence of inconsistency in the individual. Most religious organizations impose strict rules and regulations upon their members. These rules and regulations consist principally of thou shalt nots, the purpose being to force man into a state of grace by inhibiting and limiting him. Any individual who tries to crush out with brute force of will the vices within himself achieves only inhibition and neurosis. When through realization we come to understand the divine energy that causes us to exist and grow, we cease to impede its natural flow in and through ourselves. When through realization we become aware of this divine virtue within ourselves, our inner nature is enlightened, with the result that our outer nature inevitably is transmuted. Metaphysical disciplines should not be directed toward material ends. The true mystic does not meditate or concentrate in an effort to attract to himself the things of the material world, nor does he attempt to find in meditation an escape from the responsibilities or problems of his objective life. This does not mean, however, that metaphysical disciplines produce no physical result. When a man puts his inner life in order through meditation and realization, the result is a happier and better physical existence. In Zen Buddhism, the way of illumination is called the gateless gate. The Taoists of China describe it as the effortless effort. If you can be taught the philosophical life that is the effortless way to grow, you will have been established in the foundations of wisdom. If this book can reveal in some way, through the insufficient medium of words, the wordless truth that being wise is the most simple and natural state of the evolved man, a great and permanent good will be yours. The Chinese goddess Kuan Yin, the Lady of Mercy, is depicted robed in flowing garments which are, to the Buddhist mind, symbolical of the cosmic pattern of life. Existence is really a pattern flowing toward the real, a motion in space, a flowing of all life toward wisdom and truth. Metaphysical disciplines are not to be regarded as competitive exercises in which one vies with another in the magnitude of his imaginings or yearns toward some metaphysical aristocracy. All metaphysical exercises worthy of the name are an unfolding of self into the light of virtue, beauty, and wisdom. The illustration for this lesson is taken from the Zen school of Chinese art. It is the lone traveler, a solitary monk, standing on the edge of a great cliff gazing out into the mist. Far beyond rise dimly the shadows of high mountains in ageless contrast to gnarled and broken trees in the foreground. Much has been said of the loneliness of wisdom and how the truth seeker becomes a pilgrim wandering from star to star. To the ignorant, the wise man is lonely because he abides in distant heights of the mind. But the wise man himself does not feel lonely. Wisdom brings him nearer to life, closer to the heart of the world than the foolish man can ever be. The pilgrim, staff in hand, stands on the brink of the sensory sphere. He faces out toward the shadowy forms of the distant mountains, symbols of the great spiritual truths which always lie beyond, between the sea, the gulf of Maya. The wise man, gazing off into space, sees not an emptiness, but a space full of life, truth, and law. A metaphysical student who tries to be more than he is can be very lonely. Only a part of him has gone forward. He has renounced old attachments, but he has not grown up to new ideals. He has renounced material things, but he has not outgrown them. He clings to a little of ignorance and strives for a little of truth. Such a man is lonely and miserable. Space around him is still a void, for he has not realized the immanence of truth. In terms of realization, truth is the cosmic fact, and that fact is the most beautiful, the most noble, the most gentle, the most wise, the most desirable of all things. This truth is not merely a word that can be defined, but it is a sufficiency toward which man grows. It is the absolute law that abides in the farthermost and the innermost. It is all sufficient to the wise man. Only the real can perceive or value the real. The ancient masters have told us that illumination, the final reward of discipline, comes suddenly, when no man knoweth. At the end of the path is that state desired of all men. It is impossible to say when illumination will come to any individual. It may come tomorrow, or it may come after 10,000 lives, but discipline inevitably will bring closer this day of liberation. Metaphysics promises man freedom, security, and wisdom only when he has elevated his own nature to the appreciation and realization of the divine plan. Your desire is to develop a practical philosophy of life that will assist in the solution of your personal problems, equip you for greater usefulness to yourself and others. Your first need is for acquaintance with the general subject of spiritual development, and then an outline of a practical metaphysical program you can adapt to your own particular needs. All humanity is subject to discipline in some form. In the material world, discipline leads to skill and efficiency. Lack of this discipline must result in diminished earning power. Elbert Hubbard once said that the average untrained working man earns $100 a day, but $95 must be deducted to pay the salaries of those who do his thinking for him and correct his mistakes. People go to school to learn trades because of the realization that skill is necessary to economic survival. It is just as necessary to develop skill in the metaphysical sciences. Religion, the most exact of the sciences, is not to be mastered merely through prayer and fasting. You do not become a good bookkeeper through hoping, nor do you become a great philosopher by mere desire. You must subject yourself to philosophic disciplines and work toward proficiency in the sacred sciences. An aspiring few envision a larger purpose behind the visible world and its activities. The reward for increased efforts is fuller realization of spiritual truths. Peace and security are not to be found by merely informing the mind or increasing the intellect. Regardless of how deeply a man feels or how broadly he studies and improves himself outwardly, he is not complete until he has perfected his inner disposition. Until spiritual consciousness has tinctured and brought to perfection all the efforts of the intellect, man is not secure and not sufficient. Material education is directed toward increasing the skill of mind and hand. It may also give man a working knowledge in the arts, crafts, and sciences. But modern education does not give the student any knowledge of his own inner self. The spirit, the soul, and the metaphysical parts of man find no place in scholasticism. The result is evident. Material knowledge does not bestow happiness. It has not resulted in honesty. It has failed to inspire integrity. Only spiritual knowledge can complete education by conferring security, moral courage, and spiritual enlightenment. The end of metaphysical education is not memorizing facts in a textbook, but the expression through trained and developed faculties of the convictions of the inner spiritual life. All the great systems of metaphysical philosophy have included disciplines intended to release and perfect the higher ideals of the individual. All things being equal, the individual with the best education will gain the most through metaphysical discipline. Metaphysics is not to be regarded as a substitute for education, but these disciplines mean the most to those already informed on a large variety of subjects. The man who thinks he can gain, say, a technical knowledge of Latin through meditation, will be very disappointed. Metaphysical disciplines had their origin in the oldest of religious systems. Schools of metaphysical thought have flourished in India for thousands of years and existed in most of the great nations of the ancient world. The difference between metaphysics and theology is principally in the matter of discipline. Julian, the apostate, the wisest and the most virtuous of the Roman emperors, declared that only the noblest and most learned men were worthy to participate in religion. Plato taught that purity and self-discipline were the first essentials of philosophic life. After Nero murdered his mother, he was afraid to enter the Temple of the Mysteries, although by right he was the high priest of Rome. The old rules and disciplines which Plato, Pythagoras, and Aristotle obeyed have not been lost. For centuries they have been ignored by Western thinkers who emphasized only the objective values of life. The Buddhist monks of China, Siam, and Burma, and the Brahmin priests of India still know and live the old disciplines. Strangely enough, these disciplines are really very simple. It is their application that is difficult. The purpose of these secret teachings is to release into manifestation the spiritual values in man. The great initiates of the ancient world bear witness to the efficacy of the disciplines. But we no longer live in the time of Plato or Aristotle. The race is confronted with a new social experience. Economics and industrialism have arisen to plague the souls of men. The old exercises must be adapted to modern life if they really are to accomplish their original purpose. Many efforts have been made to adapt metaphysical exercises to the tempo of modern thinking. For the most part, these adaptations have failed. The failure is usually due to over-optimism on the part of both teacher and pupil. Oriental teachers coming to this country usually assume that their students are already well advanced. In reality, the average student has accomplished practically nothing in himself. The problem has been to work out a program which cannot cause difficulty, misunderstanding, or abuse. It is seriously believed that it is impossible for the student to get himself into difficulty through the study of this book, and genuine progress can be made toward a fuller understanding of the old mystery teachings. The practice of metaphysical discipline will not immunize any individual against the experiences that are necessary to him in life. Metaphysics has no power over the laws of reincarnation and karma, but helps the student to understand and appreciate these laws as they work out in his own life. The law of cause and effect is inviolate in nature. Metaphysics will give you the courage to start right causes in motion, and patience to work out the effects of causes already set in motion. Metaphysics will not remove obstacles, suffering, poverty, or debt, but it will give you the intelligence to face these assorted ills with a good hope, a high integrity, and a sound conviction. Metaphysics strengthens character, and thus it will help you directly to gain mastery over any group of circumstances by facing them fairly, solving them honestly. The law of karma, or cause and effect, applied to the actions of man, is the raison d'etre of all metaphysical disciplines. The student earns a better fate through discipline, hence it is inevitable that he will enjoy a better destiny. All causes produce effects consistent with themselves. If life is put in order through philosophy and realization, the result is not only greater security at the present time, but a better future in lives to come. In ancient times, those who desired to devote their lives to the sacred sciences traveled into distant countries to study with great and learned masters. Pythagoras received candidates behind a curtain, and it was only after years of discipleship that his pupils were permitted to behold his face. The Pythagorean disciplines are typical of the old methods of development. Candidates for admission to his school brought a report of their character and conduct from leading citizens in their communities. They had to have achieved a high proficiency in mathematics, astronomy, and music, or they were not eligible. Pythagoras determined by metaphysical means the disciplines necessary for each of his disciples. These disciplines were rigidly enforced for varying periods of time, the maximum being 20 years. Under the personal supervision of the master and his more advanced students, the beginner progressed safely, protected from all of the dangers which arise from an incorrect interpretation of metaphysical truths. Nearly 25 centuries have passed since the burning of the Pythagorean Institute at Crotona. One by one, the old mystery schools have disappeared. The truth seeker of today may no longer beg admission at the temple gates. The disciple must discipline himself. Apollonius of Tyana, who lived centuries after the death of Pythagoras, imposed upon himself all of the Pythagorean disciplines, including the vow of 5 years of silence. He assumed these disciplines voluntarily because he knew that they were essential to his spiritual development. This must be the attitude of the modern student. Evolution has brought to the average man the power to analyze and estimate his own character. It is no longer necessary for the priestcraft to show him the forces of right and wrong. Each man is now his own high priest, his own initiator, the master of his own metaphysical life. Having realized this, your own integrity must strengthen you for the path of discipleship. Among my friends is a charming gentleman of pure Anglo-Saxon ancestry. His forefathers probably died on the field of Hastings, but this man looks like and thinks like a Chinese. Today he is an elderly gentleman with slanting oriental eyes and a scraggly white mustache of Confucian cut. He has devoted his entire life to the study of Chinese, and frequently is called upon by Chinese scholars to interpret for them the intricacies of their own language. This learned and kindly man is a geographical misfit. From the viewpoint of reincarnation, this is probably his first embodiment in an Occidental form. Biographers of Ralph Waldo Emerson have referred to him as the New England Brahmin. His library included most of the Eastern classics, and his whole approach to philosophy was Hindu. These are outstanding examples, but each one of us has come to this present life from some other national or racial background. If you will study the faces and temperaments of people around you, you will observe how the law of reincarnation has brought together the ends of the earth. Because each one of us has a different spiritual background, because reincarnation has given each of us a different evolutionary experience, and because karma has confronted each of us with different forms of compensation, we must each study and learn and grow in a different way. Philosophy is largely a matter of interpretation, and interpretation depends upon viewpoint. That is why, when two people of different spiritual experiences attempt to interpret a certain metaphysical idea, each will arrive at a different conclusion. Each student must interpret metaphysics according to his own character and his own needs. As St. Paul said, "One man's meat is another man's poison." This individuality in all men requires that any specific method of metaphysical development must be carefully adapted to each student. It is impossible to make an adaptation without considerable personal study of the student himself and his reaction to different forms of knowledge. That is why this book must avoid any form of metaphysical discipline which might lead to injury or disappointment. There are two great divisions of metaphysics, Eastern and Western. The Western branch had its beginnings in Egypt and Chaldea. The Eastern branch had its origin in the pre-Vedic cults of Trans-Himalaya. The Western school developed along objective lines and found its greatest exponent in Plato, the most perfect among Greek philosophers. The Eastern school, essentially subjective in its psychology, achieved its highest proficiency in the teachings of Gautama Buddha. In its psychology of life, the Western world essentially is objective. The Occidental believes what he sees. He values physical things and physical life, strives after position and power. Modern industrialism, with its high measure of efficiency and its entire lack of idealism, is the inevitable product of an objective philosophy perpetuated by a comparatively unphilosophical people. To the Hindu, the invisible is real and the visible is an illusion. The Oriental mind perceives clearly the hierarchies of celestial power. The goal of Eastern idealism is complete renunciation of all physical attachments and all physical possessions. The Eastern sage exists for the sole purpose of achieving detachment. He dreams of the day when he will have nothing, while the Occidental dreams of the day when he will have everything. In the East, wisdom is wealth. In the West, physical and visible accumulations are most desired. We know that all extremes are imperfect, and that in moderation lies the greatest virtue. So the wise man of today is trying to blend Eastern and Western thought and achieve a balance between attachment and detachment, between possession and renunciation. In our modern educational system, millions of young people are taught the same thing. Knowledge becomes for them a mimeographed education in which spiritual values are entirely ignored. The emphasis on sports and social events blinds them to the more serious values of study. In the East, the foundations for a metaphysical life are laid in childhood. The average Hindu boy of 12 knows more about religion than the average American clergyman of 60. Mysticism is a birthright in the East. In the West, it must be sedulously achieved, often at the expense of economic security. I have seen a Brahmin mendicant sitting beside the burning ghats along the Ganges who could neither read nor write, but who could recite the entire Veda from memory. The recitation was exceedingly rapid, and yet it took about 14 days, as the Veda is considerably longer than the Old Testament of the Bible. You may ask, did this holy man understand what he was reciting? For the most part, the answer is yes, for this beggar is to be numbered among 4 million Hindus who have renounced all worldly possessions, home, and security, to wander from one sacred shrine to another. In the East, this is called the religious life. No one would recommend to a Western truth seeker to follow such a course, but as a Hindu pundit once told me, a man who gives his all for what he believes can give no more. We are fundamentally a materialistic people, and few are the Occidentals who are not in some measure bound by material values, attachments, and ambitions. Metaphysics is to us an avocation, a hobby, a luxury, a passing experience. We must accept the materiality of our race as part of the divine plan. Like the prodigal son, we must metaphorically go down into Egypt and herd swine. In the end, we shall be richer. For all the experiences that we shall have gained, we shall be wiser and nobler for our journey in the land of darkness and error. The reward for our experience is to be truly greater than the angels in acquiring wisdom, courage, vision, and truth. Because we are very different from Easterners, and because we are different from the ancients, we must adapt their mystical philosophies to present conditions. We must be practical idealists with a clear understanding of our own limitations. All men naturally desire to be wise, but individuals and races must approach the problem of wisdom in various ways, according to their own understanding and their own experience. Metaphysically speaking, our materiality results in a condition of isolation. As long as we deny the reality of the superphysical worlds, so long they will remain closed to us. As long as we live by a material standard in a divine world, we isolate ourselves from those innumerable divine energies which fill all being and sustain all life. To the Easterner, God is indwelling, the very heart and substance of all things. To the Westerner, God is very distant, something which must be approached with fear and trembling as we might enter into the presence of a great monarch, prostrating ourselves before the splendor of the divine presence. In the quest for truth, these differences must be taken into consideration and spiritual disciplines skillfully adapted to various needs. The tempo of Western living has unfitted us for the peculiar sedentary, meditative life of the East. A great Indian saint once was asked to come to America and teach. He raised his hands in horror, explaining that the confusion of Western life would be fatal to his highly sensitive nervous system. In a way, the same confusion is exceedingly detrimental to any Western student who attempts the contemplative life. The vibrations of a large Occidental city are discordant and react violently on the sensitive centers of the soul ganglia or sympathetic nervous system. The physical body of the Western person has increased its resistance to external impulses and developed a shock-resistant mechanism, and thus he is more blunt, more obvious, less imaginative than the Oriental. It is necessary to his survival that he live constantly in the evident, also that he build philosophies to justify this course of procedure, and that he depreciate any other system of living. It is all part of an escape mechanism. It is not surprising, therefore, that the more sensitive type of Westerner accepts gladly the fragments of Oriental philosophy that come to the West. Eastern mysticism appeals to the soul starved by Western materialism. Unfortunately, exploitation often follows. Several sincere Eastern teachers have come to America in the last 50 years as missionaries of Eastern philosophies. They have attracted wide attention and their doctrines have found great favor. But these teachers discovered that for some inexplicable reason, the most serious of their Western students suffered, sickened, and died. The difficulty was that the Oriental had overestimated the spiritual understanding of his Western pupils. He was interested in great systems of philosophy, but his pupils were interested in his personality. They believed in him, and not in what he said. They brought all of their spiritual blindness to bear on the subject, with tragic results. Various forms of yoga, breathing exercises, and kundalini stimulation are among the dangerous teachings which have come from the East. These teachings are perfectly reasonable and normal to the East Indian who devotes his life to the purification of his body and the unfoldment of the spiritual perceptions, but as a plaything for Occidental people who hope that they can breathe themselves into a state of grace, such systems are entirely inappropriate. When the typical American businessman takes up yoga, he has neither the appreciation to understand it nor the integrity to apply it. For him, it is a dangerous experiment fully as unfortunate as introducing high-pressure economics into India. When a student of metaphysics attempts to develop his superphysical faculties without proper instruction, psychism is ever present. Accounts of psychic phenomena excite the imagination of the uninformed. Ouija boards, visions, trances, table tapping, and crystal gazing possess an insidious fascination. Phenomena become the proof of spiritual power, which is reminiscent of one of the yesterday yogis who proved his cosmic consciousness by driving an automobile down a business street without any gasoline. This exploit won him a veneration that wisdom can ever expect. It is most important that any student of metaphysics who expects to make any true progress in the development of his inner life should refrain from all forms of psychism and avoid psychic phenomena. The best schools in both the East and the West warn their disciples against psychism and mediumship. In India, psychic phenomena are practiced by members of the lower grades of yoga, never by students of Raja Yoga. The problem of psychism has been in mind throughout the preparation of this book, influencing the selection of certain disciplines of a positive and non-psychic quality. The sensitiveness to superphysical forces that the student of mysticism develops must be under the control of his personal will at all times, and must, under no conditions, lead into mediumistic vagaries. The wisdom religion teaches us that while in personality we are many, in principle we are one. There is one spirit in all men. Though innumerable artificial barriers made by man divide and isolate us, we are truly of one substance and one purpose. We are more than similar, we are identical. We are manifestations of the one, and we bear witness in our own parts to the one. This kinship of life, this identity of purpose and end, makes us truly universal. As surely as all plants grow out of the same earth, so all lives come out of the one life. We are all plants with roots in space, nourished by one energy, and growing up to reveal one intelligence. To the degree that man can perceive this unity, to that degree he is wise. As long as he can think always of this impersonal unity, he can avoid division and discord. An understanding of philosophy reawakens the spirit in man and restores to him the realization of the one. Our keynote from now on will be the universalization of the individual, that is, the development of universal values in each student. Begin your philosophic life by gaining an imperturbable realization of the life and of the law, upon which you will build your meditation. Attempt in your own daily life the chemistry of vision. Bring the best and highest ideals of yourself to bear upon each situation that arises. Live up to the best that you know, and observe how quickly problems will disappear. Everything that is difficult becomes easy when it is done with truth as the criterion of action. If you gain only a little understanding of life upon which you may build a positive and helpful philosophy, you will have accomplished much. You cannot achieve perfection in a day or even in one lifetime. But if you work toward it, you will come closer and closer to understanding. This realization is your first step. Ponder well upon it, for upon the rock foundation of individual integrity, you will build the house of universal understanding. To attempt to live beyond what we know is dangerous. Not to live up to what we know is equally perilous. The principal sources of this book's metaphysical doctrines are Asian, but they have been supplemented with certain teachings from the Pythagorean and Platonic schools to make certain the preservation of the Western viewpoint, and to keep the subject matter balanced and complemented. The three principal systems from which the Eastern material is derived are Taoism, the deepest and most subjective of the Chinese metaphysical schools. Taoism was founded in the 6th century before the Christian era by the obscure philosopher Lao Tse. The teachings of Taoism base upon the realization and understanding of the word Tao. This word has several translations which include the way, the truth, the means, and the end. According to the Taoists, the word Tao may be studied forever and still it will remain only a word. But if the inner nature be illumined, the word suddenly becomes the key to all knowledge, all mysteries, and all the aspects of truth. Lamaism, the strange teachings of the Buddhist monks who live in the highlands of central Tibet. The order was founded by a Hindu monk, Padmasambhava, who journeyed from central India over the Himalaya passes, driving oxen loaded with books. The deepest metaphysics of Lamaism is found in the writing of the sage Milarepa, who revealed a profound and beautiful philosophy concerning the secrets of the transcendental nature. Zen, the most metaphysical and mystical sect of Buddhism. The word Zen means realization, and the monks of this school are devoted to the inward perception of Buddhist truth. The order of Zen was founded more than 1,000 years ago by a Hindu Buddhist monk named Daruma, or Bodhidharma. The sect was founded in China and spread through Korea and Japan. Daruma was the 33rd patriarch of Indian Buddhism. In order that this instruction may succeed, it must be assumed that you are willing to begin with fundamentals. If you already have practiced occult exercises given out by schools, movements, or individuals, it is asked that you discontinue these during study of this book. It is impossible to successfully mix systems of metaphysical disciplines. Such disciplines include any form of concentration, development exercises, breathing exercises, or special mental attitudes or affirmations for health, success, or any other material concern. While you must clean your mental slate, it is not necessary that you discontinue the literature of or your membership in metaphysical organizations. But in your reading, do not include books that are entirely inconsistent with the instruction in these pages. Every human being has the right to seek knowledge everywhere, and it is the purpose of this book to assist you to understand all of the great religions and philosophies of the world. There is no desire to place an unreasonable limitation upon your thought or action, but cooperation and sincere effort are asked for during the time in which you actually are studying these pages. If you have been a student of the occult sciences for a number of years and have already received a groundwork from a reputable organization, the desire behind this book is that you may come to a fuller appreciation of the work that you have accomplished, thus to gain a new facility in applying principles to the problems of life. As a student of metaphysics, you may expect very little encouragement from those about you. Be prepared to resist the encroachment of circumstances. The true mystic is sustained by his own spiritual understanding. The source of all truth and inspiration is within. When you have developed this inner realization, you will have gained a strength and peace which the material world can never take from you. Spiritual knowledge bestows security under any and all conditions. The disciplines of meditation and realization require a new function of the consciousness. The mental processes must give place to an inward mystical perception that is not thinking but knowing. The result is realization, an indefinable state of consciousness, closely associated with what psychologists term the mystical experience. This supramental condition of awareness is described by the ancient philosophers as a divine state. Proclus said that he was lifted up into a participation with reality, that he perceived all things clearly, and that he was possessed by truth. Realization results from discipline. Discipline has long been interpreted as self-control, or as some would say, the overcoming of the lower nature. The difficulty is that such words as conquest and overcoming suggest an entirely inconsistent aggressiveness of technique. The true metaphysician is not a wearied man wrestling with his lower nature. Rather, he is poised and relaxed, achieving through realization instead of conflict. Avoid the process of suffering your way into a spiritual state. A student who constantly must curb his animal nature by various types of vicarious flagellation will have to learn personal detachment. Metaphysics acknowledges the fundamental that all human beings are imperfect. It demands effort, not perfection, at this stage of evolution. In each human being, there is a conflict between ideals and actions. We each know better than we do. The fact that we are not perfect should not lead to discouragement, but to a conscientious desire to improve by an intelligent process. Many people have ruined their lives by contemplating their mistakes and ignoring their opportunities. It is the goal of philosophy to order the lives of men. In a properly ordered existence, the superior part in man controls and directs the inferior part, that is, the spirit controls the mind, and the mind controls the body. Do not browbeat your faults. The moment the tension of effort arises, failure is inevitable. Those who try desperately to live up to certain moral virtues are constantly failing. All self-government arises from inner realization, which automatically overcomes the resistance of the outer personality and accomplishes reform. In metaphysical disciplines, you do not kill out faults, you change the focus of the mind. That upon which we focus our attention is real, and that from which we remove our attention ceases to exist. Metaphysics is based upon law. Law is the will of the universe for itself and its creations. Law is absolute and immutable. Many metaphysicians have an erroneous concept of the meaning of law. We hear about laws of abundance, laws of health, and others. Most of these people are invoking such laws for something they want. This concept is unreasonable and not to be entertained. The law is the unchanging fact of existence. It is the law that makes the practice of metaphysical disciplines possible. The law serves no individual. All life serves law. The law, according to the esotericists, is the inevitable, complete, and sufficient truth by which all things were created, by which all things are sustained, and by which all things ultimately achieve their purposes. The law is ever-flowing reality, the ever-flowing truth, the rightness in everything which enfolds everything. If you walk down the street surrounded by a seething mass of humanity, all appears to be chaos, but to the inward perception it is evident that each human being in the mass is fulfilling his own destiny according to law. Whatever we do is judged by law. Wherever we go, we abide in the law. To the metaphysician, law is eternal right, absolute truth, and complete sufficiency. According to the ancients, the law is life. It is eternal self-living truth. It is the source and cause of all the countless forms of life, but it is itself universal and indivisible. Man's inward nature abides in and with the law. It is only to the degree that his outward senses obscure this fact that his mind dwells in the sphere of uncertainty. Of all the arts and sciences, living is the most important and the most exact. Living is a motion toward perfection through law. The disciplines of meditation and realization enrich and perfect living by developing the understanding. By understanding, we gain reason, and reason in turn bestows the courage and integrity necessary to high accomplishment. Many modern schools place their disciplines on a time basis, but time has little place in the matter of growth. One may practice certain disciplines for 10 years and still not be ready for any further enlightenment, or one may practice only a few weeks and be prepared for further instruction. The time that it requires to release the inner faculties depends upon the amount of spiritual enlightenment that has been brought forward from the previous life. It may be necessary to practice the disciplines for a number of years before the maximum results are achieved. If you are discouraged easily or inconstant in your devotion to the subject, the benefits will be proportionately diminished. These disciplines will not bring about miraculous changes overnight, but if they are applied conscientiously over a long period of time, they will enrich the character and make you more capable of perceiving and understanding the mysteries of life. Improvement sets in motion the law of karma. To the degree that you improve, to that degree you will find increased opportunity. One word of warning at this point is important. When you begin metaphysical exercises, a certain definite change takes place within yourself. Feel confident that you are protected from any physiological disturbances, but nothing can protect you from the law of karma. This law has a way of speeding up, with the result that study of this kind will almost certainly increase your personal problems. You start paying karmic debts faster. This is important eventually, but is sometimes embarrassing at the moment. You must be prepared to face certain disagreeable and difficult situations. They will show up the minute you begin to study. It is a process of purification in which the consciousness is throwing off certain negative parts of itself. When the body throws off poisons physically, we have sickness. When the soul starts throwing off poisons, we also have disturbances. These frequently take the form of difficulties with persons around us, financial problems, and temperamental difficulties. The thing to be remembered under such circumstances is that the paying of these debts by speeding up karma cleanses the subjective nature and prepares it to receive metaphysical instruction. Therefore, do not be surprised if some of your difficulties multiply themselves. It is encouraging to remember that the wisdom of nature never permits any individual to be confronted with insurmountable obstacles. Many fail in their problems, but this failure is not due to any lack of their possessing the potential power to succeed. Generally, the problems which confront the metaphysician are adjusted to his increasing consciousness. And if he will live what he believes, he will find the obstacles rather quickly dissipated, leaving behind only a wealth of experience and a deeper appreciation of values. There are two kinds of environment, external and internal. External environment is made up of the outside world with its problems and attachments. Internal environment consists of the personality itself, which is a compound of impulses, desires, emotions, thoughts, and ideals. Man's physical life is an interplay of these internal and external factors, frequently in conflict and seldom brought under the discipline of the will. It is obviously impossible for the average man to dominate his world, but he can master the impulses within himself and by so doing achieve liberation from the pressure of external environment. Most great world philosophies teach that to conquer self is more than to conquer the world. Such a statement may seem platitudinous, but it is an important spiritual truth which will become more apparent to you as you proceed with your studies. Man's internal environment is as yet imperfectly controlled by will and consciousness. It is therefore erratic and inconstant. The imperfections of this lower self impede the flow of energy from the spiritual nature. The purpose of self-discipline is to order and reform the lower self that it may no longer be an obstacle to the purpose of the spirit. In the terms of Taoism, man stands in his own light, that is, between himself and that which he most desires. What we are prevents us from being what we desire to be. Discipline applied to thought and action enables the student to get out of his own way. Next to what we are, our great problem is what we have. Possessions result in possessiveness or fear. Both of these emotions cause worry. A worried man is full of his own problems, and there is little place in his nature for the contemplation of the divine realities. There is an instructive old Chinese picture of a man who has great wealth which he is carrying on his back in a huge sack. The bag is so large that he cannot see where he is going or where he has come from, and smugly contented with his possessions, he is stepping off the edge of a cliff. A rich man has external wealth of a fragile and impermanent nature. A proud or egotistic man has the internal equivalent of physical wealth. He is weighed down with a sense of his own importance. Anything that we have, even if it be only a high estimation of ourselves, is an impediment to progress. The greatest of all burdens is self-pride. A man can give away what he has, but only years of discipline can release him from the vanity of his own importance. A wise man living in the physical world does not desire wealth. He desires peace and security, regarding contentment as more than riches. The sincere student, likewise, does not desire the gratification of his ego, but an internal well-being which is more than all the treasures of the earth. He does not desire to be greater than another man. He has come to the realization that greatness is relative and illusionary. The student, therefore, seeks first the law and its workings, gaining therefrom the treasures of wisdom. Do not feel discouraged if you encounter some small difficulties in establishing the philosophic life within yourself. One of the great problems of Western living is interruption. The truth seeker is constantly beset by interruptions that tend to divert him from his spiritual ideals. These unexpected happenings are a testing of his one-pointedness. They are external interruptions and will continue as long as man's internal life is negative to his external environment. However, when discipline makes the inner life positive and renders the environment negative, such interruptions cannot occur. Tibetan monks are taught to meditate beside a great clanging bell. In time, they reach a condition of detachment from the material life, which enables them to be entirely oblivious of the sound. The distractions of life are appropriate parts of metaphysical training. They demand a concentration which greatly strengthens the willpower of the student. For this reason, it is inadvisable to hide in some secluded spot or retire from the world. Such a process negates the character and makes the student weaker when later confronted with stress. Socrates was asked by a disciple, where was the best place to begin the study of the sacred sciences? He answered instantly, where you are. Many truth seekers constantly talk about their plans to get away from it all, with the hope of roosting on the top of some distant peak, where nothing is to be heard but the soft, timid voices of nature. As far as I have been able to observe, None of these sensitive folk ever accomplishes anything physically or metaphysically. No doubt it is helpful on occasion to leave civilization for a short time to recuperate our forces, but if such a vacation becomes too extended, character and integrity suffer. St. Simeon Stylites sat for 40 years on the top of a column in the Libyan desert, drawing up his food in a bucket. By this useless austerity, he prevented himself from being of any use to anyone, including himself. We can understand easily why many people get tired of the stress of living, but no man ever achieved anything by running away. Western bodies are so built that it is perfectly possible to develop spiritually and at the same time fulfill our part in the social plan. To repeat the words of Socrates, the place to study is where you are. Incidentally, now is the accepted time. If you wait until you have time, you will never live to achieve the goal you seek. Even if you remain in civilization, it is quite possible to develop a wrong attitude which will destroy any good that experience might give you. There are many metaphysicians who can look a fact in the face and then deny it with a series of affirmations. Many of us have seen an individual sneezing violently whose philosophy of life taught that bodily ills were an illusion, but he had not learned not to sit in a draft. Also to be remembered is the elderly lady suffering from caffeine poisoning who persisted in trying to deny the caffeine right out of the several cups of coffee that she drank for breakfast every morning. There was also God's perfect child who had been brought up in an environment of platitudes, and yet was the pest of the neighborhood. A philosophy of evasion is just as bad as running away yourself. There are many pseudo-metaphysicians who could live 1,000 years without experiencing anything because their philosophy has taken away the privilege of experience. When metaphysics teaches you that divine law pervades all things, you must be extremely careful not to resolve this fact into a platitude. Do not start affirming that everything is all right when it evidently is not. Such a process is auto-hypnosis. When a small mind takes hold of a big idea, chaos is inevitable. Philosophy does not make wrong right, but it helps you to see the universal reality that circumscribes and orders all existence. Realization must be built upon a sufficient knowledge. When knowledge is sufficient, there is no need for affirmations. The cleansing of the life through discipline is called purification. The early disciplines are properly described as cathartic because they really purge the life of negative or useless qualities. The discipline must be effortless, that is, with a gentle motion toward virtue, by outgrowing useless attitudes and opinions which are detrimental to the harmony of life. The cathartic disciplines were advocated by the Platonic school as the most normal, most gentle, and most effective method of eliminating vices and faults. Bodily purification is the first step. However, overemphasis on diet as a factor has frequently caused many difficulties. The body harmony usually is corrupted more by the thoughts and emotions than by food. Hence, while purity of body is necessary, we cannot diet ourselves into a state of realization. Moderation is the greatest of the virtues, and diet should be moderated to the peculiar needs of the individual. If you are now studying metaphysics for the first time, do not take an extreme attitude toward diet. If you have long studied the spiritual sciences, you may already have developed a diet suitable to your own needs. A sudden fanatical change in any habit is very likely to cause unnecessary suffering, even tragedy. The metaphysician refines diet by eating less of very heavy foods, but he does not starve himself to death. It is important also not to view a meal as a lapse into sin and apologize to yourself or others for the fact that you still need food. A meal to be useful to the body should be pleasant, tasteful, and enjoyable. It is not a disgrace to eat, but it is a disgrace to eat too much, unwisely and uncomfortably. The problem of vegetarianism is ever present. If you are already a vegetarian and find that such a diet is suitable to you, the problem is well in hand. If you are not a vegetarian, do not stop meat eating at the beginning of your study, but rather eat somewhat more lightly of meat foods until you are satisfied that such a diet would be suitable. Theoretically, vegetarianism is a great success, but my experience has shown conclusively that like nearly all virtues, it can lead to serious trouble. This is particularly true for persons suffering from certain chronic diseases who would find their condition seriously impaired by any sudden change. To vegetarians, a special word of warning: do not use starches as a substitute for meat, or you will be worse off than you were before. A balanced vegetarian diet requires considerable time and thought. No one should try to live exclusively on raw fruit and vegetables unless he has personally experimented in this matter over a number of years. Remember that the East Indian mendicant does not have to contend with the strain and tension of Western living. Sitting quietly under a tree, he performs no heavy exertion as he meditates the greater part of the time. A diet suitable for him is not suitable for you. To quote Socrates again, in all things, not too much, that means not too much food, and not too much enthusiasm in the matter of trying to get along without food. Fasting or extended periods of special eating should be undertaken only under the supervision of a trained and qualified dietitian. Philosophers in their exercises seek to gain aesthetic expression. They cultivate particularly the dance, which they regard as the perfect aesthetic expression. It imparts something of the cosmic motion to the movements of the body, developing grace and rhythm. The philosopher is attempting to attain an eternal existence. He is striving for release from impermanent attitudes, beliefs, and habits. It is very necessary, therefore, that he achieve a detachment from all transitory matters such as politics, customs, and most of all, fads. This does not mean taking no interest in social progress, for all great philosophers have been sociologists, but he must stop fuming and fussing over this candidate and that party, and get to the place where he can perceive that all the varied and often contradictory procedures of mankind are contributing to an eternal pattern. Growth, integrity, and ultimate perfection are inevitable. There is nothing more disheartening to see than a group fretting itself into a frenzy determining whether a certain political party is going to overthrow civilization. That which is real can never be destroyed, and that which is unreal can never be preserved. The wise man detaches himself from inconsequential controversies. Fads are very much like politics. They arise in religion periodically, and truly are the bane of philosophy. Just when a student gets nicely started in a system of discipline, some brand new notion comes along and off he goes on a tangent. Health fads are notorious. First it is walnuts, then Bulgarian bacillus, then orange juice. Metaphysical students who expect to get somewhere are uninfluenced by fads that have their roots in propaganda, and resist the temptation to try the so-called panaceas. As in foods, so in clothing, and all the affairs of your life. Do not allow your attention to wander off into styles and fashions. Keeping detached from all such matters, live normally, eat normally, dress simply, and save your energy for the things in which you believe. You will save money and be far happier in the end. Organizations are a habit in religion. For centuries, religious-minded people have belonged to something, and in consequence have decided that belonging is necessary. Metaphysical organizations have accumulated a rather unsavory reputation. Most of them are entirely static, and the few that remain dynamic are definitely reactionary. The principal function of metaphysical organizations is to bolster up the mutual courage of the members. They do not give individual consideration. All members get the same teaching regardless of their fitness. The wise person is not a joiner. He is an individual thinking his own thoughts and building his own life through increase of knowledge and personal consecration. It may be harder to accomplish by himself, but the results of personal accomplishment are the most satisfactory. Second realization, universal motion. According to the teachings of Lao Tse, all growth toward the real must be achieved through meditating upon the word Tao, as interpreted in terms of rhythmic motion. Life must flow harmoniously from experience to experience, from incident to incident, and from condition to condition, without the consciousness of interruption. The mind with its thoughts, the emotional nature with its feelings and impulses, and the physical body with its movements and patterns must proceed harmoniously from one phase of activity to another. There must be no breaks in the patterns, no interruptions in the tempo or temper of living. The contrast of viewpoints may be realized from a comparison of Oriental and Occidental music. To the Eastern ear, Western musical composition, because of the numerous breaks and changes in rhythm and accentuated pauses, is said to be full of holes, brief interludes of silence that cut in and break up the sound patterns. To Eastern ears, these pauses and breaks are distinctly unpleasant. On the other hand, the old sacred music of Asia sounds monotonous to Western ears because it lacks these mathematically broken patterns. Practice the realization of uninterrupted motion. Perceive the relationship between the incidents of daily action, and attempt to flow from one mode of experience to another without any appreciable interval of adjustment. For example, if the telephone rings while you are engaged in the contemplation of some abstract truth, do not permit this incident to be regarded, even for a moment, as an interruption. Include it in the meditation itself as a phase or part of soul experience. Remember that all action is necessary, useful, expedient, or pleasant, is part of a definite order. If the incident be essentially of a disagreeable nature and the interruption is of an unpleasant kind, accept it as a phase of universal discipline. Refuse within yourself to be moved from your inward foundation of right. On the other hand, do not ignore the so-called interruption. Accept it. Perform the duties which it may entail, but include it within your realization of Tao. That is an ordered motion. The keynote of your realization should be flowing through life with the law. Do not permit yourself the extravagance of any useless expenditure of energy. Adjust to unexpected conditions. Let the expected and the unexpected be accepted with equal placidity. There are positive metaphysical exercises which purify the body, normalize function, and protect health. These exercises are devised to regulate circulation and nerve function and result in greater relaxation and a greater attunement between all the parts of the physical fabric. The object of these exercises, however, is not the perfection of the body for its own end, but that the body may become a better instrument of enlightened purpose. Once the student can control his body, he can control the innumerable emotions and impulses which arise in the body and interfere with the natural flow of consciousness. The Eastern schools are extremely strict. They demand a complete control of the body, emotion, and thought. It is not unusual to find an Eastern holy man who can control the beating of his own heart or stop the circulation of the blood in any part of his body. At the same time, the quality of harmlessness is posited in the mind, completely overcoming any destructive impulses or critical thoughts. It is well attested that a holy man has been seen asleep in the jungle with the body of a lion for a pillow. It is widely believed throughout Asia that no animal, reptile, or insect will injure a holy man, because of the constructive vibrations which he has set up in his own nature. Posture is established in the law. The student seats himself in the disciplines and becomes immovable. The physical patterns assumed during meditation are symbolic of the relations which are caused to exist between the disciple and the eternal world. The Eastern disciplines are intended to transfer the rulership of life from the animal soul to the divine consciousness. Breathing exercises, postures, and various forms of discipline are aimed at the creation, in mind, emotions, and body, of channels for the release of inner integrity. As earlier mentioned, Eastern disciplines are not suited for Western minds or Western bodies, and their use is not advocated. The same ends are to be achieved by gentler and less strenuous ways. This has been proved in the Pythagorean and Platonic schools, which accomplished illumination without the use of Oriental disciplines. In substitution for the elaborate mechanism of Eastern spiritual culture are two simple disciplines, meditation and realization. By meditation, a new sense of values and a clear perception of the relative worth of all knowledge is gained. By realization, the student will make knowledge a part of his own life and consciousness. Through the practice of meditation and realization, he gradually and normally will bring about the same results achieved in the East through more violent exercises. Natural growth, not forced growth, is the pattern to follow for the achievement of truth. A frank and honest estimation of your virtues and vices is absolutely necessary to spiritual growth. This inventory must be thorough but impersonal. When you have the debits and credits of character before you, you are in a position to balance your spiritual budget. This analysis must not result in despair, self-depreciation, or an overwhelming sense of sin. Shortcomings require no more than a well-defined program of correction. A man full of the realization of his own sins is as far from truth as a man filled with realization of his own virtues. The old theological tradition that there is a certain virtue in stewing in one's own remorse has no place in mystical philosophy. Perfection is reserved for the gods. It is not expected that the average person should live without fault or error, but it is most desirable that we profit by our mistakes. So never permit the mistakes of the past to overshadow present effort. The past must be transmuted into soul power through understanding. Do not bring forward separate incidents to plague your present purposes. Bring forward the sum of experience and understanding in the form of tolerance, patience, and virtue. From the past, we too often inherit a body of prejudices and inhibitions. Habits of thinking and living are not quickly changed, nor are prejudices of a lifetime easily dispelled. There is no use trying to go forward toward light and truth as long as we cherish destructive attitudes in our personal lives. Nearly everyone nurses some grievance or delinquency with loving care. Other faults are quickly remedied, other virtues are assiduously cultivated, but this one soft, sore spot is a sacred privilege which the gods must overlook. As one student said, "I am trying awful hard. Surely God won't mind if I continue disliking Henry. Didn't he steal from me everything I had? Hasn't he abused me ever since we were boys? God just can't ask me to forgive Henry after all the things he has done." When you get your faults and failings all classified and your virtues all arranged in their most flattering pattern, examine each of these products of your own consciousness with discriminating care and perceive wherein your own mind does not think straight. Observe carefully where the biases are, why the intemperance has been permitted, and most of all, how these may be corrected justly and permanently. In examining this chart of your own ups and downs, be particularly observant of extremes. One virtue rising majestically from the midst of numberless faults, or one vice holding forth tyrannically over many petty virtues, is the usual pattern. It is far better to be moderately good in all things than to be outstandingly good in one thing and deficient in all the other virtues. Man is most nearly balanced when all his attitudes, ideals, and opinions are equally developed. An extreme imbalance frequently leads to mild forms of insanity, not recognized pathologically, but nevertheless present to confound the soul. Man has 43 brain faculties. When one or two of these faculties are developed out of proportion to the rest, a form of vampirism results. The highly developed faculty draws to itself the blood and vitality of the entire organism, leaving the other faculties undernourished and weak. This imbalance can lead to serious mental and emotional disturbances, which are often mistaken for spiritual progress. The degree of realization which the student achieves in the studies of the mystical can be determined in part by his reactions toward the exquisite and the fine. If he still prefers the bric-a-brac with which the uninformed surround themselves to the dignity of the blank wall, it is evident that realization is lacking. Take a man into an art gallery and ask him to point out the picture that he likes best. It will then be possible to tell the degree of his understanding. It will not be a measure of his technical knowledge of art, but of his internal reaction to the pictorial. Study the habits of human beings, and most of all, your own habits. By observing your reactions and reflexes, you can determine with certainty whether what you fondly believe to be spiritual expansion is merely an intellectual conception. Realization as conduct is the performing of truth. Realization as observation is the perceiving of truth. Realization as appreciation is the enjoyment of truth. Realization as speech is the utterance of truth. Realization as meditation is the contemplation of truth. Realization as veneration is the acceptance of truth in a spiritual mystery. Discipline as truth is obedience to the law, and sight as truth is the discovery of reality in form, line, color, and composition. Thus, we have a measure of checking to make sure that our realization is not illusory. If we are honest with ourselves, we know the degree of actual growth which we have accomplished. We know, without being told, the degree to which our tempers have subsided and our irritabilities have been subdued. We know the measure of our honesty and the degree of our integrity, at least approximately. If after several years of metaphysical study, these temperamental qualities have not changed markedly for the better, we are not studying correctly, regardless of what others may say or how good our memories have become. We have no real understanding unless our lives are better in practical terms. We have a poor memory indeed if we cannot remember the laws of life. If memory does not sustain its continuity so that the thing remembered becomes the thing done, little has been gained. A flowing of understanding into action as truth within the individual is released through realization. Let it be understood as impelling to conduct identical with its own nature. Practice the disciplines of the law. Know the law in the motion of your thinking. Feel the law in the quality and directing of your emotions. Express the law through the rhythm and coordination of your actions. During periods of meditation, practice simply at first, and later with greater diversity of application, the experience of the law. Place before you on the table a simple but significant object, preferably something small and fine, something that you greatly prize. During the process of realization, and with the consciousness rather than with the mind, extend your hand and pick up the object. Observe this simple motion. As your realization increases, the action of picking up an object will become symbolical of the entire development of your consciousness. You will find that the impulse will slowly change from a muscular reflex to a motion rich with meaning and rhythm, impelled by definite understanding, clearly purposed, and executed with exquisite grace. As your understanding increases, the motion toward picking up the object will become slower and slower, until, like the Zen monk, you will be able to accomplish the action without movement, by realization alone. Philosophically, this is immovable motion. The object will be picked up by realization. This does not mean that the physical object will be levitated or will be carried to the person by mental power or any physically miraculous means. It implies, rather, that the reality of the object, the significance, and the purpose which are its real self will be picked up by the consciousness of the meditating individual without actually being moved at all. As realization extends throughout the departments of life, the simple act of picking up something will become symbolic of all motions. First, it will be beautified. A grace and harmony will be conferred upon action, and gradually coarse action will practically cease, all action being performed within realization. Illumination. To the mystic, the word illumination means inward enlightenment. As the sun lights the physical world and sustains all life with its energies, so the self, the spiritual sun, lights the inner world of spirit and preserves with its power the spiritual aspirations and ideals of mankind. Many are the popular misconceptions about the metaphysical significance attached to the word illumination. Illumination is not to be interpreted as some kind of an external experience. It is an entirely natural consequence of living an enlightened life. Illumination does not confer perfection, nor does it bestow a sudden extension of spiritual powers. Rather, it is a kind of dawning within the self, the beginning of a greater light, the aurora of Jacob Boehme. Illumination should never be interpreted as an acceptance into some elite body of initiated adepts, nor as an introduction into some arcane storehouse of secret lore. It has no association with fantastic pageantries, robed figures, priests and altars, soul flights, or similar absurdities so often suspected by the uninformed. Illumination is simply a process of awakening, of opening one's eyes, lifting another veil, opening another door, and looking toward the face of truth. It is the consciousness having penetrated a little farther into the wonders of living. There is no cause for pride in illumination. If anything, the illumined student becomes more gentle and more humble, but there is no groveling, humility. The disciple approaches truth because it is his birthright. He neither demands nor supplicates. He obeys the law, fits himself to receive light, and the light comes. Illumination is not a single experience marked by an abrupt transition from a state of ignorance to a state of wisdom. It is a series of related experiences, a series of spiritual discoveries. There will be moments that seem more radiant than others, but the whole experience will extend over a period of many lives. Growth is a sequence of unfoldment, an orderly procedure marked by the gradual increase of internal light. The child in school struggles heroically with the mystery of the multiplication table. To him it is a mystery, and his mind is seeking to grasp the elements and principles which underlie the theory of multiplication. Weeks pass before the processes are mastered, and then the child suddenly realizes that it understands the workings of the multiplication table. No longer is there a mystery, the problem has been mastered. A secret inward flush of victory follows, a feeling that now the whole world is conquered. There is a new sense of strength and a new determination to attack other problems and to solve them. The flash of understanding in the young student's mind which solved the mystery of the multiplication table was a sort of illumination. It was consciousness becoming aware. Some light flowing into the fumbling mind revealed the mystery. In the schoolboy's flash of understanding, there is something spiritual and mystical. If that inner light had not come, he would have studied in vain, and without understanding, learning is useless. Neither would he expect his new understanding to become a universal panacea for ignorance. What he does find out, and soon, is that after mastering the principles of multiplication, he must learn the rules of division. Here he is confronted with new principles and new procedures. Once more he must grope for the laws, and again he must find them within himself. A little enlightenment does not bestow immunity from future effort, nor does it promise peace and security in some psychic summerland. There is nothing impractical about mysticism. The difficulty is that many impractical persons seek refuge in mysticism without making any effort to correct their own shortcomings. We have learned that realization is a gradual extension of universal energy through the personality of the human being. Also, we have learned that in order to become enlightened, we must identify the personal consciousness with this universal force. Then we may consciously participate in it and be moved by it as it moves through us. Wherever there is a point of contact between personal consciousness and universal consciousness, there is an extension of the personal consciousness. This extension is properly called illumination. As two electric wires brought together will produce a spark at their point of junction, so the meeting of the lesser and the greater selves is always accompanied by a temporary expansion of the lesser self. This flash of energy is interpreted through the personality of the human being in terms of the sudden extension of awareness. Something sought for is suddenly found, something desired is suddenly felt. Illumination always takes the form of solution, solving the problem most imminent to the self. The composer with his unfinished symphony, the artist with his unfinished canvas, the poet with his unfinished verses, and the scientist with his unfinished experiments. Each of these is confronted with a problem. Each has gone as far as he can proceed unaided. Having exhausted the resources of conscious personal knowledge, each is groping for a solution. It may require days, months, or even years to complete the unfinished task. Without realizing it, each of these men is waiting for a miracle. Only a revelation, only some mystical extension of consciousness can make possible the completion of the work. Then the light comes. How? No man knows. When? No man knows. Why? No man knows. We do know, however, that effort is rewarded with accomplishment. That which we earnestly desire and honestly strive after will come. We may see the answer as in a dream. It may flash into our minds. It may leap out at us in the motion of the mill stream, in the ripples of a pool, or in the flight of a bird. The clue may come from the thoughtless words of a friend, the notion of some mere acquaintance. But within the reason there is a little burst of awareness. The whole body and mind thrill with the acute knowledge that the answer is known, the solution is found. The experience of genius bears ample testimony that without consecration and perseverance, there can be no illumination. It is a reward for effort, not a substitute for effort. The philosophic life is in itself the noblest of all the arts. To live well is the supreme test of wisdom. It is impossible to perfect living without illumination. It is only in those moments of contact during which the self is in part revealed that the purpose of life can be more adequately realized. There can be no enlightened living without a realization of the reason for living. This reason cannot be supplied by the intellect, nor can it be discovered by the senses. The true reason for our existence can be found only through communion with the self. Only the self knows its own purposes. As personal beings, we are merely shadows cast by the self. As mortal creatures, we are the instruments by which the self accomplishes its purposes. Illumination comes when the instrument begins to discover the reason for which it was fashioned. Modern psychology has invented the term mystical experience to explain the mystery of illumination. Havelock Ellis, in summarizing the effect upon his life which was produced by a mystical experience occurring to him, wrote in substance, "After this experience, nothing seemed to matter any more. Everything was so supremely right, so entirely as it ought to be, that no longer was there any space for doubts, concern, or dissatisfaction." Havelock Ellis had glimpsed the law. For one brief second, he had looked out through the window of his personal self into the greater world that lay beyond. Light had come within. The mood could not be sustained. In a fraction of a second it was gone, but the consequences of that mood were profound and lasting, no matter what he might say, no matter what others might say to him, no matter what conclusions might be reached by the 50 jarring sects. Havelock Ellis was sustained by a personal experience. Others argued, he knew. Others wondered, hoped, and feared, but he had experienced a certainty. He could not convey that certainty to any other living creature. If others ridiculed or disapproved, he could not confer his understanding or convince them. The certainty was his own, but he could not share it. To the earnest student, the desire for illumination may become a serious handicap. If you are too conscious of the ends you desire, you may become neglectful of the means by which you hope to achieve those ends. To exist from day to day longing to be illuminated is to fall almost certainly into the illusions of wishful thinking. If the longings stimulate the imagination, it will soon bring about pseudo-psychic experiences which, to the hopeful and imaginative soul, assume the proportions of cosmic enlightenment. Illumination can never come until the causes for it have been definitely established. It is the crowning effort. Do not wait for it. Do not hope for it. Do not wonder about it. Do not fear that it will not come. develop realization, normalize, and beautify life. And illumination will be the normal and natural consequence, not as a single episode, not one tremendous burst of enlightenment, but a steady release and increasing flow of understanding into and through the lower faculties of the reason. It has often been pointed out that tension and effort are detrimental to spiritual progress. This is especially true in so abstract and sensitive a subject as illumination. The story is the idea prevalent in the minds of Christians that their faith is the one and only truly inspired doctrine and that it came, parentless, into the world is unreasonable in the extreme. A study of comparative religions proves beyond doubt that Christianity has begged, borrowed, or stolen its philosophies and concepts from the religions and philosophies of the ancient and medieval pagan worlds. Among the religious symbols and allegories which belonged to the world long ago before the coming of Christianity are a few to which we would like to call your attention. The following Christian symbols and concepts are of pagan origin. The Christian cross comes from Egypt and India, the triple mitre from the faith of the Mithraics, the shepherd's crook from the Hermetic mysteries and Greece, the Immaculate Conception from India, the Transfiguration from Persia, and the Trinity from the Brahmins. The Virgin Mary as the Mother of God is found in a dozen different faiths. There are over 20 crucified world saviors. The church steeple is an adaptation of Egyptian obelisks and pyramids, while the Christian devil is the Egyptian Typhon with certain modifications. The deeper one goes into the problem, the more he realizes that there is nothing new under the sun. A truly sincere study of the Christian faith proves beyond all doubt that it is the evolutionary outgrowth of primitive doctrines. There is an evolution in religion as well as in physical form. If we accept and incorporate into our doctrines the religious symbolism of nearly 40 peoples, it behooves us to understand the meaning of the myths and allegories which we borrow, lest we be more ignorant than those from whom we secured them. This brochure is devoted to the problem of explaining the relationship existing between the symbolism of the ancient priests and the occult functions of the human body. We must first understand that all sacred writings are supposed to be sealed with 7 seals. In other words, it requires 7 complete interpretations to understand fully the meaning of these ancient philosophic revelations, which we have liked to call Holy Writ. Scripture is not intended to be historical. Those who understand its literal meaning understand he least of its meaning. It is a well-known fact that Shakespeare, for dramatic reasons, brought together in his plays characters who had actually lived hundreds of years apart. But Shakespeare was not writing history, he was penning drama. The same is true of the Bible. Scripture leaves historians hopelessly involved in self-contradictory chronological tables, where the majority of historians will remain until the Judgment Day. Scripture furnishes excellent subject matter for debates, and also ground for hair-splitting over the meaning of terms and probable locations of unknown cities. Many of the biblical landmarks now pointed out by guides were named hundreds of years after the birth of Christ, by pilgrims, who suspected them of occupying sites somewhere near those mentioned in the Bible. All this may prove convincing to some, but to the thinker it is conclusive evidence that history is the least important part of Scripture. When the Empress Helena, mother of Constantine the Great, visited Jerusalem in 326 A.D., she discovered that not only all traces of Christianity had already been lost, but that a temple dedicated to the goddess Venus stood on the hill now accepted as Mount Calvary. Less than 400 years after the death of Christ, there was apparently no one in the Holy Land who had ever heard of him. This does not necessarily imply that he never lived, but it certainly does indicate that the halo of miracles and supernatural atmosphere with which modern Christianity envelops him are largely mythological. Like all other religions, the Christian faith accumulated a weird collection of fantastic legends, which are its own worst enemies. For they have taken the simple moralist of Nazareth, a man who loved his fellow creatures, and built around him a superstructure of idolatry which loves no one and serves only itself. As Buddha in India merely reformed the Brahmin concepts of his day, so Jesus reshaped the faith of Israel and gave to his disciples and the world a doctrine based upon that which had gone before, but remodeled to meet the needs of the people who surrounded him and the problems which confronted the Jewish nation. The Essenes who educated Jesus were of Egyptian or Hindu origin, and his faith incorporated the best of that which had gone before. The records preserved of him are largely allegorical, and the simple man is plunged by them into a great sea of supernaturalism. This was not entirely without purpose, however, for as Shakespeare took license with history in order to present essential truths, so it seems the historians of Jesus used the character of the man as the groundwork of a great drama. He becomes the hero of a 7-sealed story, and those Christians who have studied symbolism can gain from that story the key to the true Christian mysteries. They will then realize that Scripture is perpetual history, that it pertains to no nation or people, but is the story of all nations and peoples. It is a wonderful thing, for example, to study the life of Christ in the light of astronomy, for he becomes the sun, and his disciples the 12 signs of the zodiac. Among the constellations we find the scenes of his ministry, and in the procession of the equinoxes the story of his birth, growth, maturity, and death for men. Again, The tortured chemicals in the retort further reveal to us the life of the master, for with the key to chemistry, the scriptures become another book. In this particular work, however, we can only concern ourselves with the relationship of these allegories to the human body. We discover that the life of Christ, as found in the Gospels, has been conventionalized until it agrees perfectly with the lives of dozens of world saviors, for all of them are also astronomical and physiological myths. All of these myths come to us out of the most remote antiquity, where the primitive races used the human body as the symbolic unit, and the gods and demons were personified out of the organs and functions of the body. Among certain Kabbalistic writers, the Holy Land is mapped out on the human body, and the various cities are shown as centers of consciousness in man. There is a wonderful study here for those who will investigate deeply and sincerely the ancient mysteries. We cannot hope to cover all the ground, but if you can gain from this booklet a key to the situation, we hope you will pursue the line of thought until you have made it all-inclusive and opened at least one seal of the Book of Divine Revelation. Part 2, the Three Worlds. According to the mystery schools, the human body is divided into three major parts, and in analogy with this, the universe without is said to be composed of three worlds: heaven, earth, and hell. Heaven is the superior world, and for some unknown reason is supposed to be above, although Ingersoll proved conclusively that owing to the rotation of the earth, up and down are always changing places. Nearly all religions teach that God dwells in the heavens. Their members are taught to believe that God is above them, so they raise their hands in prayer and lift their eyes to the heavens when they implore or petition him. Among some nations, he is supposed to dwell on the tops of mountains, which are the highest places of the world. Wherever he is and whatever he is, his place of domicile is above, overshadowing the world below. Between heaven above and hell beneath is the earth, which the Scandinavians call Midgard, or the Middle Garden. It is suspended in space and forms the dwelling place of men and other living creatures. It is connected to the heavens by a rainbow bridge down which the gods descend. Its volcanic craters and fissures are said to connect it with hell, the land of darkness and oblivion. Here, twixt heaven and earth dominion wielding, as Goethe said, exists nature. The green grass, the flowing rivers, the mighty ocean, exist only in the middle world, which is a sort of neutral ground where the hosts of good and evil fight their eternal battle of Armageddon. Below, in darkness and flames, torment and suffering, is the world of hell, which we have interpreted as hell. It is the great beneath, for as surely as we think of heaven as up, we think of hell as down, while this middle place seems to be the dividing line between them. In hell are the forces of evil, the tearing, rending, destroying powers which are always bringing sorrow to the earth and which struggle untiringly to overthrow the throne of the gods in heaven. The entire system is an anatomical myth. For the heaven world of the ancients, the domed temple on the top of the mountain was the skull with its divine contents. This is the home of the gods and man. It is termed up because it occupies the northern end of the human spine. The temple of the gods who rule the earth is said to be at the North Pole, which also, by the way, is the home of Santa Claus, because the North Pole represents the positive end of the spinal column of the planetary lord. Santa Claus, coming down the chimney with his sprig of evergreen at the season of the year when nature is dead, has a fine Masonic interpretation for those who wish to study it. The same is true of the manna that descended to feed the children of Israel in the wilderness, for this manna is a substance which comes down the spinal cord from the brain. The Hindus symbolize the spine as the stem of the sacred lotus, therefore the skull and contents are symbolized by the flower. The spinal column is Jacob's ladder connecting heaven and earth, while its 33 segments are the degrees of masonry and the number of years of the life of Christ. Up these segments, the candidate ascends in consciousness to reach the temple of initiation, located on the top of the mountain. It is in this domed room with a hole in the floor that the great mystery initiations are given. The Himalaya mountains rise above the earth, representing the shoulders and upper half of the body. They are the highest mountains of the world. Somewhere upon their summit stands the temple, resting upon the shoulders of Atlas. It is interesting to note that the atlas is the upper vertebra of the human spine upon which the condyles of the skull rest. In the brain, there are a number of caves, and in them live the wise men, the yogis and hermits. The caves of the yogis are said to be located at the head of the Ganges River. Every religion has its sacred river. To the Christians, it is the Jordan. To the Egyptians, it is the Nile, while to the Hindus, it is the Ganges. The sacred river is the spinal canal, which has its source among the peaks of the mountains. The holy men in their retreats represent the spiritual sight in the human brain and are the 7 sleepers of the Quran who must remain in the darkness of their caves until the spirit ire vitalizes them. The brain is the upper room referred to in the Gospels, where Jesus met with his disciples, and it is said that the disciples themselves represent the 12 convolutions of the brain. It is these 12 convolutions which later send their messages by means of the nerves into the body below to convert the Gentiles or preach the gospel in the Middle Earth. These 12 convolutions gather around the central opening in the brain, which is the Holy of Holies, the mercy seat, where between the spreading wings of the angels Jehovah talks with the high priest, and where both day and night the Shekinah's glory hovers. From this point also the spirit finally ascends from Golgotha, the place in the skull. It is a clairvoyant fact that the spirit not only leaves but also enters the body through the crown of the head, probably giving rise to the story of Santa Claus and his chimney. The Trinity in man lives in the 3 great chambers of the human body, from which they radiate their power throughout the 3 worlds. These centers are the brain, the heart, and the reproductive system. These are the three main chambers of the pyramid, and also the rooms in which are given the entered apprentice, fellowcraft, and master mason's degrees of Blue Lodge Masonry. In these three chambers dwell the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost, who are symbolized by the three-lettered word Aum. The transmutation, regeneration, and unfoldment of these three great centers result in the sounding of the lost word, which is the great secret of the Masonic order. From the spinal nerves come impulses and life forces which make this possible. Therefore, the Mason is told to consider carefully his substitute word, which means the marrow of the bone. In the cerebellum, or posterior brain, which has charge of the motive system of the human body and is the only brain developed in the animal, is to be found a little tree-like growth, which has long been symbolized by a sprig of acacia, and as such is referred to in the Masonic allegory. The two lobes of the cerebrum were called by the ancients Cain and Abel, and have much to do with the legend of the curse of Cain, which is literally the curse of unbalance. For the murder of the spirit of equilibrium, Cain is sent forth a wanderer upon the face of the earth. I have in my possession a very remarkable skull, which originally rested on the shoulders of a homicide. It is of high organic quality, but bears the curse of Cain. This individual had a grudge, which he nursed very carefully. Nursed grudges sometimes become very dangerous things. This person swore that when he met a certain man, he would cut his heart out and throw it in his face. A number of years passed, his hatred grew, and at last meeting his enemy, he attacked him and fulfilled his threat. He was hanged for the crime, but the skull bearing the testimony to the brain reveals a very interesting fact. The right half of the brain is under the control of Mercury, the planet of intelligence, and as a result of the crossing of the brain nerves at the base of the skull, it rules the left side of the body. The left half of the brain, under the control of Mars, the spirit of anger and impulse, rules the right side of the body and likewise the strong right arm. As the result of his hatred and the rulership of Mars, which grew out of that hatred, the left rear side of the brain is fully twice the size of the right side. The individual allowed Mars to control his nature. The impetuosity of Mars ruled him, and he paid with his life for the mark of Cain. Science knows there is a very narrow line between genius and insanity. For any dominating vice or virtue, man must pay with unbalance. Unbalance always distorts the viewpoint, and distorted viewpoints are unfailingly productive of misery. In the skull is the switchboard which controls the activities of the body. Every function of man below the neck is controlled by a center of consciousness in the brain. Proof of this is the fact that injury to certain centers of the brain results in paralysis of various parts of the body. Medical science now knows that the spinal cord is an elongation of the brain, and some authorities even claim the cord to be capable of intelligence throughout its entire length. This cord is the flaming sword which is supposed to have stood at the gates of the Garden of Eden. The Garden of Eden is in the skull, within which is a tree bearing 12 manner of fruit. The brain is filled with vaulted chambers and passageways which have their correspondence in the spans and arches of the temples, while the third ventricle is undoubtedly the king's chamber of the Great Pyramid. The spinal cord is the serpent of the ancients. In Central and South America, the savior god is called Quetzalcoatl. His name means a feathered serpent, and this has always been his symbol. This is the brazen serpent raised by Moses in the wilderness. The 9 rattles on the tail of the serpent are called the number of man, and they represent the sacral and coccygeal bones within whose centers the secret of human evolution is contained. Every organ of the physical body is reproduced in the brain, where it can be traced by the law of analogy. There are 2 embryonic human forms, one male and the other female, twisted together in the brain. These are the yin and the yang of China, the black and white dragons biting each other. One of these figures has as its organ of expression the pineal gland, and the other the pituitary body. These 2 ductless glands are well worth consideration, for they are very important factors in the unfolding of human consciousness. It is known that these glands are larger and more active in higher grades of mentality than in those of lower quality, and in certain congenital idiots they are very small. These 2 little glands are called the head and the tail of the dragon of wisdom. They are the copper and zinc poles of an electric circuit, which has the entire body as a battery. The pituitary body is the feminine pole, or negative center, which has charge of the expressions of physical energy. Its activity also regulates to a large degree the size and weight of the body. It is also a thermometer revealing disorder in any other of the chain of ductless glands. Endocrinology is still in its experimental stage, but someday it will be revealed as the most important of all medical sciences. The pituitary body is known under the following symbols by the ancient world: the alchemical retort, the mouth of the dragon, the Virgin Mary, the Holy Grail, the lunar crescent, the laver of purification, one of the cherubim of the arch, the Isis of Egypt, the Radha of India, and the fish's mouth. It may well be called the hope of glory of the physical man. At the opposite end of the third ventricle and a little higher is the pineal gland, which looks not unlike a pine cone. Sir Ernest Alfred Wallace Budge, keeper of the Egyptian antiquities in the British Museum, mentions in one of his works the Egyptian custom of tying pine cones on the tops of their heads. He states that in the papyrus rolls, these cones are fastened to the tops of the heads of the dead when taken into the presence of Osiris, lord of the underworld. Undoubtedly, this symbol referred to the pineal gland. It was also the custom of certain African tribes to fasten pieces of fat to the tops of their heads and allow them to melt in the sun and run down over them as part of their religious observances. It is interesting that the American Indian should wear his feather, which was originally symbolical of spiritual perception, in the same place where the Christian monk shaves his head. The Hindus teach that the pineal gland is the third eye, called the eye of Dangma. It is called by the Buddhists the all-seeing eye and is spoken of in Christianity as the eye single. We are told that ages ago the pineal gland was an organ of sense orientation by which man cognized the spiritual world, but that with the coming of the material senses and the two objective eyes, it ceased to be used, and during the time of the Lemurian race, retreated to its present position in the brain. It is said that children, recapitulating their previous periods of evolution, have a limited use of the third eye up to their 7th year, at which time the skull bones grow together. This accounts for the semi-clairvoyant condition of children, who are far more sensitive than adults along psychic lines. The pineal gland is supposed to secrete an oil, which is called resin, the life of the pine tree. This word is said to be involved in the origin of the Rosicrucians, who were working with the secretions of the pineal gland and seeking to open the eye single, for it is said in Scripture, "The light of the body is the eye. If therefore thine eye be single, thy whole body shall be filled with light." The pineal gland is the tail of the dragon and has a tiny finger-like protuberance at one end. This gland is called Joseph, for it is the father of the God-man. The finger-like protuberance is called the staff of God, sometimes the holy spear. Its shape is like the evaporating vessel of the alchemists. It is a spiritual organ which is later destined to be what it once was, namely, a connecting link between the human and the divine. The vibrating finger on the end of this gland is the rod of Jesse and the scepter of the high priest. Certain exercises as given in the Eastern and the Western mystery schools cause this little finger to vibrate, resulting in a buzzing, droning sound in the brain. This is sometimes very distressing, especially when the individual who experiences the phenomenon, in all too many cases, knows nothing about the experience through which he is passing. In the middle of the brain and surrounded by the convolutions is the third ventricle, a vaulted chamber of initiation. Around it sit 3 kings, 3 great centers of life and power, the pituitary body, the pineal gland, and the optic thalamus. In this chamber also is a small gritty seed, which is undoubtedly connected with the king's coffer in the Great Pyramid. The third ventricle is supposed to be the seat of the soul, and the aura radiating from the heads of saints and sages is said to represent the golden glow pouring from this third ventricle. Between the eyes, and just above the root of the nose, is a spreading in the frontal bone of the skull, which is called the frontal sinus. The slight bulge caused by the spreading of this bone is known to phrenology as the seat of individuality. It is here that the jewels are placed on the foreheads of the Buddhas, and it is also from this point that the serpent rose from the crown of the ancient Egyptians. Several of the mystery schools teach that this is the seat of Jehovah in the human body. While his function is through the generative system, his center of consciousness as a part of the spirit of man is supposed to be located in a sea of blue ether called the Veil of Isis, in the center of the frontal sinus. When clairvoyantly studying the body of man, that little point always shows up as a black dot and cannot be analyzed. The Palatine Hill of the ancients, upon which were built the temples of Jupiter and Juno, also has its place in the human body. The palate bone is a sort of hill-shaped structure, and right above it are the orbital cavities containing the 2 eyes, which are the Jupiter and Juno of the ancient world. The cross, of course, represents the human body. The upper limb of it is the head of man rising above the horizontal line of his outstretched arms. As already stated, the great churches and cathedrals of the world have been built in the form of a cross and contain the altar upon which are burning lighted candles. These candles are symbolic of spiritual sense centers in the brain, while the custom of placing a rose window over the altar suggests the soft place in the top of the skull. The skull, the upper room, is the sanctum sanctorum of the Masonic temple, and to it only the pure can aspire. The winged bone, which medical science knows as the sphenoid, is the Egyptian scarab carrying in its claws the pituitary body and also bearing aloft the gleaming spark of immortality located in the frontal sinus. We are told in ancient mythologies that the gods came down from heaven and walked with men, instructing them in the arts and sciences. In a similar way, the godlike powers in man descend from the heaven world of his brain to carry on the work of constructing and reconstructing natural substances. We are told that in the ultimate of evolution, man's body will slowly be dissolved back again into the brain until nothing remains but 7 globular centers, radiating 7 perfect sense perceptions, which are the spirits before the throne and the saviors which he is bringing into the world to redeem it through the 7 periods of his growth. Man is an inverted plant, gaining his nourishment from the sun as the plant does from the earth. As the life of the plant ascends its stem to nourish its leaves and branches, so the life of man descends to produce the same result. This life descending is symbolized as the world's saviors who come down into the world to die for men. Later, these lives are returned again to the brain, where they glorify man before all the worlds of creation. So much for the story of the brain. Now let us consider the next of man's marvelous parts, namely, the spinal column. Part 3, the spinal column. Connecting the 2 worlds is the spinal column, a chain of 33 segments protecting within them the spinal cord. This ladder of bones plays a very important part in the religious symbolism of the ancients. It is often referred to as a winding road or stairway. Sometimes it is called the serpent, at other times the wand or scepter. The Hindus teach that there are 3 distinct canals or tubes in the spinal system. They call them Ida, Pingala, and Sushumna. These tubes connect the lower generative centers of the body with the brain. The Greeks symbolized them by the caduceus, or winged staff of Hermes. This consisted of a long rod, which ended in a knob or ball. On each side of this knob are wings arched over, used to represent the 2 lobes of the cerebrum. Wrap this staff and twisted around it wind 2 serpents, one black and the other white. These represent the Ida and Pingala. The ancient Hindus have a legend concerning the goddess Kundalini, in which it is said that she descended by means of a ladder or cord from heaven to a little island floating in the Great Sea. Connecting this with embryology, it is evident that the ladder or cord represents the umbilical cord, while the little island is the solar plexus. When the ladder is cut away from heaven, the goddess flees in terror to a cave, where she hides far from the sight of men. Like Amaterasu, the Japanese goddess of the shining lace, she must be lured from her cave, for while she is there and refuses to come forth, the world is in darkness. Kundalini is a Sanskrit word meaning a serpentine or twisting gas or force. This force, so the Eastern sages claim, can be drawn up through the central spinal canal. When this essence strikes the brain, it opens the center of spiritual consciousness and inner perception, bringing with it spiritual illumination. The system of culture whereby this is made possible is the most secret teaching of the Eastern saints, for they realize that this spiral, twisting force is not only illuminating but, like the serpent which is its symbol, also a deadly poison. Smatterings of Eastern occultism are coming all the time into the Western world, but we are sorry to say, they are bringing with them endless suffering and sorrow, for these great truths in the hands of individuals incapable of rightly understanding or applying them destroy intelligence and reason. Along the spine are a number of nerve ganglia and plexuses. All of these have their place in religious symbolism. For example, we are told that the early Jews called the sacral plexus and the sacrococcygeal ganglion the cities of Sodom and Gomorrah. There is a small plexus in the region of the kidneys called the sagittarial plexus, which the ancients knew as the city of Tarsus, where St. Paul fought with the beasts. Higher occultism teaches that the lotus blossoms are reflections or negative poles bearing witness of 7 great positive centers of consciousness located in the brain. These 7 function through the centers on the spine in approximately the same way that the 7 spirits before the throne function through the planetary bodies. The disciple is warned not to work with the centers upon the spine, but to labor instead with their true rulers, the centers in the brain. The wanderings of the children of Israel in the wilderness, the pilgrimage of the Mohammedan to Mecca, the endless pilgrimages of Hindu holy men who spend their lives going from one shrine to another, represent the pilgrimage of the spirit fire through the nerve centers along the spine. By certain specifications, force is turned into these centers one after the other until, when seen, clairvoyantly, they are great, flower-like areas from which light rays stream like petals. Each of these lotus blossoms has a different number of petals according to the number of nerves which branch out from it. It is said that the Logos, when the time came to create the material universe, entered a state of deep meditation, centralizing his thought power upon the 7 flower-like centers of the 7 worlds. Gradually his life force descended from the brain, and striking these flowers, one after the other wave birth to the lower worlds. When at last his spirit fire struck the lowest center, the physical world was created, and his fire was at the base of the spine. When the world returns to him again, and he once more becomes supreme in consciousness, it will be because he withdraws the life from these 7 centers, beginning with the lowest, and returns it again to the brain. Thus the path of evolution for all living things is to raise this fire, whose descent made their manifestation in these lower worlds possible, and whose raising brings them into harmony once more with the superior worlds. This myth of the life force that came down and took upon itself worlds is found among all the civilized nations of the earth. This is the Hiram Abiff who built the Masonic temple, and was then slain by the 3 vehicles which he formed. This is likewise the Christ, slain for the sins of the world. Because of the fact that this spinal fire is a twisting serpentine force, the snake has been used in all parts of the world to represent the world's saviors. The uricus, worn by the Egyptian priests upon their foreheads, was symbolic of Kundalini, the sacred cobra, who, when she was raised in the wilderness, saved all who gazed upon her. As the brain is the center of the divine world, so the solar plexus is the center of the human world, for, representing semi-consciousness, it links the unconsciousness below with the consciousness above. Man is not only capable of thinking with his brain, he is capable of a certain phase of thought through the nerve centers of the solar plexus. It will probably be wise at this point to describe the difference between a medium and a clairvoyant. To the average person, there is no difference, but to the mystic, these 2 phases of spiritual sight are separated by the entire span of human evolution. A clairvoyant is one who has raised the spinal serpent into the brain, and by his growth earned the right of perceiving the invisible worlds with the aid of the 3rd eye, or pineal gland. This organ of consciousness, which millions of years ago connected man with the invisible worlds, closed during the Lemurian period when the objective senses began to develop. The occultist, however, by the process of development hinted at before, may reopen this eye and by means of it explore the invisible worlds. Clairvoyants are not born, they are made. Mediums are not made, they are born. The clairvoyant can become such only after years, sometimes lives, of self-preparation. On the other hand, the medium, by sitting in a darkened room, or by other similar practices, may secure results in a few days. The medium uses the solar plexus as a mirror, and upon its sensitive nerves are reflected pictures recorded in the invisible ethers. Through the spleen, the medium permits decarnate intelligences to come into his spiritual constitution, the result being voices and other spirit manifestations. Automatic writing is gained by permitting the etheric arm of an outside intelligence to control temporarily the physical arm of the medium. This is not possible until the medium removes his own etheric double from the arm, for two things cannot occupy the same place at the same time. The process of periodically separating the life forces from the physical arm is very dangerous, often resulting in paralysis. Mediumship is unnatural to man, while clairvoyance is the natural result of growth and the unfolding of the spiritual nature. There are 100 mediums to one clairvoyant, for the clairvoyant can become such only through self-mastery and the exertion of tremendous power. While the weaker, the more sickly, and the more nervous an individual is, the better medium he makes. The clairvoyant is unfolding his mind by filling it with useful knowledge, while the first instruction given the would-be medium is, make your mind a blank. The reason mediumship through the solar plexus is a retrogression may be summed up as follows. The group spirits who control the destinies of the animal kingdoms govern then charges through pictures thrown against the solar plexus, for the animal has no self-conscious mind. As a result, instead of thinking with its own brain, it thinks with the brain of the group spirit to whom it is attached by invisible magnetic cords. These cords convey their impressions and photograph them upon the sympathetic nervous system. Having no will of its own, the animal is incapable of combating these urges, and consequently obeys them implicitly. Man governs himself through the cerebrospinal nervous system because he has developed individuality and the sympathetic system no longer rules him. Opening himself to impulses through the solar plexus area, the medium is thwarting his own growth by preventing the cerebrospinal nervous system from controlling his destiny. Man has always liked to lean on external things. He hates to face each problem and solve it with the brain God gave him. He consequently leans on the invisible worlds, asking them to help him to accomplish the labors, which he should do by his own efforts. Thousands of people must carry the karmic responsibilities of the medium, for many follow this calling because hundreds of people want to talk to deceased relatives or get inside tips on the stock exchange. Those who by their patronage encourage things of which they do not themselves approve are personally responsible for the injury which their selfishness has thus permitted other persons to inflict upon themselves. The difference, therefore, between mediumship and clairvoyance is about half the length of the spinal column. It is the difference between negative and positive. It is the difference between the midnight of the seance room and the noonday of the temple. All of the organs within the body of man have their religious significance. The heart, with its chambers, is itself a temple standing upon the mountain of the diaphragm. The spleen, with its little umbrella-shaped body, collects the sun's rays and has charge of the etheric body. It is this etheric body, coiled within the spleen, that injects the white blood corpuscles into the circulatory system. We know that the human body has been the inspiration for nearly all mechanical contrivances. Hinges are copied from lie human body, likewise die ball and socket joint. We are told that the first plumbing was reproduced from the arterial and venous circulatory systems. Hundreds of machines and implements have been inspired by the subtle workings of our own vehicles. For the human body is the most marvelously constructed machine that the human mind can study. The close relationship between the generative system below and the brain above is, of course, due to the spine connecting them. At a certain time, a number of little doors which now separate the brain from the generative system are opened, and the sushumna becomes an open tunnel so that every impulse is carried immediately to both ends of the body. It is for this reason that the candidate assumes the vows of celibacy, for the close connection existing in the advanced disciple between the brain and the reproductive system necessitates an absolute conservation of all life energies. The tonsils are directly connected with the generative system. In fact, they are part of its positive pole in the brain. The customs of vaccinating healthy children and cutting out normal tonsils on general principles should be reconsidered. Most tonsils are infected as the result of the child eating too many sweets during the first years of life. The moral is, don't cut out the tonsils, cut out the sweets. Many parents are responsible for the illness of their children. Through either ignorance or indulgence, they allow the infantile consciousness, as yet uncontrolled by its higher vehicles, to destroy itself before life fairly begins. When children are sick during the early years of life, the physician will often find the cause of the ailment in the parent, and the father or mother, not the child, should be dosed with pills. If the stomach is kept in proper condition, the tonsils will give very little trouble. The absolute economy exhibited by nature in the building of all its structures should be sufficient proof that the Lord was not wasting his time when he made tonsils and appendixes. He apparently had reason for making them, but these poor, unoffending organs have become a goldmine to medical scientists, who remove them at the slightest provocation. We are told that the vertical position assumed by the human body, which forces the contents of the intestinal tract to travel part of the time uphill, is the reason for the appendix, which is missing in creatures of horizontal carriage. Every organ not only has its visible purpose, but also an invisible spiritual purpose, and the individual is to be admired who manages to go through life preserving intact as many as possible of his original anatomical parts and members. While on the subject of the debt of science to the human body, we might add that the decimal system is the result of primitive man's counting on his fingers, whereby 10 became the unit of enumeration. The ancient cubit also was the distance between the elbow and the end of the second finger, or approximately 18 inches. So it goes back through the study of things until we find that nearly everything with which man has surrounded himself is an adaptation from the body with which God surrounded his spirit. Man is gradually gaining control not only over the organs of his body, but also over their functions. Science states that certain organs function automatically or mechanically, but occultism realizes that there is nothing mechanical about the functions of the human body. Let us take as an example a workman throwing a piece of iron among the wheels and levers of a smoothly working machine. There is a grinding crash and the machine stops. If, on the other hand, you figuratively throw a monkey wrench into the human body, it will immediately begin the process of throwing it back at you. It will surround the foreign element with a coating and try to absorb it. If this is impossible, it will try to eject it through some channel appointed for that purpose. If this means fails, it will in many cases accustom itself to the presence of the obstacle and keep right on working anyway. This shows unmistakably that the organic parts of man possess some inherent form of intelligence. Therefore, they are not machines, for no mechanical device is capable of intelligence. Paracelsus, the great Swiss physician, who after many years in the Far East returned to Switzerland to teach medicine, first gave to the European world its concept of the nature spirits. He taught that the functions of nature were under the control of little creatures who were invisible to the normal senses, but who, working through the kingdoms of life minerals, plants, animals, and parts of the human body, kept all of these evolving in an intelligent way. Under the control of the great celestial hierarchy of Scorpio, which has charge of all bodybuilding in nature, these elements are the invisible intelligences governing the human body and its functions. As the result of man's ever-evolving consciousness, he is acquiring more complete control over the functions of his various organs. There are two kinds of muscles, voluntary and involuntary. The difference being that the voluntary muscles, which are controlled by the conscious mind of the individual, have fibers running two ways and crossing each other, while those which are involuntary are without cross fibers. The heart used to be considered an involuntary muscle, but it is now beginning to show cross fibers, thus foreshadowing the day when man will consciously and intelligently regulate the beating of his own heart. The same will be true with respect to all other organs that survive the periodic changes taking place in the constitution of man. The Eastern holy man can successfully live without his heart beating. He can stop it or start it at will. By lifting the tongue so that it closes the air passages into the lungs, he can remain in suspended animation for months. Many Eastern chelas do this while being given spiritual initiations out of the physical body. There are cases on record where these holy men have been buried in the ground. Weeks later, when the body was dug up, it was found to be dried like leather. Water was poured onto if and after a certain lapse of time the man who had not taken a breath in weeks got up and walked off. This is the result of extraordinary control, which the mind is capable of gaining over the functions of the body. Occultism teaches that there is an entire universe within the human body, that it has its worlds, its planes, and its gods and goddesses. Millions of minute cells are its inhabitants. These tiny creatures are grouped together into kingdoms, nations, and races, and become one thing composed of many parts. The supreme ruler and God of this great world is the consciousness in man which says, I am. This consciousness picks up its universe and moves to another town. Every time it walks up and down the street, it takes 100 million solar systems with it. But because they are so infinitesimal, man cannot realize that they are actually worlds. In like manner, we are individual cells in the body of an infinite creation which is hurling itself through infinity at unknown speed. Suns, moons, and stars are merely bones in a great skeleton composed of all the substances of the universe. Our own little lives are merely part of that infinite life throbbing and coursing through the arteries and veins of space. But all this is so vast as to be beyond the comprehension of this little I am in us. Therefore, we may say that both extremes are equally incomprehensible. We live in a middle world between infinite greatness on the one hand and infinite smallness on the other. As we grow, our world grows also, resulting in a corresponding increase in the scope of our understanding of all these wonders. The Occult Anatomy of Man, Part 4, The Infernal Worlds. At the base of the spine is located the throne of a Lord of Form, commonly called Jehovah and Shiva. The linga is his symbol. He rides the great bull of earthiness. His daughter is death and destruction, yet he is not a thing of evil. He builds the bodies which give us the power to function in the lower worlds. He crystallizes them around lines of force. Geometry is the skeleton, and all the bodies which he builds are geometric problems, geometric angles crystallized into rocks and stones. Gradually, the crystallization which brings bodies into the world causes them to become too dense and unyielding to respond to the subtle impressions from the spiritual consciousness. Slowly they turn to stone, and death is the result of the same cause that brought the body into the world. The early races of the earth worshipped the procreative attributes of life. They felt that the highest expression of life was the power of giving still another life to the world. Therefore, the principle of life-giving was personified into a deity who gave life to all things, or rather brought into manifestation the latent life which cannot grow or unfold in the physical world without the vehicle of dense substance. To the occultist, birth is death, and death is an awakening. The mystics of ancient days taught that to be born into the physical world was to enter a tomb, for no other plane of nature is so unresponsive, so limited as the earth world. Time and distance were prison bars chaining the soul to narrow environments. Heat and cold tormented the soul, age deprived it of its faculties, and man's life was but a preparation for death. As life is lived under the shadow of death, they taught that it is a mockery, a hollow thing, gilded to the careless eye but tarnished and worm-eaten upon close examination. The physical body became the sepulchre, tire tomb, the place of burial in which spirit lay awaiting the day of liberation, when as a virgin spark it should arise again from the broken urn of clay. Therefore, in all the religions of the world, we have the lower world as a black pit into which Yama, the lord of the underworld, hurls the souls of the damned to suffer in a hell of their own creation. For it is true that each race makes from its own nature the demons which torment it. Here Typhon, the Egyptian god of destruction, with the body of a hog and the head of a crocodile, awaits with yawning jaws to devour those who have failed to make proper use of life's opportunities. Among most peoples, the demon is symbolized as part animal, part human. He dwells in the animal nature of man, and those who are controlled by their appetites, their likes and dislikes, their hates and fears, need no further damnation. They have built their own hell and are experiencing its torments. The generative system is gradually being absorbed into the brain, and the man of the next great world period will generate its progenies, or at least form vehicles for them, through the larynx, which is the organ of the spoken word. We are told that a small etheric body, which will later be the organ of positive reproduction, is gradually being built near the larynx. Ultimately, human beings will become capable of raising the spinal fire through the Sushumna canal. This is an evolutionary process, however, covering a long period of time. The physical body is supposed to be under the control of the moon, which rules the liquids of the earth. The moon was the last incarnation of the earth spirit, and the human race passed through its state of animal consciousness in the etheric body of the moon lord. The lunar spirits are called the ancestors, and are known to Christians as angels. These beings have control of the generative powers of animal and man. The life coming into incarnation often chooses its future vehicle many years before it appears in the world. It is said that the etheric germ is placed in the body of the parent as long as 20 years before the child comes into the world. This is the result of its search for an environment especially suited to its spiritual and material needs. Certain occult schools have taught that the spiritual consciousness of man was not fixed in any point of the body, but was in whatever part of man his thoughts dwelt. We know that there are 3 worlds where man may dwell. The first is his mental world, where he may live surrounded by his thoughts, his dreams, and his aspirations. The second is his human world, where he may be one of the great middle class which thinks a little, eats a little, sleeps a little, and worries unceasingly. The third possible home is his animal world, where he may dwell in the midst of passions, lusts, and hates which burn his soul and consume his body. The history of primitive races shows that they have risen through all of these stages until at last a few have become truly thinking creatures. The blood of every man is individual. When crystallizing, it forms into geometric patterns which differ with every person, so that by means of blood analysis, a far surer system could be evolved for crime detection than either the Bertillon or fingerprint systems. The story of man's soul is written in his blood. The position he occupies in evolution, his hopes and his fears, are all imprinted on the etheric forms which flow through his bloodstream. Until red blood came into the body, the spirit of man could not enter, but hovered over the body, attached to it by an electric thread. By studying crickets, grasshoppers, and similar small creatures clairvoyantly, it is possible to observe impulses from the little globes hovering over their bodies, which result in the primitive motion and sense which they demonstrate. Therefore, it is said that the actual line between the vegetable and the animal is drawn with the coming of red blood. Consequently, certain small fishes, mollusks, etc., are technically vegetables, although not recognized as such by science. The liver is the key to the red blood. Lucifer's red garments derive their color from the blood, while the word Lucifer means a carrier of light and is a name for the blood. For this reason, he is the spirit of temptation. In the Christian mysteries, the piercing of the liver of Christ by the spear of the centurion is especially mystical, while Prometheus, the friend of man, hanging upon the peak of Mount Caucasus with a vulture gnawing at his liver, is the same myth expressed in the symbolism of ancient Greece. It is further interesting to note the relation between the words live and liver, for to have a liver is to live. Along the same line, we may note that the word live, spelled backwards, becomes evil, and the word lived becomes devil. This peculiar relationship is found not only in English, but to a slightly less noticeable degree in several languages. When we take up this, however, we become involved in the study of Kabbalism, which is the analysis of the symbolic meaning of words. Red is the color of blood and the key of the liver, and its effects upon animals is very noticeable. It irritates, excites, and in some cases actually causes animals to go mad. Therefore, it is often used in making the capes worn during bullfights. These the fighters flaunt in the bull's face, and trouble usually follows. The use of red lights is not uncommon in black magic. Evil magicians use them to materialize specters, while medical science has already discovered that red light is a strong irritant when applied to the human body. During anger and hate, the astral aura of man becomes streaked with red flames, very closely resembling thunderbolts. Very often, the base of the spine glows with a murky red light, symbolic of hate, passion, or anger. This red glow, burning eternally at the base of the spine, has given rise to the story of hellfire and damnation, but the preacher has failed to remind the laity that they carry their own hell around with them, wherever they go. The red power is said to be broken from the white light of the sun through the body of Samael, the spirit of Mars. This is the cause of the red glow in the heavens. Mars is the god of war, wrangling, hate, and dissension. He was the patron deity of the Roman Empire, whose uniformed soldiers wore red as a symbol of his sway. Following the lead of this patron saint, they conquered the world and then fell upon the swords with which they had murdered others. While red is the color of the body, yellow is regarded as the color of the soul. For this reason, the Buddhas and world saviors are usually symbolized as being surrounded with a golden nimbus or halo. This light is the yellow robe, also the light bearing witness to the darkness, of which St. John wrote. This light, flooding through the third ventricle, represents the Here Typhon, the Egyptian god of destruction, with the body of a hog and the head of a crocodile, awaits with yawning jaws to devour those who have failed to make proper use of life's opportunities. Among most peoples, the demon is symbolized as part animal, part human. He dwells in the animal nature of man, and those who are controlled by their appetites, their likes and dislikes, their hates and fears, need no further damnation. They have built their own hell and are experiencing its torments. The generative system is gradually being absorbed into the brain, and the man of the next great world period will generate its progenies, or at least form vehicles for them, through the larynx, which is the organ of the spoken word. We are told that a small etheric body, which will later be the organ of positive reproduction, is gradually being built near the larynx. Ultimately, human beings will become capable of raising the spinal fire through the Sushumna canal. This is an evolutionary process, however, covering a long period of time. The physical body is supposed to be under the control of the moon, which rules the liquids of the earth. The moon was the last incarnation of the earth's spirit, and the human race passed through its state of animal consciousness in the etheric body of the moon lord. The lunar spirits are called the ancestors, and are known to Christians as angels. These beings have control of the generative powers of animal and man. The life coming into incarnation often chooses its future vehicle many years before it appears in the world. It is said, blue, the highest of the three primary colors, is the color given to the father. It is a relaxing, restful color, especially valuable in the treatment of insanity and obsession. It is difficult for black magicians to function successfully in a blue light. Its affinity to the mind is very evident, and it gathers as an electric sea in the pineal gland as an extract from all the spiritual qualities of human nature. The blue heart to every flame was said to symbolize the invisible Father behind the glowing sun. In the words of Christ, "He that hath seen me hath seen the Father. I am in the Father, and the Father in me." The use of colors and symbolism is very interesting. The green dragon, whom the heroes of mythology usually slay, represents the earth. The white armor is a purified physical body. The black magician is darkness and uncertainty. All colors have symbolic value, and great lessons can be learned from the study of the application of these values to occultism. While discussing the subject of occult anatomy and physiology, we must stop for a moment to give credit to the alchemists and Rosicrucians who, during the Middle Ages, concealed the study of occult anatomy by dressing up the organs of the human body in the form of retorts and alchemical vessels. One of their great exponents said, "It is very interesting to note the similitude existing between the incarnations or appearances in the world of the great avatar, Vishnu, and the changes which take place in the human embryo previous to birth." This brings us to our next subject, occult embryology. Part 5, Occult Embryology. The great Lord Vishnu has already come 9 times into the world to save his people. His 10th birth is yet to come. His 9 appearances closely parallel the 9 principal changes taking place in the human embryo previous to birth. Vishnu was first born out of the mouth of a fish. He then rose out of the body of a turtle. Still later, he appeared as a boar, then a lion, afterwards a monkey, and after a number of still other changes, he appeared as a man. I noted some time ago that a scientist had arranged a table showing the relationship of the human brain to various animals during the prenatal period. He followed exactly the list of incarnations of Vishnu while totally unaware that he was linking together Oriental occultism and Occidental embryology. The cosmogony myths of nearly every nation are based upon embryology. The formation of the cosmos is said to have taken place in the same way that man is formed, only on a larger scale. For example, in the Vishnu Puranas, we are told that creation took place within the womb of Mem. Space was surrounded by great mountains and cliffs. The universe was created out of water and floated in a great sea. Down a ladder came the gods. 4 rivers flowed into the new land, as told in Genesis. These are the blood vessels of the umbilical cord. So the story goes, and a marvelous correlation exists. Someday, perhaps a new science may be based upon the law of analogy. This will prove to be a far greater contribution to scientific data than all the scientific speculations of all ages. It is reasonably certain that the story of Adam and Eve and the Garden of Eden is based upon embryology, and that the womb is the original Garden of Eden. In symbolism, it is represented by a dot in a circle. This dot is the primitive, germ, and so on as far as you wish to carry the analogy. The egg of Brahma is the story of the cosmic embryo, and embryology is the basic study of creation. In embryology, we also have a very interesting recapitulation of the passage of the human race through the various species of nature. Here we find at certain periods the Hyperborean creatures. At another time, we see the primitive Lemurian man, later the Atlantean, and finally the Aryan. We most certainly recommend to all occult students that they make a very careful study of. Man begins to die the moment he is born, and the span of life is the length of time which this requires. At the 7th year, the vital body comes into action, and greatest periods of growth commence. It is then that parents begin to experience difficulties. It is the time of letting clothes down and out. Children shoot up like weeds, for they are literally recapitulating their plant existences, whereas before that time they were recapitulating their mineral state. At about the 7th year, the child begins to manufacture vital essences within his own body. Up to that time, he lives upon life forces secreted in the ductless glands of the throat before birth. In other words, he maintains himself upon life which he has stored away from the parent. At about 7, he starts work for himself. He is on the go every minute, and if youth could only bottle up its energy and preserve it for old age, what a wonderful world we would live in. Introduction. Man is becoming increasingly aware that he lives in a world filled with life rather than mechanistic processes. He is beginning to estimate the importance of maintaining natural order and recognizing that all forms of life are indispensable to the common survival of the universal plan. We have long taken the attitude that man is a unique and superior creature and that the universe was made very largely for his support and comfort. This idea is fading rapidly, however, and we are looking around for a more reasonable explanation of life. Unfortunately, Western learning does not give us very much support, encouragement, or consolation. Generally speaking, the history of Western man is almost completely centered upon the individual himself. It is assumed that animals were made for food or to act as beasts of burden, or a few to be regarded affectionately as pets. However, it would seem that even from an early date, there was something in the consciousness of the human being that made him choose not to be unnecessarily cruel to animals or to other forms of life, particularly to beasts in whom he found so many of his own attributes. All in all, however, man lived in a world fashioned for his own use. Philosophy did very little to help this, although it encouraged kindness and also rose against wastefulness. Religion had very little to say. If man, becoming compassionate of man, also became concerned for other forms of life, it was good. There was no rule against it, but it was considered a little eccentric. Animals in religion and culture. The Bible mentions over 120 different types of animals, but for the most part, the references are according to the common experiences of the people of that time. Animals also play an important part in the art and architecture of the early church, and nearly all Gothic cathedrals include figures of birds, fish, and a variety of mammals among their decorations. An outstanding example of this is the Cathedral of Laon in northern France. Two of the towers flanking the facades include huge figures of oxen. This was not an artistic contrivance, but a tribute to the memory of the patient animals whose strength had contributed to the building of this great church. Animals are included among the attributes of saints. Even Christ has the lambs as his most familiar companion, and the Holy Spirit is nearly always pictured in the form of a dove. Other instances include the stag of St. Hubert, the lion of St. Mark and St. Jerome, the raven of St. Paul, and the eagle of St. John. Theologians of the 12th and 13th centuries had very little to say on behalf of non-human creatures, and it was customary to consider the animal kingdom as a mystery not to be approached without awe. One writer of that time noted, however, that St. Francis d'Assisi, in his gentleness, solved the mystery for himself by admitting animals into the pale of Christian sympathy. He was accustomed to call all living creatures his brothers and sisters, and it is reported that when he walked in the woods or fields, various animals were drawn to him as if by instinct. Above all other creatures, he seemed to have the greatest love for his birds of every kind, as being the most unearthly in their nature and soaring into the heavens where men can only gaze. Observing an assemblage of birds, St. Francis approached them, and they seemed to wait expectantly. Then he admonished them, saying, "Brother birds, greatly are ye bound to praise the Creator, who clothed you with feathers, and giveth you wings to fly with, and a pure air to breathe, and who careth for you, who have so little care for yourselves." Bestiaries and moral virtues. A class of moral writings associating animals with moral virtues suitable to the human being originated in Egypt, probably before the beginning of the Christian era. They were written at a time when zoology was a branch of theology. These collections of pious reflections were called bestiaries and contributed to the art of physiognomy, according to which persons resembling certain animals also portrayed some of their characteristics. Although favorite reading for centuries, bestiaries were among the intellectual casualties resulting from the rise of physical sciences. With the dawn of science, a large part of man's conscience bearing upon non-human creatures seems to have been blighted. Science regarded the other kingdoms of nature as expendable. Anything that tended to advance the cause of man was legitimate, no matter how much it plundered the natural resources of the earth. Industry followed this general point of view, and as a result of this trend, we find ourselves in the presence of a number of commodity shortages which are giving concern. It is quite natural, therefore, that we should look around among people in other parts of the world to find some consolation for the growing conviction that our attitude has not been especially wise. Buddhist perspective. Buddhism is the only major philosophy which has really considered all kingdoms as democratically equal. Buddhism does not recognize any second-class or underprivileged form of life. In its cosmotheistic concepts, Buddhism takes the position that, actually, there are no lower forms of life, unless a child is a lower form of adult. Very few people would justify the attitude that children are exploitable and expendable simply because they are children. We now recognize that different forms of life are unfolding from one basic equality, and that no essential difference exists between an acorn and an oak tree. If one appears to be less than the other, and a careful exploration of the acorn does not reveal very much about the oak tree, the only way that we can determine the true facts is by planting the acorn and watching it grow. If there is foundation for a new camaraderie between the kingdoms of nature, this can be justified by the fact that all living things are alive, and that all living things are alive because of one life. Just as the sun contributes to the growth of an infinite diversity of living forms, so every form of life upon the planet is dependent upon one great source of energy, and in this dependency, man and the mineral share together. Man does not have a basic life in him that is different from the life in the star or the stone. Man is part of the unfolding of one universal principle, which the theologically minded like to think of as God and the scientifically minded prefer to consider energy. The unity of life. Life itself is essentially indivisible, and its purposes have to be regarded as one, though appearing to be many. If we wish to accept the ideal that all life is one, then existence becomes like a huge tree with its roots in eternity and its branches in time. This vast tree supports upon itself every manifestation of existence in all the kingdoms of nature and includes the most minute atom and the vastest cosmic sun. If this is the final archetypal fact, we can build upon this a new concept of immediate relationship with living things. The theologian who firmly believes that God is the source of life is faced with the following questions. Can God destroy that which he has created? Is life expendable or is it eternal? To those who assume that life, consciousness, and reality are all synonymous terms, there can be no death without compromising the existence of God. Many philosophically minded people have come to the conclusion that there is no death. If this is true, it applies not only to man, but to any creature that is capable of being destroyed physically. For if life is one, eternal and inevitable, then physical destruction can only occur on a level of phenomena. Truths, principles, and integrities are also indestructible and play a part in our concept of relationships with kingdoms around us. Life in the mineral kingdom. We can accept without reservation that plants and animals are alive, but we have more difficulty in trying to rationalize the idea that minerals are alive. One of the evidences of this, however, is their crystalline formation breaking into geometric patterns which can be considered the signature of life in the mineral kingdom. As the mineral, with its keynote of stability, consists of a simple element with its magnetic counterpart, its vitality is used exclusively to perpetuate its existence. As long as it is a living mineral, it is assured of an indefinite continuance. There are, however, both live and dead minerals. When a stone is cut from a quarry, it is severed from its vital life supply. We speak of living rock, meaning that which is in its natural place as part of an enduring rock formation. Once it has been fitted into a building or made into some monumental object, its life expectancy is shortened. We have examples of this well-known fact in the field of archaeology. Two important monuments, the Temple of Angkor Wat in Cambodia and the Borobudur on the island of Java, are dying. The enduring power of the stone is exhausted, and unless artificial means are used to preserve the remains, they will gradually fade away. It is also well known that metals become exhausted, and construction steel usually shows definite indications of fatigue after 50 or 60 years. Minerals also gradually unfold the instinct for survival from within themselves. Paracelsus was for many years employed by the Fuggers, a famous mining concern, and while working with them, this great Swiss physician devoted considerable attention to the magnetic fields of metal. His findings have contributed greatly to the modern pharmacopoeia. Minerals all have properties that are especially evident in the lodestone. They attract to themselves various forms of magnetism from the atmosphere and become impregnated with various combinations of sidereal forces, including energies from the stars and constellations. A physician I knew in New York many years ago successfully treated heart disease with meteoric iron. No mineral is valuable in medicine for its chemical content, but for the poles of energy which it sets up when it is introduced into the human body. Among my friends of long ago was a practicing alchemist who was himself Swiss and had lived in very much the same environment as Paracelsus. He said that metals actually grow in the rocks. The growth is very slow, but each tiny speck of gold is like a seed. It is not only undying, but it is also self-renewing. If you go over an area which has been mined 100 or more years ago, you will find that the precious ores have been at least in part restored. He also showed me a gold plant, a tiny little bush-like growth resembling lichen, which had been growing for many years in a hermetically sealed vessel. It certainly resembled a living plant. One famous German chemist of the 17th century said that the roots of the grapevine drew gold out of the earth and incorporated it into its own structure. It was for this reason that wine was used medicinally by ancient physicians. If dead grapevines were burned, gold could be reclaimed from the ashes. Alchemy and the mineral kingdom. Alchemy, or divine chemistry, gave us our first philosophical approach to the mysteries of the mineral kingdom. By the judicious use of the Hermetic concept of analogy, these early chemists believed that if they could explain the mysteries of the mineral kingdom, they would have the key that would unlock the secrets of heaven, earth, and man. These alchemistical thinkers endeavored to separate the spirit of minerals and metals from the bodies which imprison them. They set forth their method under the symbolism of the life, death, and resurrection of Christ. The outer body of gold, for example, had to be separated from the life principle within it before it could be combined with the essences of other metals. those great objectives of alchemy, the transmutation of base metals, creation of synthetic gems, and the compounding of universal medicines, were of course symbolical. It was assumed that the gross bodies of the elements could not be brought into perfect union. The spiritual essence in each, however, could be mingled into a mystical compound, and when this was accomplished, the chemist became the ruler of the world by transcending all physical objectives. Paracelsus made rings out of metallic antimony and placed them on the fingers of persons suffering from certain diseases. According to contemporary witnesses, these maladies were absorbed into the rings, which became liquid, like wax, and finally fell off of the fingers. He was also one of the first to recognize the medicinal properties of mercury, which he considered to symbolize the universal solvent associated with the qualities of the planet Mercury, and which in turn controlled the functions of the human mind. By this philosophy, mind itself became the reconciler of all opposites and the transmuter of all base materials. Folklore and magical properties of stones. It is not always wise to ignore folklore, and there is much relating to stones in the common knowledge of our forebears. It has always been assumed that both metals and stones can influence human life. In both Europe and Asia, it was believed that these substances not only gathered force from the planets and stars, but also accepted into themselves the toxic forces of human thought and emotion. The Chinese regarded jade as a living substance. They not only admired its color and texture, but cherished it for its magical qualities. It preserved health in this world, and when buried with the dead, assured a happy transition to the afterlife. For certain purposes, acupuncture needles were made of jade, and this precious stone also protected the person who wore it from evil influences, robbers, and would-be assassins. George F. Kunz has written several interesting books on the lore of precious stones and their use in sympathetic magic. Birthstones were believed to protect persons born under the different signs of the zodiac, but there are many well-documented instances of famous jewels which have brought tragedy and death to those who owned or wore them. If there is any truth in these beliefs, the jewel must exude some type of evil force. Psychometrists on many occasions have been able to pick up vibrations from mineral and metallic objects. Common stones have also played a part in the natural magic of primitive people. The fetish is often a natural stone of unusual shape, or one that has been crudely carved into the likeness of some natural creature. The Greeks and Egyptians held that statues were impregnated with a divine power derived from the deity whom they portrayed. On the assumption that like attracts like, the appearance of the divinity drew part of its force out of space. In Japan, Buddhist figures are often carved from sandalwood because it was believed that the aroma which they continued to exude represented the presence of the spiritual power which the image signified. All of this thinking is based on the firm conviction that minerals and plants are alive and that their magnetic fields can be variously influenced to the benefit or disadvantage of mankind. The plant kingdom. The evolutionary process produces the plant by adding the vital principle of propagation to the enduring power of the mineral kingdom. To accomplish this, a compound must be created. Two magnetic fields must unite to produce a twofold body. The moment this happens, the newly formed compound becomes subject to dissolution. No compound can be permanent, and for life to continue its evolutionary process, it must therefore perpetuate itself through procreation. Plants, therefore, become the first kingdom of self-reproducing creatures. In order to accomplish this adjustment, many other factors become involved, and even the animal kingdom must participate by assisting pollination. The plant grows, incorporating into its structure colors drawn from the earth, forms adapted from crystalline structures, and means of nutrition which are supplemented by the element with which the plant is especially adjusted, water. Probably there is no form in nature which comes closer to pure archetypal patterns than the flowers, shrubs, and trees, which have inspired artists from the earliest times. Leonardo da Vinci developed his concept of dynamic symmetry from the study of spiral forms in the plant kingdom. It has also been ascertained that branches from many plants alternate between male and female along the stems from which they come. The sensory band of the plant gradually develops, producing a number of trees and shrubs that have the power of limited motion, and it is reasonably certain that plants are capable of picking up the thought vibrations of human beings. In other words, the germ of a future animal existence is beginning to develop within them. As growth is often defeated by extraordinary longevity, trees that are several thousand years old are becoming ever more scarce, as they lock the life within them for too long a time. Most of your highly developed plants build temporary structures, incorporating into each the experiences of previous form building. Plants are very useful, nutritious, and beautiful, and we are generally fond of plant life. Flowers are used for the most solemn occasions, for decorations in churches and shrines, and at the altars of old temples. Solomon the king advised us to contemplate the glory of the lilies of the field. He regarded them as proof of the divine presence and as a constant manifestation of the infinite wonder of life. Plants, however, for the most part are remote from our daily experience, and unfortunately botany is one of the most neglected fields of education. Metaphysical experiments with plants have become increasingly prevalent, and a considerable amount of evidence has been accumulated to indicate that communication between human beings and plants is possible. Plant consciousness. One researcher created a labyrinth-like structure with several blind alleys. A vine was planted in the closed end of the labyrinth. The only way the vine could reach light was to find its way through the labyrinth. It did so without making a false turn and ultimately came out in the air at the opposite end, making a perfect trip through. Some people like to call this instinct, but there is certainly a guiding power available to all forms of life. In 1907, Luther Burbank published a little book entitled The Training of the Human Plant. A few years later, the work was translated into Japanese and was well received because it so perfectly expressed the Oriental attitude, which assumes that all forms of life can contribute something to man's understanding of himself. In this comparison between plants and children, this great horticulturist notes, do we expect a normal plant to begin bearing fruit a few weeks after it is born? It must have ample time to be prepared for the work before it. Above all else, the child must be a healthy animal. I do not work with diseased plants. They do not cure themselves of disease. They only spread disease among their fellows and die before their time. Universal laws are more obvious in the non-human kingdoms. Man has so complicated his existence that he no longer has the genius to face facts. If we want plants to be beautiful, we take care of them. We see that they are properly nourished, have the sun or shade, which they require, and, if necessary, are regularly pruned. It is only by proper cultivation that human beings reveal their highest potentials, but we seldom feel that the human plant deserves the affection and regard which will bring it the proper maturity. Luther Burbank made a very simple and direct statement as to his convictions on the subject of plants. He said that plants are intelligent and can communicate with human beings. Obviously, they communicated with him, for most of his experiments depended upon mutual cooperation between Mr. Burbank and his plants. He secured this by getting down on his knees and explaining to the shrubs the entire purpose of the experiment. Because of the fact that the plant organism is not as easily influenced, even by the life within it, as the animal or human organism, the changes are slower and less noticeable. However, we now know that plants do have a rudimentary nervous system and can react to pain. They are also capable of a minor degree of movement, as in the case of the sensitive plant and the flycatcher. Plants do respond to special cultivation, and experiments involving the use of prayer and meditation to influence plant life have been highly successful. Scientific evidence of plant consciousness. Researches in plant consciousness are farther advanced than is generally realized. Present findings all agree on one point, namely, that the plant is not only alive, but that it has a wide variety of functions paralleling those of the animal kingdom. Royal Dixon, in his book The Human Side of Plants, makes a statement that should deeply impress thoughtful persons. Spirituality is a condition of responsiveness to and membership in the universal spirit, the spirit of the Creator, the infinite substance, God. The assertion that plants have spirituality, have souls, has been held up to ridicule wherever and whenever made. Nevertheless, many scientists of great reputation and ability, realizing that the best part of our universe is hidden from the unassisted sight, and that the music of the sphere is altogether unheard by the ordinary ear, have given to the idea of plant spirituality more than a passing glance, with absolute conversion, in frequent cases, to the affirmative side of the question. There is a very interesting book by James Rodway, FLS, entitled In the Guiana Forest, which is concerned with studies of nature in relation to the struggle for life. After establishing that plants exhibit many traces of self-interest, the author writes, we can hardly conceive of selfishness without a self, and if we go a little further, must admit that the world also implies consciousness. He supports his point by his studies in the forest of Guiana. He observes, we cannot watch this intense struggle in the forest on the bank of the creek, and beside the great waters without coming to certain conclusions. Here before us is strong evidence that every plant is straining after several things: light, room to grow, a secure anchorage against the wind, wave, and flood, and above everything, perfection in flower and seed. All have succeeded so far that they still exist, and more than that, thrive to an extent far beyond what could be expected from a mere fortuitous concurrence of circumstances. James Rodway goes so far as to compare trees with a mob of human beings struggling with each other to gain the best points for observation. The procedure is highly competitive, and in the struggle for survival, self-interest appears to be supreme. This reminds us of a delightful observation which appears in Dodona's Grove, or the Vauxhall Forest, by James Howell. This book was published in London in 1640. In this instance, the writer is decidedly ahead of his time. It fortuned not long since that trees did speak, and locally move, and meet one another. Their airy whistlings, and soft hollow whispers became articulate sounds, mutually intelligible, as if to the soul of vegetation, the sensitive faculties and powers of the intellect also had been co-infused into them. They traveled to strange countries, crossed seas, made peace and war, alliances and leagues, assumed names and character of distinction, and discharged all the functions of rational creatures. In 1959, the Reverend Franklin Lair published a compelling treatise on the power of prayer on plants. He builds a strong case to show that plants which receive the direct benefit of prayer and meditation grow more rapidly and retain health longer. He also applied his researches to human problems to demonstrate the healing and restoring power of the spiritual potential in man. While in India, it was my privilege to see an exhibition of conjuring which included the miraculous growth of the mango tree. Although there are many accounts of this amazing feat, most Westerners and some Orientals regard it simply as a clever illusion. Theoretically, at least, a prayer can make plants grow more rapidly than usual. Is it not also possible that certain Indian sages through the intense cultivation of will and yoga could achieve even more miraculous results? Western science is just beginning to explore the esoteric sciences of the East. Mental and emotional activity in plants and animals. Minerals, plants, and animals have a much wider area of mental and emotional activity than is generally recognized. In the mineral kingdom, only traces can be found of human personality traits, but among plants and animals they are numerous. Plants, for example, have strenuous likes and dislikes. Some are somewhat more selfish than others, and a few defend their right of eminent domain to the bitter end. There are misers and wastrels. Many enjoy association with their kind, and others prefer to dwell alone in mountains or deserts. All the kingdoms of nature also exist within our own bodies. Minerals, plants, and animals continue in our bones, muscles, lymphs, and nerves. They have made possible the gradual specialization that must sustain the conscious function of man. To understand them, therefore, is to understand ourselves, thus learning to cooperate with the silent life in our own bodies to which we give so little attention and understanding. Contributions of Sir Jagadish Chunder Bose. One of the greatest plant physiologists was the Indian physicist Sir Jagadish Chunder Bose. Sir Jagadish developed experimental techniques for recording plant growth and plant responses to various types of stimuli. By means of his exceedingly delicate instruments, he was able to magnify plant reactions as much as 10 million times. In his Plant Autographs and their Revelations, Sir Jagadish Bose writes, "The immense possibilities of life in the plant are at times latent and all but imperceptible. The gigantic banyan tree exists potentially in a body smaller than a mustard seed. Within the enclosure of the seed coat, life lies long in a state of suspense, to be awakened at the proper season and under favorable conditions. Extraordinary is the power of resistance possessed by life in its latent phase. Seeds have been subjected to cold so intense that under its action, air becomes liquefied and mercury solid, and yet, within the defensive armor of the seed coat, life persists, resisting all dangers from outside. Storms and hurricanes scatter the living seeds. The cocoa nut rides the waves till anchored safely in some island yet to be inhabited. In due season, there commences a series of astonishing transformations. The latent life awakens. The seed coat bursts asunder and growth begins." Bose, with his delicate research equipment, was able to demonstrate that plants seek to escape injury by a slight but measurable movement. They also react to trimming and pruning and do not appreciate having their blossoms plucked. Each plant has a will of its own and an instinctive impulse to survive. In one of his experiments, Bose recorded death spasms in plants. When the plant is subjected for a time to a temperature of 60 degrees centigrade, its electric response, generally speaking, disappears. This temperature is, therefore, fatal to most plants. When the leaf of mimosa is continually raised in temperature, there is produced a progressive erectile movement, but at a critical temperature, the erectile movement is suddenly reversed into a spasmodic contraction. After death, a repetition of experiments shows no further inversion. Various other plants, sensitive and ordinary, exhibit this characteristic death spasm at or about 60 degrees centigrade. The death contraction in plants is similar to that seen in the animal. The death point is found lowered under physiological depression. Thus, in a certain case, fatigue lowered the death point of the plant from the normal 60 degrees C to 37 degrees C. In another case, dilution of poison lowered the death point by 18 degrees C. In summarizing his findings, Bose writes, "In surveying the responses of living tissue, we find that there is hardly any phenomena of irritability observed in the animal, which is not also found in the plant." The conclusion reached by this celebrated East Indian physiologist has been further supported by the findings of other naturalists, botanists, and horticulturists. There seems to be no way of denying mental impulses in all members of the vegetable kingdom. The presence of mental and emotional powers in the structure of plant life seems to require the acceptance of consciousness throughout the plant kingdom, which further would be dependent upon a spiritual factor. To quote again from Royal Dixon, "The spirituality of the man and the spirituality of the plant being of one source and one existence, ineffably link together the two natures into the one great chain of life, offering to each a sympathetic perception of the other, joining both in the eternal kinship of universal nature." The animal kingdom. The greatest handicap to plant survival is its inability to move. Evolution, therefore, added another energy field to the two already possessed by plants and produced animal structures. Through animal forms, motion and emotion come into manifestation. Animal structures, as we know them, evolved from simple monocellular organisms and from a physical standpoint, follow the processes now recognized scientifically. We should pause and point out that each kingdom divides into 7 parts, which in turn further divide and subdivide. Each of the main orders of life can be diagrammed like a tree, and hypothetically at least, there are 7 major divisions to the mineral kingdom, the plant kingdom, and the animal kingdom. The animal kingdom is obviously highly diversified, for it is unified principally through the classification of attributes, and many of the divisions are largely hypothetical. Animals began to form themselves into groups, and we observe the beginning of social existence. From animals we can learn many of the rules necessary for human survival. Their sensory perceptions are far more acute, and their instincts are almost infallible. We can observe the fundamentals of education, and among insects especially, such forms of government as kingdoms, republics, democracies, and even communistic organizations. The struggle for survival goes on, but life purpose is no longer completely centered on propagation. That some animals have highly developed means of communication is certain. The dolphin, which was greatly admired by the Greeks, is at present a center of scientific interest. It seems to have both extrasensory perception and a delightful sense of humor. With the Greeks, the dolphin was the special friend of man, the savior of the shipwrecked who conducted souls to the sunny isles of the blessed in the west. Hence, it became a favorite Christian emblem in Europe, as for example on the 4 corners of the fountain roof, which stood in the atrium of St. Peter's in Rome. In the same work, Lady Gordon notes that Dainichi Nyorai, the universal illuminator, appears in the form of a dolphin on the roofs of many Buddhist temples. Another example of an animal possessing a faculty no longer generally functioning in man is the carrier pigeon. While it has been suggested that the higher apes are the missing links between the animal kingdom and humanity, this is by no means certain. Actually, the hypothesis has been built largely upon superficial evidence, and further research suggests that other members of the animal kingdom are more advanced in terms of consciousness. Asia considers the elephant to be the noblest and wisest of the quadrupeds, and those best acquainted with this animal are inclined to agree. The Hindus deify the elephant, and the Buddhists considered it to be an appropriate symbol of Gautama Buddha. Domesticated animals that have been in considerable contact with human beings have probably benefited from their proximity to man's magnetic field. Certainly it divides them from their own kind. And animals that have been guarded and protected by their human friends have difficulty adjusting to the wild conditions from which they came. There is strife in the animal kingdom, and much of the competition obvious there is perpetuated in human life. However, no animal can be evil. As it does not possess self-determinism and is moved by universal processes arising in the group consciousness of its own kind, it cannot sin. Universal consciousness. Every day we are becoming more convinced that our universe is alive and consists of one great life, which in Eastern philosophy was called the Illuminator. All things reveal life because life is in them, and all things move toward the fulfillment of their own eternity because eternity is in them. Life is innate, containing within it the potential of universal consciousness which will cause all beings ultimately to attain the infinite illumination. Why is such a procedure necessary? If all these forms of life have eternity within them and have the potential of completeness and perfection, why were they not fashioned complete and perfect in the first place? In this case, we must have recourse to philosophy. Infinite and universal life is locked within those material substances which are aspects of itself. Because a spark of the infinite exists in all things, life gradually releases itself through the forms which it generates for its own manifestation. The process by which consciousness releases itself from body is called evolution. Ultimately, the life principle achieves complete freedom, becoming aware of its own nature and identifying itself with original source. Eastern philosophy symbolizes this total release as the attainment of nirvana. According to this concept, growth is not only our opportunity, but our responsibility. The four elements and kingdoms. Various kingdoms of life have often been combined and involved in symbolic patterns, one of the most interesting being the cross, which has been used as a means of differentiating the levels of the so-called kingdoms of nature. These kingdoms have also been associated with the four elements recognized in antiquity: earth, water, fire, and air. Earth was associated with the mineral, water with the plant, fire with the animal, and air with man. The analogy between the moss and the four kingdoms of nature is based on the concept that the beings evolving through the four kingdoms are sustained by the flow of magnetic currents, represented by the arms of a cross. The mineral kingdom is sustained by an energy that is constantly diffusing itself, like mist from the Earth's deeper magnetic field, permeating every minute particle which makes up a unit of the mineral kingdom. The energy of the plant kingdom moves upward from the center of the Earth, and plants are formal structures through which this ascending energy moves. Plant energy rises like fur from the surface of an animal, and this fur adorns the Earth. In Nordic mythology, vegetation was fashioned from the hair of Ymir, the primordial frost giant. It is obvious that plants differ, not only in structure but also in size. Some seem to crawl along the surface of the earth, and others cling to the rocky sides of hills. Trees, the oldest living things, are symbolical tombs which have imprisoned the life within them for several thousand years. The energy flow of trees is from below upward, but in the animal kingdom, the energy flows horizontally around the earth, and this magnetic field passes through the horizontal spines of the animals. In man, the energy descends from the circumference of the magnetic field and passes downward from the top of the head along the spinal cord, and finally out of the body through the feet. Therefore, man is an inverted plant, with his root above. The Egyptians sometimes represented man as an onion, with the bulb of the onion for a head, and in the medieval period, the mandrake, which resembles the human being in shape, was believed also to have human attributes and cried with pain when taken from the earth. Since the human energy descends, the normal waking posture of man is more or less vertical. The kingdoms of nature, according to classical thinking, also corresponded with the dimensions of the material world. The mineral lives in a one-dimensional state of existence, the plant in 2 dimensions, the animal in 3, and man, at least potentially, in 4 dimensions. Continuance is the virtue of the mineral, growth of the plant, sensory perception of the animal, and intellection of man. Evolution and growth. The factor of growth must now be considered. It is not consciousness that grows, but the body through which this consciousness manifests. From a physical standpoint, it seems that life is unfolding, but in reality, life is ideating by overcoming the limitations of the form which it occupies. Hinduism traced the evolution of forms through the incarnations of Vishnu, and these are recapitulated in the development of the human embryo prior to birth. Evolution makes possible the production of vehicles suitable to the needs of the being that inhabits them. The degree of the development in each kingdom is determined by the species to which the creature belongs. In the case of the human body, the mineral kingdom contributes the skeleton, the plant kingdom the muscular system, the animal kingdom the circulatory and reproductive processes, and the human kingdom the nervous and glandular systems. The average person does not remember much about his first 2 years in this world. He is alive but lacks awareness of self. He complains, he grows psychologically, he probably knows how to control his parents by the time he is a year old, and he goes on perfecting all kinds of shrewd and clever techniques, which he does not remember developing, but ultimately finds very useful when he revives them in his mature years. Inner lives of animals. What relation is there between the body and the essential life of the creature? Can we solve the mystery of the dandelion merely by looking at it? Can we look at any form existing in nature and immediately become aware of the internal intentions of that life, how it is integrated, and where it is functioning? These things we cannot do, and this is one reason why human beings have such hearty anxieties about each other. There seems to be no way of communicating inner meanings. No one apparently is able to understand the inner life of anything except himself, and he generally clouds this understanding by building an elaborate series of defense mechanisms, of self-justifications for his own mistakes. We do not know what is happening inside of other forms of life, but we should not conclude that nothing is happening. If a person sits quietly and does not move an eyelash, it is not wise to assume that this person is not thinking. He may not be, but there is always a possibility that he is deep in thought, for thinking is best accomplished in quietude. After studying the outer forms of the natural kingdoms, we can patiently endeavor to estimate their inner lives. Although this is difficult in the plant kingdom, it is quite possible to come into intimate contact with domesticated members of the animal kingdom. We can get to know something about animal mentation. We learn about their little conspiracies. We discover that they have certain types of memory and show real genius in getting what they want. Like human beings, they enjoy being spoiled and have a subtle manner of working their way into the affections of those around them. Even though the animal is not a complete mystery, we still wonder what it thinks about. Does it have an inner life beyond our understanding? Is it a good citizen of a world we have never been able to penetrate? Animals are believed to possess mediumistic ability and frequently see persons or objects not visible to us. Does the animal contact while it is alive, a realm we can only know after death? Has our pet dog ever thought about its own survival, and does instinct picture itself in the animal mind? Explorers claim to have seen animals performing what appeared to be religious ceremonies. Is it possible that to the faithful dog its owner is a kind of deity? There are also instances in which deer, to escape a predator, have run to a hunter for protection. It is sad that such faith should be misplaced. There are many cases recorded of remarkable animal loyalty, and not a few have sacrificed their lives for their masters. Many of the higher mammals are completely monogamous, and, having created a family, protected for life. Once they have mated, mandarin ducks are inseparable, and if one dies, the other will probably commit suicide. Because animals cannot vocalize their feelings as we do, it requires a degree of intuition and a great deal of skillful observation to estimate their inner lives. I had a pet dog that dreamed almost every night and occasionally had nightmares. It was impossible to mistake the symptoms. If we compare the structure of an animal with that of a highly developed plant, we observe that there is an extraordinary integration in the plant kingdom. The Jesuit scholar, Athanasius Kircher, experimented with sunflowers. He floated them in jars on the surface of water and found that they turned to the sun and followed its course, as the compass needle always seeks out the north. In many ways, plants reveal much more internal beauty than would seem appropriate to its place in the evolutionary process. There is considerable speculation at this time as to whether the type of brain that we know is necessary for mental activity in more rudimentary forms of life. It is possible that some organisms experience mental activity through all parts of their bodies, sensory perceptions, and heredity. Luther Burbank was convinced that plants possess at least 21 sensory perceptions against man's 5, but that these perceptions are not focused on our physical plane. He also proved that the law of heredity works in the plant kingdom. He cross-pollinated a red and a white flower of the same species. The result was some red, some white, and some mixed-colored flowers. He then took one of the white flowers and cross-pollinated it with another white flower which had been pollinated only by other white flowers. He continued this process through 8 cycles of reproduction, and there was always nothing but white flowers. But in the 9th cycle, the red flower came back. Ethical communication and survival. Man is an individual, but members of the mineral, plant, and animal kingdoms share a more or less communal existence. In these difficult times, thoughtful persons are attempting to restore ethical communication between the various levels of society. We want to learn to think together, and for the common good. The rugged individualist, who was considered so admirable by the last generation, is now viewed with extreme anxiety. We are learning that every order of life, including our own, must be properly governed. When we are confronted by the inherent differences in human capacities, the happy, peaceful life is hard to establish as a practical reality. Every order of living things, including man, must be protected in the early stages of its growth. Most advanced animals take care of their young, and nature has provided many ways to ensure the continuance of the plant kingdom. Everywhere, that which endangers survival is punished. Psychic affinity. Psychic affinity between human beings and animal and plant life is well substantiated. My old friend Ernest Thompson Seton explained to me what he called animal men. These are well known in circuses, menageries, and zoos. The power which they possess is not cultivated. They are born with it. Animals are drawn to them, trust them, and will obey their instructions whether spoken or unspoken. They can work with the most ferocious carnivores in perfect safety, and a genuine affection results from sympathy and understanding. Animal men are seldom armed and mingle with their charges on the most friendly terms. Seton considered it possible that the secret of this compatibility was fearlessness. He believed that human beings exude an invisible atmosphere which he called the smell of fear. If this is lacking, the animal does not react defensively. This explains part of the mystery but does not completely cover the factor of telepathic communication. This seems to arise as a form of thought transference. The animal does not understand the verbal or mental command, but is aware of the intent which impels the wording. Seton himself had many personal experiences influencing and controlling animals. If there are animal men, there are also plant people. Many horticulturists are well trained in their specialization, but only a few achieve outstanding results. This may explain why the Japanese people in particular are so skillful, not only in flower arrangement, the control of bonsai trees, and the cultivation of unusual types of orchidaceae plants, which they call ran. Their love of natural beauty is innate, and is to be found in every stratum of their society. Religion plays an important part because of Buddhist emphasis on the kinship of living creatures. There is a small garden in Kyoto in the grounds of the Rengeji Temple. They tell me that vandalism is unknown in temple gardens, and even in periods of political and social stress, the atmosphere of peace and harmony exercises a protective influence. The plant person is nearly always successful because he basically loves the flowers and shrubs with which he works. We say that such people have green thumbs, and under their ministration, even the desert blossoms as a rose. Even less recognized are the mineral people. Most accounts of them are found in older writings, but these are updated by occasional contemporary accounts. Long ago, I knew the old gentleman who claimed to have been the man who discovered gold in the Klondike. He told me many stories that could have been lifted directly from Irish folklore. He was certain that metal decided for themselves who was going to discover them. Some miners seemed to be led directly to a pocket of nuggets. Others searched the same area for years and found nothing. Perhaps the lucky ones are related in some way to the dowsers, who discovered metals and water, and now even petroleum with divining rods. One thing is certain. The ability to discover treasures hidden in the earth is not equally developed in everyone. George Kunz, for many years a gem expert at Tiffany's, gives many accounts of the fatal influence of gems and semi-precious stones. Those that have had association with crime or tragedy usually bring ill luck to their owners. Many persons cannot wear opals, and their luster varies with their owners. Pearls have a reputation of being mysteriously lost, as though they did not wish to remain in the possession of certain persons. In days of medieval magic, treasure hunters attempted by spells and magic diagrams to win the approval of lost mines, pirate gold, and valuable metallic objects. The habit of wearing birthstones comes from the ancient belief in their protective virtues. Crystals have always been associated with magic and are still used by many modern psychics. Obviously, evidence of mineral intelligence is difficult to estimate, but as my old miner friend observed, some things are just hard to explain. Animal social structures. Traces of patriarchal government are to be found among many animal groups. The system is almost identical with that described in the Old Testament, but less advanced. Those familiar with the habits of elephants understand, at least in part, the Hindu myth that the great deity Shiva placed the head of an elephant on his son, Ganesha. The elephant-headed child is one of the most popular of Asiatic divinities and combines the powers to bestow both wisdom and wealth. The prudence of the elephant, its phenomenal memory, and its great strength are appropriate characteristics to those who aspire to the accumulation of riches. The Asiatic elephant, in particular, is said to have a brain structure most near resembling that of man, and travelers have reported that these great animals performed rituals that could well have religious significance. In East Indian iconographic art, the elephant, curiously enough, is usually depicted seated on a mouse or rat. This rodent is a proof of the wisdom we accumulate and the wealth in the rich man's house, for the rat will not live in the home of the poor. Guardians of nature. The older religions and philosophies of the world taught that infant humanity was protected by God-like beings, who acted as administrators of the divine plan. These gods possessed extraordinary knowledge and were believed to have been members of previous cycles of evolution. It is always required that protectors shall be appointed to assist forms of life not yet old enough or wise enough to guide themselves. How do these thoughts apply to the mineral, plant, and animal kingdoms? It has been taught that they are guided by a group consciousness which has not yet been differentiated, as in the case of mankind. When the proper time comes, this group consciousness will become the basis of individual consciousness in its respective kingdom. Buddhists might call these archetypal guardians the bodhisattvas of the subhuman kingdoms. They operate through the internal psychic structure, teaching and leading from within the separate organisms. This is not difficult to understand if we have the Vedantist point of view. According to their beliefs, the spiritual center in each human being is only apparently separate. Actually, there is only one spirit manifesting through the human kingdom. It is obvious that animal instincts and sensory perceptions are more acute than those of man, and that they learn by direct observation of the habits of the groups to which they belong. The plant kingdom seems to be almost entirely under the control of an archetypal plant consciousness. Ancient peoples trying to explain obvious facts believed that there were invisible gardeners who took care of the growth of plants. The plan seemed so intelligent that there must be intelligent beings to administer it. Another point to consider is the comparative isolation of the individual members of the animal and plant kingdoms. Many years ago, a small bird took up residence in a light fixture over the front door of my house. Here, the bird built its nest, laid its eggs, hatched them, and cared for its young until they were old enough to be citizens of their airy commonwealth. There was no indication that the mother bird suffered from isolation, insecurity, or inadequacy. There was no doctor to call in an emergency, but also, there was no emergency. The bird received no charity, although it did accept our small contributions of food. We also cooperated by not turning on our front door light for several months. Self-reliance and survival. Self-reliance is a major virtue among the so-called lesser forms of life. It is obvious that nature accomplishes something of real importance by requiring each of its creatures to be strong or perish. Strength includes perfect conformity with the pattern of instinct, which dominates in the plant and animal worlds. Physical evolution is advanced most rapidly when only the fittest survive. If weak strains are allowed to continue and propagate, unfitness slows down the evolutionary advancement. This does not mean that immature creatures perish simply because of their immaturity. Physical structures provide opportunity for the life within them to unfold, and everything possible must be done to make sure that healthy vehicles are provided for the lives that must ultimately inhabit them. All this procedure is focused upon the gradual unfoldment of forms which will provide instruments for conscious beings like man. The same rule applies in the human kingdom, where survival must be earned if the improvement of the species is to be continued. If the quality of physical organisms is lowered, entities entering these bodies will be of a less evolved type, so that the composite development of the human race is hindered, and if hindered too long, could cause further social difficulty. One way in which plants and animals are taught to strengthen the survival instinct is through the hazards of environment. Nature does not intend that any of its creatures enjoy security without constantly developing its own resources. Problems are like the gadfly of Zeus. Every creature, including man, must develop the skills necessary to meet the challenge of the day. In the animal world, the first mistake is usually fatal. Every faculty available must be used to the utmost to provide food, develop defense mechanisms, and adjust to the climatic conditions of the environment. Nature also exhibits a certain compassion for its creations. As the subhuman kingdoms have no way to cope with the infirmities of age, departure from this world is as merciful as possible. There are no terminal diseases. If the older animal has been able to survive the hazards of living, it gradually wears down its teeth. Unable to feed properly, it may fade away from malnutrition. Otherwise, it will be killed almost instantly by some other animal. Extrasensory perception. Many animals seem to possess an extrasensory perception band that contributes to individual survival. Huge herds of cattle were grazing along the coast of Peru shortly before a major earthquake disaster, in which a considerable length of the coastline actually fell into the ocean. When the earthquake occurred, there was not one animal in the endangered area. The Parsis of India used a dog to determine whether or not a person was actually dead, thus preventing funeral procedures, while an individual was in a state of suspended animation. Thomas Edison was led to an investigation of psychical phenomena when he was able to prove to his own satisfaction that dogs howl in a peculiar way when there is a death in the neighborhood. Cycles of life. Minerals, plants, and animals pass through cycles involving birth, growth, maturity, decline, and death. An East Indian philosopher described death as the servant of life, contributing continuously to the ultimate goal, immortality. As the cycles of embodiment are inevitable, it must be assumed that they are nature's intention, and not an accident of circumstances. Only a perfectly enlightened being would be suited to physical immortality, but would probably decline continuous embodiment. The term karma is applied to the sequences of cause and effect as they occur on the human level. Among the non-human kingdoms, where the process is without moral overtones, it is simply called cause and effect, or the law of consequence. Man greatly complicates the patterns of his own existence through efforts to interfere with universal integrities. He seeks to bind natural laws to his own purpose, thus bringing upon himself the effects of his own self-centered ambition. In the non-human kingdom, effects arise from natural causes, and each form of life unfolds its own patterns. The most permanent of such patterns is that which contributes to the continuing refinement of plant and animal organisms. Nature's parental role. Nature's parental relationship includes all the kingdoms. Man is an older child, animals, his younger brothers and sisters, plants, very small children, and minerals, newborn babes. Mother Nature must be very wise indeed to arbitrate the differences of its numerous offspring without either spoiling or neglecting the members of any group. Nature is also responsible for the greater good of all, and to a degree sacrifices lesser good for greater good. With the exception of man, the natural world has existed in a state of relative harmony. Because the human being has rebelled against the domination of nature and is resolved to live according to his own concept of values, he has fallen into the dilemma so well described by Mephistopheles in Goethe's epic poem, Faust. The demon is standing before the throne of deity, without what might be considered a proper attitude of respect, and all the angels are singing the praises of the divine, when the spirit of negation makes his contribution. Of gods and spheres I nothing have to say. I see alone man's self-inflicted pain, how the little world God his stamp retains, as wondrous now as on creation's day. Reason he calls it, but doth use it so. Each day more brutish than the brutes doth grow, compassion and human responsibility. The Empress Kogo, who flourished in the 8th century A.D., was one of the most beloved of all the Japanese rulers. On one occasion she was impelled to gather a bouquet of flowers to place upon the altar of a temple. In the gentleness of her heart she paused and wrote a poem instead. If I pluck these flowers to offer them to Buddha, the touch of my hand will defile them therefore, growing in the fields as they stand. I offer these wind-blown blossoms to the Buddha of past, present, and to come. Man has been consistently thoughtless in his relations with other forms of life. If there had been greater gentleness in his own heart, many of the difficulties which he brought upon himself could have been avoided. It is true that flowers are fragile, and the blossoms soon fade, but the concept of compassion is one that humanity must come to understand. The problem is further complicated by modern man's philosophy of life. Most persons doubt their own immortality, or at least they do not allow this belief to influence their actions. How much less, then, do they respect the possibility that the consciousness of animals and plants can survive the body? When the materialist kills, he assumes that he destroys forever. He is not simply interfering with the processes of life, he is terminating existences which he can never restore, and whose purposes he does not comprehend. To do this is certainly to set up karmic sequences of retribution. Nature, however, punishes him more promptly, and today we are faced with the consequences of our own cruelty and wastefulness. Human isolation and nutrition. Years ago I discussed with an East Indian holy man the dilemma of human isolation. Man is unable to share in the inner experiences of any of the forms of life that surround him. He rules over that which he feels he was created to dominate in sad and lonely splendor. The Hindu sage assured me that this isolation was unnecessary. One way to bridge the interval is to cease abusing the creatures that we would like to understand. One simple way of sharing in the life of nature is to refine our own forms of nutrition, especially the use of animals for food. By this procedure, we simply strengthen or nourish our own animal propensities. When we do this, we become ever more closely locked in materiality. The extrasensory gamut by which we might be able to intuitively share in the consciousness of other forms of life requires the improvement and refinement of the organic quality of our own bodies. The same old scholar believed that the tremendous upsurge of violence throughout the world is the result of human beings who are attempting to rise above their physical bodies, continuing to burden these bodies with both animal flesh and animal magnetism. It seems that this condition will ultimately correct itself, and we are already seeking new types of nutrition. The Egyptians had an interesting variation on this theme. They believed that grapes not only gathered precious metals from the earth but also the blood of the dead. They believed that the earth was a vast graveyard and that on almost every part of it men had hunted and waged war. When the grape was transformed into wine, men becoming intoxicated were obsessed by the violence, foolishness, avarice, and sensory passions of those who had died long before. Future evolution. If we assume that the numerous forms of life which accompany man in his journey through time and space are growing, becoming more in terms of quality, is it not also probable that the human being is expected to ultimately excel his present state? We seldom consider the possibility that the next billion years may produce many changes in both the inner and outer aspects of human character. It has long been believed that when the brain is sufficiently refined, man will become clairvoyant. When this occurs, he will be able to see the life processes operating behind all the natural kingdoms. Under such conditions, we might discern the etheric world as a kind of ocean, a semi-fluid and continuous motion. In this ocean, he will see countless forms of life, a wonder garden of patterns, designs, colors, and shapes, all alive. Here are located the energy centers from which the physical forms are generated and controlled. In a sense, this is the mystical realm described by Plotinus, the Neoplatonist, who declared that all souls are radiant blossoms suspended from heaven. It is only by the extension of his own sensory perceptions that man can ever be truly convinced of the survival of his own consciousness, or of the casual spheres of life outside his cognition. Buddha incarnated in each nature kingdom, becoming its protector. Each kingdom has a spiritual teacher in its form, communicating psychically to aid its evolution. In Japanese temples, animals are cherished, fed, and buried with rituals, despite architectural concerns. Westerners often overlook this, but nature's complexity, seen in a housefly's eye or a plant's beauty, shows everything is alive, a mechanical masterpiece with responsibilities and privileges. Human actions, like pollution, endanger defenseless life. Science can't explain life's origins or complexity, like a bird's wing or a worm's structure, but catalogs it. Oriental thought sees one universal life, possibly from the sun or space, manifesting all forms, an attribute of God. This intelligent life energy repairs, restores, and specializes, creating geometrically perfect forms. Humans, with superior minds, are responsible for protecting less evolved life, as gardeners in the divine garden. Destroying a life form makes its vitality homeless, but life itself is indestructible, transitioning between forms. The food chain, where life sustains life, isn't as brutal as thought, as vitality persists beyond the vehicle. 4 kingdoms, mineral, plant, animal, human, each have archetypes governing their unity and subdivisions. Animals with horizontal energy flow show emotional traits but lack human memory and intellectual continuity, living in a trance state. This limits their dominance, unlike humans. Animal lifespans depend on teeth. Without them, they can't survive, a natural process, not cruelty. Humans must care for animals thoughtfully without disrupting their natural attributes, as domestication can hinder survival. Vandalizing nature's kingdoms causes trouble, and preserving pasturage and reducing animal cruelty, like through veterinary care and replacing work animals with machines, is crucial. This respect for life aids our own evolution. Buddha, the friend of man. There is no character more beautiful among all the servants of the human race than that of the Lord Sakyamuni, who has justly earned the title of the Light of Asia. It is fitting that all nations and all races should be taught to respect those unselfish and compassionate ones who have renounced all that life held dear and have gone forth to champion the cause of their fellow creatures before the footstool of divinity. The Christian world, divided by so many barriers, both religious and racial, often overlooks the philosophical doctrines of the Far East. It does not realize that great minds do not belong to nations, but rather to the human race as a whole. From the inscrutable and unknown East shines forth a light which has solved the spiritual problems of hundreds of millions of living beings. We cannot afford to ignore this great light. The Buddhist faith is the largest the world has ever known, and at one time it is said that its adherents included 1/2 of the living people of the earth. It is well in this day of enlightenment that we should have available all possible information concerning that most complicated of all sciences, the science of living. Gautama Buddha was a master of the art of living, and his keen, logical, and reasonable viewpoint on life and the responsibilities of life will do much to correct the erroneous standards which at the present time fetter the minds of men. God works in many ways, through many vehicles and in many lands, but if ever there was one through whom the Almighty labored in the cause of human understanding, it was the compassionate Lord of the Lotus. Buddha's teachings, filled with simple truths and sane deductions, in no way combat the principles of Christianity, but rather aid the Western world in its great task of studying its own scriptures. When we study the character of the great Prince Siddhartha, upon whom descended the golden powers of Buddhahood, we find we are dealing with a double mystery. First, we have the individual as a historical personality. We find him struggling with the religious intolerance of his day, championing the cause of the common people, and offering to the great and the ignorant alike the hope of immortality. Running parallel with this, we have the cosmic myth dealing with a great chain of celestial Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, of which the lowly wanderer in his yellow robe was the 29th. While there is little doubt that he actually lived, the real mystery of the Lord Gautama and his pilgrimage in search of wisdom, like that of the Master Jesus, lies in the spiritual interpretation of the historical allegory. The wondrous initiate, who won by his sincerity and devotion the golden robe of immortality, demonstrates the infinite possibilities concealed within the unfolding consciousness of every individual. We often refer to Jesus as the Lion of the tribe of Judah, and it is interesting to note that Buddha also carries the complementary title of Sakyasina, which means a lion. The life of Buddha is a remarkable story of unselfishness, service, and great ideals. He was the son of a king, surrounded by every luxury, all of which he renounced that he might go forth as a wanderer and a mendicant to search for an answer to the problems of human destiny. It is related of the youth that, seeing much misery about him, he decided to devote his life to the answering of 3 great questions. Whence came we? Why are we here? Whither are we going? This decision came as the result of 4 remarkable occurrences, which some maintain were literal happenings, while others insist that they were visions shown to him that he might not forget the great labor for which he came into the world. The first 3 of these mysterious happenings forced upon his attention the problems of age, sickness, and death. Why do people grow old? He asked, but none could answer him. From whence comes sickness, which suddenly and without apparent reason blights life and deprives man of even temporal happiness? What is that cold, silent form lying upon the couch of death? Does the consciousness die there? Is death the end of all things? Or is it the release, a door opening into a room beyond? Upon these problems the young prince meditated deeply, but could find no answer. Then came the 4th vision. A holy man, his face peaceful and calm, his soul certain of immortality, was revealed to the youth. The prince was shown by the example of the lowly mendicant that in peace and understanding were true happiness. Inspired by the great need of his fellow creatures, the Prince of India crept silently from the palace, and leaving behind all the attachments of earth, wandered penniless and alone among the hills and valleys of Hindustan, asking all with whom he came in contact if they could shed light upon the mystery of human life. Always the answer was in the negative. The holy men could argue and philosophize on many things, but none could untie the master knot of human fate. He mortified the flesh, and by his religious austerities attained great fame as a holy man. He prayed and fasted and wandered, gathering around him a number of disciples who worshipped him because of his untiring zeal and remarkable courage. Undermined by exposure, tormented by religious practices, and suffering from malnutrition, at last his body broke down, and the young wanderer suddenly awoke to the realization that all his labors and self-persecutions had produced nothing, that he was no nearer the solution of his question than when he dwelt in idleness in the palace of his father. As the result of a long heart-to-heart talk with himself, Gautama ordered a meal and ate it with relish. Immediately all the disciples deserted him. The idol of India came tumbling from his gilded throne. The great holy man had eaten like sinners did. Deserted and beset with uncertainties, Buddha wandered on, tempted by the demons of the weakened by his own. Weak and deserted but unvanquished, Gautama sank down under the spreading branches of the bo tree, where he determined to remain until he had fought out with himself the problems that beset him. Slowly, as the hours passed, a great peace descended upon him. His mind, no longer beset with worries and problems, cleared. Gradually he rose through the worlds of space and beheld clearly the drama of human existence. He saw both the cause of things and their remedies. The demons that had persecuted him at last fell upon their knees in adoration. All nature rejoiced. The gods bestowed their blessings, and the world teacher was ordained to his ministry. It was here that the Prince Gautama became the Lord Buddha. Perfect in wisdom and understanding, free from the mist of illusion, he rose from his seat under the bo tree and went forth to preach the gospel of liberation. Passing to the old city of Benares, he stopped at the little town of Sarnath, where he found 5 of the who had deserted him. And there upon a hillside, these 5, and the Lord Buddha preached his first sermon and made the first 5 converts of what later became the world's largest religion. For a period of over 45 years, he then preached the gospel of enlightenment, which he called the doctrine of Dharma, the philosophy of the middle path. He condemned all extremes. He abolished the mortification of the flesh and instructed his disciples in a great moral philosophy, which is as good today as when he first preached it. He turned the wheel of the law and is today recognized as one of the world's great benefactors. At last, after over 80 years of service to mankind, nearly 50 of which were in active ministry, he passed out, surrounded by his disciples, his last words being, "Now I depart to nirvana. I leave with you my ordinances. The elements of the all-knowing one shall indeed pass away, but the 3 gems will remain. And mendicants, I now impress it upon you that the parts and powers of man must be dissolved. Work out your salvation with diligence." Thus closed the earthly existence of one of the most beautiful souls that ever struggled to emancipate the human race from the bonds of ignorance, one who lived according to his philosophy and died trusting his own soul to the same philosophy that he had taught his fellow creatures. Buddha lived to see the religion founded upon his doctrines attain to a position of influence and power. It is said of him that he finally burned his own body on the funeral pyre when all attempts to light it had failed. His ashes, divided into 80,000 parts by the Emperor Asoka, have been carried to all parts of the known world, and over them magnificent monuments, dagobas, and towers have been raised by those who loved his words. So much for the man. Now let us consider the spirit of Buddhism, far older, far more intricate than the simple one who manifested it unto men. Buddha, the compassionate one, who after mastering the lower desires of life, opened within himself the Buddhic eye, as related in the legend of the Bo Tree, finally decided that 2 great laws were the real keys to the mystery of being. They have survived to this day as the laws of reincarnation and karma. Buddha himself is said to have remembered over 500 of his earth lives. On the walls of one of his temples in Java are a series of carvings supposed to represent all of his appearances upon the earth since the time when he was a turtle. His disciples loved to show the great sincere devotion that Buddha had for his fellow creatures. They fondly believed that even then he was the friend of man, and they represent him in his turtle incarnation as bringing a group of shipwrecked sailors to shore on his back. There are few people who have earned for themselves the title of the friend of humanity, but in the East no one disputes the right of the Lord Buddha to be called the great humanitarian, the great religious reformer, and the servant of humanity. The Buddhists teach that the life of their great emancipator typifies certain spiritual processes in the human body and certain aspects of our ever-evolving consciousness. All the demigods and celestial creatures of the ancient worlds were supposed not only to personify great powers in nature, but also to represent certain fixed principles in the constitution of the human soul. Buddha typifies the striving and wandering of every individual seeker after truth, and also the internal spiritual consciousness in the great search for its lost throne from which someday it shall rule the nature of man. The spirit of man is a wanderer, a lowly mendicant, searching on the surface of the lower worlds for wisdom, climbing eternally upward with its eyes on the snow-covered mountains, holding out its tiny alms dish, or lota, to catch not pennies, but those waters of life necessary to the growth of every soul. We are told that while Buddha was wandering penniless and alone, he needed a garment, so entering a graveyard he took the shroud from a corpse, a piece of tattered yellow cloth. In the East we hear much of the yellow robe, which is universally accepted as the garment of the Buddhist priest. A great organization has accepted the symbol of the shroud, which the master picked from the dead, and the brothers of the yellow robe go forth in the name of their beloved master, glorified and inspired by the privilege of wearing a garment copied from the one which the Lord Buddha had taken from the roadside grave. Many an Eastern mystic longs to be worthy to wear such a garment. While preparing for that great day and wandering through unknown lands, we also find him with his 3-strand braid, which he uses to gird his garment or wears around his neck close to his heart. Up this rope he will sometime climb, for it is a mystic cord many times stronger than any of its single strands. It is composed of his spirit, his mind, and his body, braided into one rope strong enough to support his consciousness, as he climbs upward from the ruined temple of the lower man. The yellow robe represents the transmuted life energies which, radiating outward through the vital body, form around him a halo of golden light. There will never be a Christian too good to wear the yellow robe that the Buddha earned the right to wear, for the golden garment represents the aura of light which Christians paint around the heads and bodies of the saints, and the wedding raiment of which St. Paul has spoken. We are all of us princes of India, regardless of our nationality or creed. Each of us must someday give up the kingdoms of the earth, as the Lord Buddha did, to seek that eternal light which is the life of men. Far down in the nature of the lower man, in those parts of his being which call eternally for comfort, for the gratification of desires, and for the happiness of the moment, is a kingdom over which in time each of us will renounce his rulership. We shall not give up our worldliness because we must, but because we shall discover there is something more important, more permanent, more desirable. Someday, like the young prince, we shall realize the unhappiness and sorrow that is the fate of those who live in the lower worlds, and the necessity of giving up these things and searching for the treasures which are eternal. Then we too shall cast off the royal robes of materiality and start our pilgrimage up the great mountains which lead to the homes of the adepts amidst the crags of the Himalayas. We too shall read the message of the lotus and, having seen the glory of its unfolded blossoms, recognize that we are but buds awaiting the time when we too shall blossom forth with the glory of awakened consciousness. So in all climes and all countries, Buddha, as yet unchristened by the great power of true spiritual illumination, seeks the answer to the problem of human consciousness. From one adept to another, he goes amid the caves of northern India, but his search is ever in vain, until finally within himself he finds the answer to the eternal problem of the ages. His own body, purified by prayer and meditation, which in this sphere of consciousness is service and daily mastery of problems, has become so ethereal that the golden light of the spirit within shines forth, and he is robed in garments no king can buy. A great eye opens, the esoteric duplicate of his exoteric organs, and to him is shown a human problem with its solution, an answer which shows the divine omnipotence and the all-guiding care of a righteous and merciful God. It is the same with each individual when he, or rather his center of consciousness, resting under the bow tree of his spinal column, masters the ethereal forms and tempters which come to break his silence. He then liberates his spiritual consciousness from the lower bodies, and the one eye of spirit opened by his pilgrimage sees the great plan which brought it into being. Millions of years ago, when the first wave of life began upon our planet, we beheld one manifestation of an eternal pilgrimage. Millions of years before that, in forms and ways that we cannot recognize, the pilgrimage was underway. Millions of years in the future, we shall still personify the eternal wanderer, seeking ever greater and fuller understanding, the opening of each new eye showing us with greater certainty, others yet unawakened, the development of each new faculty showing us still more plainly the great number of faculties still latent. It is said that Buddha was called the lion. The lion is the king of beasts. For many centuries, all members of the cat family, of which the lion is one, have been held sacred. There are two reasons for this. The first is that when a cat lies down, it forms itself into a ball, usually with its head and tail touching, and on account of the peculiar magnetic currents which run through a cat's body, it was thought to be symbolic of the universe and the spiritual currents which course about and through it. Hence the feline family was held sacred by the Egyptian priests of Bubastis, especially the 3-colored cats. The second reason for their veneration is that all members of the cat family are said to have the power of seeing in the dark, and they represent the spiritual sight which is capable of seeing in the darkness of the lower worlds. There is one other reason why both Buddha and the Christ are spoken of as lions. The lion is the symbol of courage, and those who lack courage soon lose in the great fight for spiritual illumination. The little pictures and statuettes of Buddha, which we now find in the store windows, usually show the Lotus Lord with a small golden globe between the eyes in the middle of the forehead. This represents the awakened center of spiritual consciousness, or the divine spark in man, which is said to be located in the frontal sinus between the physical eyes just above the root of the nose. Also in many pictures, you will find symbols well worth studying. For instance, the beautiful blossoms and flowers, supposed to be embroidered upon his draperies, symbolize undoubtedly the spiritual centers spinning and revolving within his aura. In many statues, we find one of the Buddha's hands pointing upward and the other downward. One of the most famous paintings of Plato and Aristotle shows these two philosophers, one pointing to the sky and the other to the earth. One says, "We were born of heaven," and the other answers, "We were born of earth." In the Buddha, the balance of these two and the establishing of the middle path is symbolized by his hands, one of which draws down from above, while the other lifts up from below. In other pictures, we see his hands folded upon his lap in the form of a great circle, and his feet crossed beneath him. These are symbolic of the completion of the two great circles of energy working within the human body, for together they form the figure 8, or the strange figure traced by nature upon the head of the cobra. Although Gautama long ago left this earth, there is little doubt that the members of his religion outnumber those of any other. Within the last few years, a great number of Christians have embraced the Buddhist faith. This is the natural result of a truer understanding, because the average individual fails to realize that Christianity, when considered as a doctrine, includes within itself all other religions. Much of the broadness of Christianity has been lost through the narrowness of so-called Christians, but the time will come when every student searching for truth will be glad to find it wherever he can and will realize that the knowledge that a Christian may gain from the religions which went before him will, if properly used, assist him to become a better student of the Christian religion. In the teachings of the illuminated ones will be found many of the links which are missing, or rather concealed by narrow-minded individuals, and without which Christianity is too involved for the average person. Buddha was one of the sons of the Great Flame. He was sent out as a worker among men from the Great White Brotherhood. Faithfully, he carried on his work as a messenger of the powers of light and, regardless of creed or doctrine, all of the world owes homage to those unselfish ones who have labored for its betterment. There are few who have given up more in the name of truth than the Prince Siddhartha, and in his teachings he has unselfishly and without fear expressed the truths which he believed. As Jesus tore the veil from the temple at Jerusalem and gave to all mankind the mysteries of creation, so the great Buddha, the light of Asia, tore the veil from the Brahman temple and gave to the poor and the humble, the Sudra and the slave, those truths which are now spread over 3/4 of the known world. The East loves him for the good he has done. He has opened the gates of immortality to the poor and to the humble. He has changed the circle of slavery into a cycle of progress. In days gone by, the priests of Buddha went forth into Burma, Korea, Japan, China, Java, Siam, and many other nations, spreading the doctrine of compassion and fellowship to millions of suffering souls. Instead of converting with the sword, Buddhism has gone forth converting with love and has proved that things can grow in peace and thrive in cooperation. The Buddhist faith has always been a series of educative doctrines assisting individuals to unfold their own latent possibilities. Each of us must feel what a glorious thing it is to be able to give help to so many suffering ones. We today are the wanderers, the mendicants, struggling through life in the search for truth. We stand where Gautama stood at the time of his great renunciation. Before us stretch the two paths, those of selfishness and sacrifice, while between them stands the Lord Buddha, the shining teacher of the middle way. He chose wisely amidst unwise extremes. He sacrificed nothing, and he saved nothing. How shall we choose? The Great White Brotherhood, the school of the great masters, works with man through his fellow men, not through angels from the skies. When we so devote our lives to the service of others that we become a possible channel for the carrying on of good, then the power of light makes use of us. The more we improve ourselves and unfold our latent possibilities with that great motto and motive as our guiding thought, the sooner will come the day when Christhood or Buddhahood will descend upon us. And from being unconscious channels, we shall become conscious vehicles for the spreading of truth to the hungry ones of the world. We must accomplish this dissemination of wisdom by the use of the faculties which we have developed as the result of our pilgrimage. So when we think of this great master of adepts, let us always see in him ourselves who, in the robes of mendicants, are seeking to change the garments of our unpurified bodies for the yellow robe of Buddhahood, which we unwind from the dead illusion which we leave behind. Let us realize that, like the Prince of India, we must carry our little bowl with us, asking alms eternally, asking guidance, strength, and truth, and praying that we may catch in the little cup of our own soul and preserve in it for the glory of the divine the energies and life forces which now we waste in thoughtlessness and uncertainty. Teachings of the Great Buddha. Part 2. The basic philosophy of Buddhism. Buddhism is based upon the theory that ignorance is the cause of all worldly misery and that only self-knowledge, and the knowledge of the relation of self to the great plan, can combat this ignorance. Buddha taught that out of ignorance are born sin and iniquity. If the human race could see clearly, it would do right. But the blurred vision removes the incentive to right action and right thought, which are absolutely necessary to intelligent living and true spirituality. Buddha's gods were God-men, human beings who had raised themselves above the ignorance of the race, and who, sitting upon the mountain peaks, gazed upon the entire pageantry of life, seeing with that fullness which makes all things good, while man, dwelling in the valleys, sees so little that all things seem bad. The four noble truths concerning wisdom and ignorance are well worth the most careful thought. Buddha blamed existence for all the miseries of the world. By existence, he meant that individual separateness in which the one life temporarily dissociates itself from the life of the all and becomes the many lives. These many lives, no longer able to realize that they are one both in source and ultimate, produce in their blind ignorance the sins and sorrows of the world. Therefore, the first of the noble truths is, to exist as a separate personality predestines suffering and sorrow. The first sorrow may be called the yearning of the separate parts to know the sum of themselves. The compound vehicles in which human beings live are composed of many bodies and centers of sense and consciousness. Buddha taught that all the fruits of sense were sorrows. Therefore, he called misery asrava, which means excretions from the world of sense. We see around us every day the result of people wanting things they should not and cannot have. We also see the result of their trying to avoid the responsibilities which they should assume. We know that in the majority of cases, man's wants and appetites are his undoing. Buddha taught that man's sense of possession was his greatest enemy, for the spirit and the desire for accumulation stole from him his reason and his intelligence. Therefore, we come to the second of the Four Noble Truths, namely, the greatest cause of misery is the desire to possess and the desire to preserve things possessed. To be attached to a thing is to be sad at the loss of it. To despise or hate a thing is to be unhappy at the approach of it. To desire to own a thing which is beyond our normal reach is to become morally a criminal and may lead to thievery, rape, or murder. To place value upon things is the basis of a desire for them. Therefore, the Buddha taught to place value upon but one thing, and that was right knowledge. Right knowledge alone was capable of proving the uselessness of everything else. When the spirit realized the uselessness and the impermanence of possession, then it was free from desire, and being free from desire, it had escaped the net thrown by the god of death to enslave the souls of men. This brings us to an understanding of the third noble truth. Freedom from suffering is attained by the slaying out of all desire, save that for right knowledge. In line with this, we realize that attachment is the basis of the fear of death, and that when an individual is not attached to his bodies, their coming and going will leave him unmoved, while if he loves them, he will weep with their passing, and if he hates them, he will weep with their coming. While his eyes are capable of tears, his soul is incapable of wisdom. While he is capable of accumulating or dispensing, he is incapable of wisdom. While he loves any one thing above all things, he is incapable of wisdom. For perfect self-control is the middle way between joy and sorrow, love and hate, life and death. The middle way is the way of the Buddha. In order to walk that middle way, we must understand the fourth noble truth, namely, the way of liberation and to the cessation of all opposites is the noble eightfold path, the way of immortality. One of the ancient creeds of Buddhism is that no evil is to be done to anything. All good things are to be developed and unfolded, and every virtue is to be nurtured. The mind, with its many complex functions, must be brought into perfect subjugation. This is the way of attaining to Buddhahood. There is a magnificent philosophy underlying all these things, based upon certain fundamental concepts. The first is that life, as we see it around us, is not the fullness of existence. Existence bears to life the same relationship that time bears to eternity. Time may be established anywhere in eternity, but eternity is always the sum of time. So existence may be established in life, but life is the sum of existence. Life precedes existence. Life follows existence. Existence is unreal. Life is real. The greatness of life can alone judge the smallness of existence. Buddha was an evolutionist. His gods were growing gods. He never discussed the first cause. The souls he served were growing souls. The spirits with whom he ministered he viewed as unfolding spirits. He taught that evolution was the process of existence being reabsorbed into life, and that the greatest of all attainments was the attainment of nirvana, at which time the past, the present, and the future are absorbed into the eternal now. Buddha taught that attachment to existence prevented unity with life, that those things which prevented the return of the parts into their fundamental source were evil. Buddha realized that there were two paths, one for the ignorant who must go around and around with the wheel of life and death in its narrowed sense, the other for the wise who, by self-knowledge and self-mastery, might release themselves from the spokes to which the ignorant clung in agony, and thus be able to walk the middle way which, like the eternal now, separates the dead yesterday from the unborn tomorrow. This was the philosophy of the great Buddha, a philosophy of giving up each thing, that by so doing the soul might attain all things. He taught that desire for a certain thing resulted in sacrificing mighty treasures to secure the desired object, which was probably of little value, but the fact that it was desired made it of great value. Therefore, desire destroyed this sense of value, for desire placed worldly possessions above wisdom and personalities above principles. Hence Buddha gathered together the legions of logic and reason and attacked the citadel of desire, preaching that the wants of man destroyed him, that his soul was buried under his own accumulations, and that his spirit was a slave to the tawdry gewgaws with which he had surrounded himself. He taught that the rich man had no rest, for he must sit sword in hand upon his money bags to defend them, and the poor man had no rest, for he was eternally being slain trying to unseat wealth from its pinnacle. With the dissolution of the universe, these two stood gazing at the vacuum over which they had disputed, realizing that they had been bound to their possessions, and having built no character within themselves, had nothing with which to face eternity. Buddha was a believer in law, fixed and immovable. Nature, as he understood it, was good, therefore free from desire, which was his symbol of all evil. Hence nature, being impersonal, was no respecter of whims, but went around and around in its predestined way, not heeding whether it was saint or sinner who was ground to pieces in its machinery. Buddha held out no vicarious atonement to his followers, teaching that God, whoever or whatever he was, loved all things equally, being far too true to any and all to indulge humanity in its caprices. He realized that this globe on which we live, these worlds which we know, exist but for a moment in space, that all visible things are ever changing, that indeed the flowers bloom today and are gone tomorrow. He symbolized, like the Brahmins who went before him, the world as an ever-changing sea upon which humanity floats in little ships buffeted by the winds, each trying to steer his bark to some appointed haven. It is useless to idealize a wave of the sea, for before its picture is formed in your mind, it is changed and gone. So it is with living things. It was useless to place a standard in the ocean, for there is no permanence upon which to raise it. The sea was life as we see it, ever-changing, never twice the same. Who tries to follow it in its moods must have as many moods as the sea itself. Who seeks permanence in it seeks a will-o'-the-wisp which may never be found. As Jesus walked upon the waters, so Buddha taught his disciples to stand upon the waves, and by the clear detachment of their minds to serve the permanent in everything, and not to be misled by the white foam and the breaking waves, which, like the enterprises of man, are one moment high and crested, and the next swallowed in the trough of the sea. Supreme above this changing thing, permanent, unmoved, the Buddha sat in meditation, for perfect peace and tranquility were the symbols of his attainment. Surrounded by many things, he remained conscious of but one thing, the eternity and permanence of his immortal spirit. All over the East we find the statues of the meditating Buddha. His great, calm, expressionless face gazes down from lofty shrines dimly visible through the lattice-work of temple windows. 100,000 figures. Yes, 100 million, great and small, new and old, some gilded and jeweled, others broken and overgrown with weeds, but always one expression, a marvelous, impassive visage. In the tranquility of its lines are hidden all extrusions. Many of the ancient empires of the Buddhist faith have crumbled, and thousands of his statues have been broken up by the ruthless vandalism of men. The seismic cataclysms of nature have overturned the mighty figures and left them half buried in the earth. Their temples have been burned above them, and the priests have been driven away, but still the great face, unmoved, unchanged, at peace through it all, indifferent to the rise and fall of things, speaks louder than words for the spirit of faith. If the people in the Western world could only learn Buddha's way of immortality, if only the striving and the bustling and the endless confusion of our day could give place to the great peace and dignity of his ancient path, we would live much longer and accomplish a great deal more. The Western world is ruled by its desires. It lives only in its material senses. It defies the illusion. Every soul has its price in gold and silver, and children come into the world taught to become heartless machines, designed to excel in the process of emulating. Never have we needed his teachings more than now, teachings which show his disciples the fallacy of the world, that happiness comes only with wisdom, and that peace is a byproduct, one of the many virtues which are the results of right living and right living alone. We live in a world of cycles, and at certain intervals, we recapitulate that which has gone before. Someday we shall again recognize the need of self-control, and then we shall remember more fondly than now the one who suffered so long and labored so sincerely to give that knowledge to the world. The law of the Buddha is good, for he says, "He who is not happy with nothing will not be happy with everything. He who does not cherish the little things will not be thoughtful of the great things. He with whom sufficient is not enough is without virtue, for the physical body of man lives only from day to day. If you supply it with what it actually needs, you will still have time to meditate, while if you seek to supply it with all it wants, the task is without end." The Buddha taught his disciples to live not for the day only, but to live for that great day in which lives are but minutes and births and deaths like the swinging of a pendulum. He taught them that their vices go forth with them into eternity, to confront the soul eternally until it has made them right. He taught them to be humble, simple, and unassuming in all things, kindly to all, not only to human beings, but to the flowers and to the beasts. He taught his disciples to treasure and serve all life, that life subsists upon life, and that therefore life owes to life a debt, that those who die that men may live shall not die in vain, but that those who live upon them shall use this life so freely given to serve the one life that gave it all. H.G. Wells has taken the great Buddha, torn away his diadems, removed his gilded robes, stripped the faith of its later accretions, and presented to the world the Buddha as he really was, the simple wanderer, the kindly heart, the unselfish one, who wandered with his 3 questions over the surface of the world, realizing full well that until they were truly answered, the race could never intelligently serve itself or the plan which gave it being. So he answered the questions thus: whence came we? Answer: out of the past, out of the things which we have done before, out of the labors unfinished, the fruitage incomplete, out of the past vices and virtues, out of the sins of our own flesh, out of the darkness of our own ignorance, out of a chain of lives that leads up from the muck and the mire, out of the dawn of things, out of the faith of Dharma, out of the sum of things, gradually into the separateness of things, out of the one into the many, carrying from life to life the burden of the past, with us ever trooping a strange group led by the demon of desire, our faults and failings, dancing around our tortured souls. Thus we came down into the present, bringing with us the virtues and the vices of the past, and urged on by the endless law of progress, we pass from the separateness of ignorance to the oneness of wisdom. Why are we here? Answer: we are here because of the past, for the past gives birth to the present, and from the present is born the future. We are here to finish, or at least to carry on, the labor we brought with us incomplete from the dawn of things. We are brought here by our own joys and sorrows, and most of all, we are led here by our desires, and here we remain until the last desire is dead, until the last possession is renounced, until the last of that accumulation of personality which we have brought with us is returned again into the great all from whence it came. If we come ignorant, we come to accumulate. If we are born in wisdom, we come to disseminate. To the wise man, the life he lives here is an opportunity to rid himself of the ballast which he has accumulated in the past, to rid himself of his notions, his viewpoints, to rid himself of his concepts of life and death, and leaving them all behind, to place his feet upon the middle way. At the gateway to futurity, the road forks. One goes on to nirvana. It is the noble path to attainment. The other twists back again to go through it all again, and again, until at last the spirit learns its lesson and chooses of its own free will to walk the middle path. Whither are we going? Answer: we go to meet our deserts. We go to the effects of our causations. Those whose labors are unfinished merely go around the wheel and return again to labor towards fuller completion. Those few who have discovered the way step from this mortal coil upon the middle road, which leads to nirvana, where, his labors done, the individual returns to the causeless cause from whence he came, to await a more noble destiny as the maker of things sees fit. It is said that the Lord Buddha had finished his labors. He had learned the only lesson this world can teach, the lesson of discrimination, and, having learned to choose wisely between the permanent and impermanent, he had unmasked the great illusion. To unmask the faults is the labor of the soul. To stand in equilibrium in the midst of things is the way of Buddha. To contemplate life but never to be enmeshed within life is the law of the Buddha. To go forth out of life into life is the desire of the Buddha. To become one again with the infinite cause, to know once more the shining one from whom all came, to be one again with that eternal, something which is the sum of all things. This is liberation. This is freedom. To be absorbed again into the reality is the end of the great Buddha, teaching of the great Buddha. Part 3. The 10 Commandments of the Buddha. Thou shalt not slay. Life is sacred in nature. To slay is to accept karma of having impeded a life in its quest for the eternal. To slay is to remove an opportunity for growth, and one who impedes a spirit in its search for eternity is a greater sinner than any other. The harmless life is the life of the Buddhist. Not only must he refrain from slaying the bodies of things, but he must also beware lest he slay the hopes of man, lest he slay an ideal or kill out a good virtue in another through thoughtlessness or unkindness. For the lesser creatures, the animals and the plants and minerals, he must also show love and affection. As he becomes more highly advanced, he must not slay anything, but must live upon the fruits of things and use them only after they have reached maturity, the point at which they otherwise would begin to decay of their own accord. Thou shalt not steal. That which belongs to another the Buddhist shall have no desire for, and the crime is not only in taking but in desiring that which belongs to another. The true Buddhist counts the sin of theft an exceedingly great one, as it proves the presence of the demon of desire, which is the most terrible of all sins. Not only shall he respect his friend's belongings, but he shall not steal from his honor, hope, or any moral possession, nor shall he covet the heart or the mind or the soul of any other thing, nor shall he steal from the animal or the plant or any living thing. Thou shalt not commit adultery. This again shows desire and is listed with the great sins. It is here also that the Buddhist emphasizes the fact that a sin committed in the mind is as great an offense as one committed in the body, and the desire for sin is a proof of the teachings of the great Buddha, that desire is the source of sin. Thou shalt not lie. To the Buddhist laity, there must be no prevarication. The Buddhists are taught that a lie goes forth into nature as an evil spirit, where it fights with the reality of the incident or condition, and it is a sin that there be war anywhere in the universe, and the one who tells a falsehood assails the reality and places stumbling blocks in the way of other souls. The Buddhist shall not partake of strong drink. It is said that drink turns man over to his enemy, the desires. Therefore, he shall never take into himself anything which makes difficult his control of himself. His drink shall be water, and his food of the simplest possible nature, for simplicity is a symbol of wisdom, and complication is a symbol of ignorance. He shall eat no food save at times appointed. The Buddhist is expected to control his life and to choose certain periods for all of the habits of life. He is expected to show his control over himself by formulating certain periods and laws and adhering to them absolutely. When he departs from these, he shows that he is attacked again by his enemy, desire. The common people, under normal conditions, do not attempt to follow any except the first 5 commandments. The rest apply to the clergy, to the students and disciples, and those who have assumed the responsibility of growth and are preparing themselves for the sacred middle path. The Buddhist shall not adorn himself, nor wear expensive ornaments, nor use perfumes, nor garland himself with flowers or any similar thing. This is enforced that he may never deify his personality, nor seek for any adornment or ornament other than virtue, which is the perfect ornament and the perfect jewel. He shall seek to adorn and glorify only his spirit. He shall preserve and take care of his body, but never glorify it above its human estate. He shall never sit in an exalted seat. He is ever to be humble, realizing that in humility is safety in those things which deal with the spirit. He recognizes egotism as the deadly enemy of growth, and that pride indeed goeth before a fall. Only the perfect Buddha is permitted a throne. All others must kneel at his feet. Only perfect wisdom can be exalted with justice to all the land. He shall not take part in any worldly spectacles or glamours. He is never to go into the presence of those things which excite his senses or which tend to involve him in material things, for the glamour of worldliness is apt to make him forget its falseness and unreality. He is to remain alone and quiet, meditating upon great things, free from involvement of sense. He is to be without possessions, nor is he to accept them for himself. The Buddhist candidate is seeking liberation from possession, that he may learn to value only the possession of wisdom. Therefore, it is against his will and his law to add to a thing from which he is seeking to separate himself. Part 4. The 2 great laws. The Buddhist in his philosophy takes the stand that law and order are supreme in nature. Law is beyond the whim of man. It is eternal and fixed. Therefore, wisdom lies in learning those laws, which are the basis of the eternal plan, and then in so harmonizing the nature that it shall cooperate with law and climb to attainment upon the structure of the universal plan. To the Buddhist, 2 laws are supreme. The first is the law of reincarnation. It seems difficult for the average Christian to understand the cycle of rebirth, and yet any thinking person must realize that it is the only answer to the problems of human inequality. It is unthinkable that a merciful Father should blight lives still unformed and foreordain by whim alone the fate of living creatures. There is no justice in the belief that heredity makes a soul suffer for the sin of its parents. Yet most people apparently would rather take a chance on the whims of deity than to accept the doctrine which places the responsibility of life upon human shoulders. The law of reincarnation is a fundamental tenet of the Buddhist faith. Reincarnation is the only concept of life which is universal in opportunity and personal responsibility. While the acceptance of this law does not bring heaven closer, it does dissipate the concept of hell eternal, which is the bugaboo of the Christian religion. If any deserve the punishments of an eternal hell of fire and brimstone, it is those who invented the concept. It is unreasonable and irrational to suppose that one life, lived amidst the difficulties which beset the human race, should be the only opportunity. To imagine that as the result of a few decades lived here, a person shall go to heaven or hell for all eternity, is unfair beyond all other concepts of the human mind. The doctrine of reincarnation teaches equal opportunities for all and special privileges for none, success being the reward for work well done, and failure the penalty of indolence. It removes the responsibility for the saving of the human soul from the shoulders of the deity and places it where it belongs, upon the shoulders of the individual. Buddha told his disciples to work out their own salvation, and thinking people know that, in the last analysis, this is the one and only way of attaining peace. The law of reincarnation justifies and preserves the dignity of the plan of creation. It explains human inequality, and to those who really desire to attain truly intelligent positions in nature, it offers the incentive of ultimate attainment for every living thing. It teaches that the work left unfinished today will be picked up tomorrow and carried on until at the end, victory crowns the struggle of every living thing to know itself. The law of reincarnation may be defined as the application of the law of evolution to the individual consciousness of man. We know that forms grow. We are able to study the gradual evolution of physical structure from simple beginnings to complex maturity, and from thence back again to simple ultimates. Reincarnation teaches that the individual grows through nature and with nature, age after age, and that the unfolding forms around us in nature bear witness to the unfolding center of consciousness, which we realize is the invisible cause behind every visible form. The law of reincarnation teaches that man returns again periodically to the physical earth, assuming his physical labors where he left them off before, and continuing this through the ages, until all the lessons of the physical world have been learned. The Eastern philosophies teach that there are about 800 incarnations to a life wave, and that the spirit is born into the physical world and dies out of the physical world about 800 times while learning the lessons of the human race. The Buddhist does not divide man from nature, but rather places man as a product of nature, teaching that he is ever controlled by the laws of nature until he learns to walk the middle way, which finally releases him from nature only after he has outgrown his environments. The Buddhist makes man a student and life a school. He calls the periods between birth and death days in school, separated from each other by nights of rest. With the law of reincarnation, he answers many questions. He explains why some are born rich and others poor, some surrounded by opulence and others in the midst of poverty. He is satisfied with life, realizing that he is the cause of life as he knows it. We can sum up this philosophy in the following thoughts. Every individual is exactly what he has earned the right to be. He is exactly where he has earned the right to be. He is surrounded with such happiness as he has earned for himself in the past. He is confronted today with debts which he incurred yesterday and which he must meet. The unhappiness in his present life is the result of the suffering he has caused others in a previous life. If his body is weak today, it is because he neglected it in his last incarnation. If he has no friends today, it is because he made no friends in his last existence. He is today the sum of the past. Those gifts or faculties which he enjoys today are the result of the sincere labor of yesterday, while his faults and failings are the result of the fact that in previous lives he did not control himself and failed to build virtues. It is easy to see from this the absolute honesty of his viewpoints on life. He does not know the meaning of blind chance. Cause and effect rule his universe. He has no place for miracles, no room for vicarious atonements, and no petty politics in religion. Everything is supreme justice, with intelligence and mercy. The second of the great Buddhist laws is a necessary outcome of the first. It is called the law of karma, which literally translated means compensation or cause and effect applied to the actions of individuals. It is the same thought which the Master Jesus expressed in the sowing and reaping. It is best expressed by the epigram, "As ye sow, so shall ye reap." The Buddhist teaches that one is building fate for the future by our daily living here and now. We may sum his thoughts concerning the law of karma as follows. Every effect in nature is equal to the cause which produces it. In spiritual things, action and reaction are equal. Every thought and ideal in life as activity has a reaction according to and measured by the action which produced it. Sickness, sorrow, and infirmity are all the result of our own misuse of and ignorance concerning the great powers of nature. Every individual is personally responsible for every joy and sorrow which he meets in any walk of life. Therefore, under all suffering and grief, the Buddhist must be patient, realizing that his own unkindness to others, his own failure to meet the responsibilities of life, his own lack of self-control, his own thoughtlessness, are the causes of every sorrow that confronts him and of every misfortune that overtakes him. He recognizes the fact that the physical medium through which the misfortune appears is not to be personally blamed, for such a personal condition is merely the vehicle whereby the law of karma acts. He also realizes that he not only carries forward from life to life the debts unpaid, but also brings with him the good karma for the things he has done well. He realizes that when he learns to do all things well, then he will build only good karma. The law of reincarnation gives him the opportunity to correct his mistakes. Thus, regardless of his present status spiritually or physically, he will someday be perfect, even as his Father in heaven is perfect. This is the law of karma. These two laws are the backbone of the Buddhist viewpoint. Their absolutely impersonal and just attitude on life is one of the crowning glories of the ancient Buddhist faith. They placed virtue above all riches and integrity above all treasures. Not by prayer, but by works is perfection attained. But the great hope is offered, for in the faith of the Buddha even the stick and the stone is thought of. Everything has its place in nature. All things are included in the plan, and perfection awaits all creatures. Teachings of the Great Buddha, Part 5, The two great virtues, two great traits of character must be developed by those who seek to understand the middle path of the Lord Buddha, for his path is a twofold path, and those who walk it must enter upon their task by developing above all others the virtues of compassion and renunciation. The Buddhist aspirant is eternally seeking to transmute human passion to divine compassion, realizing that all things, when used naturally, are good, and, when used unnaturally, are evil. He seeks to transmute the unnatural personal attachments and affections to the natural kindliness and thoughtfulness, which should always mark the dealings of one living thing with another. The Buddhist is taught to serve life, to work with life, and to recognize the divinity of life in everything. The life he serves is that invisible spiritual germ of self-consciousness which is concealed within the half-formed bodies of each thing with which he comes in contact. The state of compassion gradually grew within the Buddhist until he lived only to do good. He lived only to serve the divine life which he had learned to recognize. He believed that the greatest wisdom was the ability to see the good concealed in every living thing. Often that good was destroyed, or at least its growth stunted by ignorance and sorrow, but the Buddhist had bound himself to serve that good, to serve that spirit of hope in everything. We may define his compassion as impersonal love. When, instead of centering his affection upon one thing, he turned it into the service and protection of all things, he was said to be compassionate and wise. The Buddhist was taught to love the blades of grass, to care for the animals when they were hurt. He called the blades of grass and the stones and the animals his little brothers. He believed that sometime they would grow up into human beings like he was, and he saw in their mute suffering the stages of growth through which his own soul had passed. He was kind to them and nursed them in their need. He then turned to the great invisible ones, the sun, the moon, and the stars, the invisible devas, and called them his big brothers, his elder brethren, and longed for the day when he should be like them, mighty lights in the heavens. He was taught to know that all life was growing, and that he best served things when he helped them grow. So with malice toward none and charity to all, recognizing in all difference one life in various stages of its pilgrimage, he learned not to judge nor to criticize things, but simply to love them and serve them unselfishly and unreservedly. His faith taught him that when he loved Emmers, all things as his own, and loved his own as he loved all things, then the frail human emotions had given place to greater and more divine feelings. The Buddhist believed that the more impersonal his feelings, the more they were like God's feelings, for he believed that God loved all things equally, and, while he did not study God as a person, he believed in that all-brooding presence that represented the sum of wisdom and the sum of true affection. These were the teachings of his compassionate Lord and Master, and these he revered. The second great state of consciousness he must attain was the virtue of renunciation. He must renounce self. He must renounce the possessions of self. He must renounce personality and the products of personality, for all these things are causes of misery. All these things blind the senses and bind the consciousness to the wheel of life. His ideal was to separate himself entirely from the material world and from the laws of the material world until, while he lived in it, he existed only as a physical creature for the sake of the good he could do. He believed that he was happy only when he forgot himself, and that his soul could never attain peace until he was too busy helping others to think of himself. He believed all sins to be born of idleness, all sorrows derived from love and hate, and all disasters result from the desire to accumulate or to excel in material things. He renounced the world and the things of the world, seeking to pierce the veil of human ignorance by rising above those things which chain the senses and benumb the soul. He who has given up all things has also given up the ability to lose things, for how can we lose without the sense of possession? How can we be happy with the sense of loss? But owning nothing, possessing nothing, desiring nothing, man is the ruler of all things. When wanting nothing, he has everything he wants. People should remember that these Buddhist concepts are not merely things to be accepted as intellectual facts, for intellectual facts are about as helpful as a book on diet to a hungry man. It is only when they become realities in consciousness that they really serve their purpose. Man cannot learn by accepting, he can learn only by becoming these things. As the Buddhist would say, I am not an egoist, therefore I cannot be offended. I am free from emotions and desires, therefore I cannot be made angry. I love no thing more than any other thing, therefore I cannot be made jealous. I own no thing more than any other thing, therefore I cannot be grieved by loss. I serve all things for the love of things, not for any reward, therefore I am unmoved by ingratitude and criticism. Being therefore without misery, I am without happiness, for happiness cannot exist without misery, and misery cannot exist without happiness. Between these two, upon the middle path I stand, calm, dignified, and unmoved, filled with a great peace that surpasseth understanding, calm and certain in the knowledge of immortality, free from the torment of appetites,